The lost boy screamed as he was suddenly made the target of his own technique. He barely managed to evade the bandanas as they nicked his pants and cut a couple of holes in the sides of his shirt. Ranma smirked as he sensed the lost boy's shot and tracked the flight path of the cloth missiles. As he had intended, he threw the bandanas back with only enough energy to put Ryoga back on the defensive. The bandanas soon lost their momentum and became harmless again as they landed far short of the crowd's GRR. Ranma, you are going to pay for that. He couldn't believe that Ranma could catch on to one of the Hibiki family secrets so quickly. Ranma stood in a ready stance and waited for his opponent's next move. Ryoga began charging at him and threw a series of punches that would have made holes in concrete walls. Each blow was countered with the staff or dodged as Ranma's sixth sense gave him a split-second warning each time Ryoga threw a punch. It seemed that the lost boy would never be able to score a hit, but then Ryoga grinned as he suddenly leapt back and held up an arm. The crowds were surprised to see a handcuff latched onto Ryoga's wrist. The bracelet was attached to a thin, 5-foot line and Ranma then noticed that his right wrist also had a handcuff on it. That's the big idea, Ryoga? Ranma asked in an even tone. What's this for? Ranma had sensed Ryoga putting the cuff on him, but he had been too busy dodging. Just making sure that you don't run away. Ryoga sneered as he charged at his foe. How many times do I have to tell you that I didn't run away? You got lost. Ranma ducked under a haymaker then delivered a sidekick to Ryoga's gut, driving him back again. However, he was yanked a bit forward as the line pulled taut. Ryoga took advantage of Ranma being momentarily off balance and charged at him again. Ranma was about a fraction of a second too slow as he tried to step away. Ryoga's kick impacted with Ranma's chin, causing his body to snap pulp. Ranma also lost his grip on his staff as he fell backward. Ranma curled his body into a tuck and rolled to absorb the impact, then vaulted back to his feet, just as Ryoga tried to stomp on him. Ranma bent down and then drove his head up and into Ryoga's chin. The lost boy was driven to the ground on his back. This time, however, Ranma remembered the line and braced himself as Ryoga's body hit the soil. Then Ranma displayed his full Amazonian strength as he jerked at the line with that single hand and dragged Ryoga's body in the air. With a smooth motion, Ranma slammed his opponent to the ground, making a fair-sized depression in the field. Ranma jerked the line again and repeated the process. Again and again, Ryoga was slammed to the ground and the lost boy soon realized that attaching himself to Ranma had not been a good idea. The crowds winced with each time Hibiki's body made contact with the ground. Finally, the blind boy decided to end it by spinning Ryoga's body around by the line. After a few dozen rotations, Ranma cut his ties with Ryoga. Since he didn't have the keys to the cuffs, he improvised. Using his seventh sense, he located the locking mechanism to his handcuff. With his free hand, he used his index finger and applied a concentrated amount of key into the hole. There was a snapping sound as the latch broke apart, thereby freeing his wrist. Double quote exclamation point double quote. Ryoga went flying and landed on his back some 20 feet away. Ranma took this opportunity to come down and retrieve his staff. Once his center of focus was achieved, he took a defensive stance and waited. Ryoga groggily got to his feet and was fuming with rage. He wobbled a little as was still a bit dizzy from all that spinning around, but he soon came out of it. He angrily took out the key to his handcuff and unlocked it. Throwing it away, he got into an aggressive stance and screamed out, "That does it, Ranma. No more games. This ends now." His body suddenly flared up as a bright green aura surrounded him. The crowds were more than intrigued by this new development. Double quote. "Whoa! What's that question mark?" Double quote. "Check it out. It's like those special effects on TV!" Exclamation point double quote. "Live is that question mark?" Double quote. On the sidelines, Akan's eyes widened. She had heard her father mention this several times before. This was Ryoga's battle aura. It was a visual expression of his ki. Sumi had said that ki could make a person stronger, faster and grant amazing recovery abilities. It was also said that one could strike at a person with just his or her ki alone. Her father had admitted that he had not yet mastered this skill other than that demon head technique of his, and that was only a scare tactic. Akan had dreamed of being able to achieve this kind of skill level, but so far she had only been able to generate a faint aura, and that was when she got really mad. Ryoga must be extremely gifted in the martial arts if he was able to generate this much ki. If Ryoga was able to do this, then maybe she could learn it. It was then that she noticed something else. The rest of the crowd saw it as well. Double quote. "Hey! Look at Sodom!" Exclamation point double quote. Akan single quote's eyes, along with everyone else, became even wider as they saw Ranma begin to glow with an incredibly bright blue aura. Less than no. It can't be. Ranma can't be that good! Exclamation point greater than Akan's hopes in defeating Ranma began to plummet even further in the field. Ranma was focusing all his senses and readying himself for the final conflict. The ki buildup he sensed in Ryoga was enormous, and he also detected something else as well. Less than that single quote. "That's weird. Why is Ryoga suddenly getting so depressed?" Question mark greater than Ryoga was smirking as he saw Ranma's expression of confusion. Less than I single quote got him. Now, all of his fancy tricks won't be able to save him from this! Exclamation point greater than, "Take this, Ranma. SHISHIHOKODA!" Exclamation point double quote. Ryoga suddenly threw his arms forward with cupped palms. A huge blast of green energy suddenly exploded forth from his hands and raced toward Ranma. Ranma's sixth sense was on overload as he barely managed to duck under the attack. The ki blast shot past him and slammed into a chain link fence and exploded. Double quote. "Wow! Did you see that exclamation point double quote what the heck was that question mark double quote that was so cool exclamation point double quote Akan single quote s jaw dropped when she saw it. Ranma got up and faced off against Ryoga, who happened to be smiling evilly at him. His brow furrowed as he began using his senses to analyze what had just happened. Double quote surprised Ranma. Ryoga taunted. It's my most powerful technique. Something I learned during my quest for vengeance exclamation point double quote you mean, something that you came across while you were lost. Ranma ended. Ryoga raged at the comment. Shishihokauda exclamation point double quote Ranma single quote sixth sense gave out another warning and Ranma twisted out of the path of the attack. The blast exploded on the ground behind him a dozen meters away. Double quote you can't dodge forever. Shishihokauda exclamation point double quote I don't have to. Ranma said calmly as the next blast was avoided. Ranma's senses had picked up that Ryoga was using his own feelings of depression as a medium to project his ki. He remembered his sensei Koga telling him about how some masters used their own emotions to project their ki. Cologne and the other elders had also displayed such skills to him. During his time in the village, Koga had taught Ranma certain countermeasures against such techniques, should he ever come across them. This was one of those times. Ryoga was taking delight that he had his foe on the defensive and launched an especially large ki blast at him. He was certain that Ranma could not possibly avoid this one. Double quote Shishihokauda exclamation point double quote the crowd gasped as they saw the blind martial artist make no move to dodge the huge blast of energy that was hurtling at him. Many of them shut their eyes as the blast was about to hit. Akan was one of the few who wanted to see what happened. Just as the blast was about to impact, Ranma's battle aura suddenly flared as he slashed forth with his staff. The end of the pole made a vertical arc that sliced into the attack. The huge fireball of ki exploded in half and each piece formed a smaller fireball that harmlessly whooshed past Ranma on either side. They both dissipated into nothing and Ranma stood in a ready stance. The crowds couldn't believe what had just happened and Ryoga was dumbfounded. Akan's jaw dropped to the ground. Double quote huh? No way! Ryoga screamed in denial. Double quote unseen light martial arts special technique. The ki cutter. Ranma said calmly. As soon as Nebiki saw the technique, she got to thinking. Less than HMMM. There he goes again with that unseen light stuff. Just what does that mean? Greater than on the sidelines. Cologne nodded. Very impressive. Double quote how did Ranma do that? Shampoo asked. Double quote somehow, Koga had taught Ranma how to use a small amount of his own ki to effectively counter a large amount of opposing ki. I can see the practical uses of such a technique. Double quote what do you mean? Double quote keep watching. Cologne indicated with a finger. Double quote shishihok and exclamation point double quote. Another blast was sent rocketing at the blind boy, and this too was cut in half. Double quote shishihok and shishihok and shishihok and exclamation point double quote. Ranma calmly focused his ki into his staff and sliced each of Ryoga's attacks into smaller bits of ki. On the sidelines, Cologne explained to her great-granddaughter, "You see, child, Ranma is focusing a small, but concentrated amount of ki into his staff. Unlike a normal martial artist, who would use an equal amount of ki to counter each of Ryoga's blasts, Ranma's technique is specifically slicing the attacks by cancelling out a small line in each of Ryoga's ki attacks. The remaining energies are rendered useless as Ranma cuts a path through them. Ryoga is wasting large amounts of his own ki as Ranma is conserving his. Our fellow Amazon will outlast his opponent. You can see that Ryoga is already awakening." Double quote. Shampoo nodded as she saw that Ryoga was starting to feel the effects of firing off continuous ki attacks. Ryoga gasped as he fired off another blast, which was cut in half almost causally by Ranma. He couldn't understand it. Ranma was mocking his best moves. This was the last straw. It was time to pull out all the stops! Exclamation point. Ranma paused as his sixth sense caught wind of Ryoga powering up his remaining stores of ki. Something big was about to happen. Ranma began powering up his own aura and began reaching out with his senses. It was time to show Ryoga just what he could really do. Double quote. You may be able to handle two normal Shishihokan, but let's see you beat this! Exclamation point. Double quote. Ryoga took a stance with his legs planted firmly on the ground and his arms held at the sides with elbows bent. His hands clenched into fists as he reached into his innermost feelings of depression. His aura flared up like a miniature nova as he let loose with biggest blast of ki he could muster. Double quote. Ultimate shishihok and exclamation point. Double quote. A globe of ki the size of a large house exploded upward to about 100 feet. Then descended down toward where Ranma was. There was no place for Ranma to evade it. It was far too large for Ranma to cut. Everyone thought that this was the end. In less than 3 seconds, it would all be over. Ranma, however, did not move. In fact, after cutting the last attack, he had took a stance with his staff held out above him, parallel to the ground, and focused his innermost energies. His senses reached out for all the available spiritual energies that were available in such a short time. Tiny pinpricks of white light suddenly appeared and were absorbed into his body. His form glowed with a white aura. Just as the green ball was about to impact, Ranma thrust his staff upward and spun it above him. Double quote. Spirit spin! Exclamation point. Double quote. The staff spun about with tremendous speed as the depression ki came crashing down. The huge ball of green energy tried to push its way down as Ranma's legs began to buckle under the strain. However, the blind martial artist held his ground as he spun his staff even faster. The depression energy flared once, then exploded into smaller fragments as the staff chopped it to pieces. Smaller fireballs went off in all directions away from its center, and the crowds had to duck for cover to avoid being hit. Then there was a bright flash of light as the remainder of Ryoga's attack exploded. When the light died down, Ryoga was in a state of total disbelief. Ranma had defeated his most potent attack and only seemed a little winded. The unseen light martial artist calmly put away his staff and took a new stance. He was pulling his hands back and they were cupped. Between his hands, a small blue orb began to form. Can thought that after seeing that last technique, nothing Ranma could do would surprise her. She was proven wrong as she saw Ranma powering up. Ranma smiled as he sensed his opponent's shock. He was a little bit unsteady after stopping Ryoga's key attack, but he was far from finished. He had only absorbed enough energy to counter Ryoga's attack, and he still had one technique to use against the Lost Boy. When he focused enough of his ki, he reached out with his senses and located Ryoga's spiritual signature with his sixth and seventh senses. Less than locked and loaded. Greater than double quote. Well, Ryoga, I took what you had to offer. Now let's find out if you can handle one of mine. The blue orb grew to the size of a basketball and small swirls of white mists formed around it. He then thrust out his hands and launched the attack. Spirit Seeker exclamation point double quote. The blue ball of light shot out and elongated until one end tapered off into a tail. The key attack resembled a miniature comet, making a high-pitched whine as it sped toward his foe. Ryoga's adrenaline kicked in as he dove to dodge the projectile. For a moment, he breathed out a sigh of relief as the comet screamed past him, but then he heard a change in its pitch. Looking behind him, his eyes widened in shock as the comet made a U-turn and came right back at him. Ryoga rolled to the side as the comet narrowly missed him, but to his horror, the key bolt simply pulled up and rocketed skyward. It then made an extreme reversal and streaked down at him like a blazing meteor. Shihokaudian. Ryoga didn't know where he got the energy to fire off the key blast, but with a relentless missile after him, he suddenly found a desperate strength. The key blast he launched while on his back was nowhere near as strong as his earlier ones, but the Lost Boy hoped that it would be enough to stop Ranma's attack, or at least diminish it. Then, to everyone's amazement, and to Ryoga's horror, Ranma's key attack did the unthinkable. It made a spiraling maneuver like a fighter plane taking evasive action and dodged Ryoga's key blast. The depression key shot up harmlessly where it eventually dissipated. The Hibiki boy let off a terrified scream as the comet put on a final burst of speed and blasted into him. There was a huge detonation as the key bolt exploded. A gigantic, smoking crater was formed as the explosion sent dirt and other debris flying. The crowd went silent for a long while and not a sound was heard. Then, when the smoke cleared, the crowds leaned forward to look. There was Ryoga, flat on back and obviously unconscious. His clothes were singed and torn in many places. His hair was a frazzled mess and his eyes were glazed. It was plain to all that the fight was over. There was a large cheer among the crowds as they applauded Ranma's victory. The blind boy in question breathed out a sigh of relief as the Amazons hurried over to congratulate him. Mentally guiding his key attack to dodge Ryoga's counterblast had been a little draining. The Spirit Seeker was one of Ranma's own creations. Since he could not aim a key blast with his eyes, he instead used his senses to lock onto his opponent's spiritual essence, since no two people were alike. Then he simply impressed that information into his attack and let it go off on its own. The Spirit Seeker was like a smart missile and would not stop until it hit its target or was destroyed. A couple of other assets to this technique was that Ranma still could control it while it was in flight and that it would only attack the person it was locked onto. The blind boy didn't have to worry about innocent bystanders getting hurt. Akan was speechless as she watched the Amazons. She just couldn't believe the display of power and skill Ranma had demonstrated. Nabiki, however, was on her back and unconscious. After seeing Ranma win over Ryoga, the middle Tenbo's sister had fainted dead away, realizing the huge sum that she would lose paying off the bets. Her flunkies, however, were not as fortunate as they were besieged by a mob of students that were demanding that they pay off their winnings. On the field, Ryoga remained sprawled on the ground as the ancient Amazon congratulated Ranma. Well done, Ranma. You do our tribe proud. Thank you, Elder Cologne. Ranma replied. A while later, when the sun was just setting, Ranma was happily walking along the streets, his delivery completed. Pepper had given him an address that wasn't far from the restaurant and sent him to deliver the takeout order. After the food was brought to the address and the money was received, Ranma headed back to the restaurant. As he made his way, he kept his senses peeled for any sign of Janma and his friend, should they try to kidnap him again. When he sensed a key signature that was similar to Soon's, he went into a ready stance. It was then that he noted that it wasn't Soon Tendo, but rather someone who was related to him. As he reached out with his senses, he felt an aura that was as pleasing to him as Jasmine's. He detected a high level of serenity and calm, emphasized by a kindness not unlike his adopted mother's. It made him feel warm and fuzzy inside and he decided to investigate. Kasumi Tendo had decided to have a warm cup of tea at a small coffee shop, before heading back to the dojo with the groceries. The establishment was packed and she had the only empty booth left. As she heard the front door open, she turned her gaze toward the front and saw a young man in his late teens or so enter the establishment. Her heart rate began to increase slightly as she took in his appearance. This person may look younger than herself, but this was no mere boy. He was tall and well-formed. She blushed slightly as she saw the rippling muscles of his arms and chest. The red Chinese shirt he was wearing did little to hide the lean, firmly toned torso. His hair was a luxuriant black and was tied up in a loose ponytail that went to his mid-back. The rest of him was just as pleasing to her eyes as well as to the eyes of all the other girls who had caught sight of him. He also seemed to radiate warmth and a maturity that seemed to go beyond his years. However, it was the eyes that captivated her the most. They were the most striking shade of blue that she had ever seen. However, it puzzled her that his eyes didn't seem to move or react to the bright neon sign as he passed by it. He didn't even blink as he got a full glare of the bright light. Ranma quickly located the source of the aura and began walking toward it. He noted that she was female and gauged her age to be around 19 or 20. His seventh sense picked up the bags of groceries beside her and that she was sitting alone in a booth. He began probing even deeper into her aura and detected a few more things that his initial scan had missed. He sensed a self-imposed barrier over her innermost emotions. He determined by her aura that she had experienced a traumatic event in her life that had caused her to erect that barrier. Ranma also picked up a feeling of tiredness, and guessed that a tremendous burden is put on this person daily. He detected an enormous sense of responsibility as well as a sense of duty. He could feel extreme honor and loyalty within this person. She was a gentle and caring soul. Less than she single quote D make a good healer. Greater than Ranma was a bit surprised to find these characteristics in someone that was related to Akan and Soon, but the similarities were present. There were also minute pieces of their auras mixed in with hers, indicating that she was regularly in contact with them. Ranma then chided himself for thinking that she was like Akan and Soon. Just because Akan was a violent maniac and her father was an obsessive idiot, didn't mean that the entire family was the same. This one was different, and although he would never fulfill the pledge, Ranma decided that he wanted to at least get to know the other members of the Tendo clan. Excuse me, but is this seat taken? Kasumi was a bit shaken that this handsome boy was talking to her, but she quickly regained her composure. Oh no. You may sit here if you wish. Thank you. Ranma sat down and said, "It's so crowded in here. I'm glad that there was a seat left. That single quote is alright. Ranma paused to use his sense of smell. A slight sniff was all he needed. Excuse me, is that Earl Grey?" He pointed to the cup in her hand. Why yes it is. How did you know? Ranma shrugged nonchalantly and tapped the side of his nose. Let's just say that I have a nose for these sort of things. He gestured for the waiter and ordered a cup of tea. He then turned back to Kasumi. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Ranma Sodom. Kasumi perked up when she heard this. Oh, so you're Akan's fiancé. I'm pleased to finally meet you. I'm Akan's sister, Kasumi. Ranma took a deep breath. He had been expecting this reaction. In a gentle but firm tone he replied, "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Tendo, but I'm afraid that you are mistaken. I am not her fiancé. But your father and mine had." Ranma held up a hand, and said, "Miss Tendo, despite what my father and yours have told you, I assure you that I have no intention of ever marrying your sister. To be quite honest, and mind you, I had nothing against your family personally, but I will never fulfill the pledge to unite the schools. But it is a matter of family honor. Honor is good and all, but I will not be forced into a marriage that was made by my poor excuse for a parent who thinks that I'm just a piece of property to be sold off to the highest bidder. But Ranma held up his hand again and said, "Before you say anything else, let me explain a few things that may help you understand why I had no wish to follow through with this. Kasumi was about to protest again but then kept silent. She nodded her head and waited for Ranma to continue. Ranma nodded as he paused to try and think up a way to best explain to her. Less than HMM. How do I go about doing this? Should I tell her about me being blind? No, I can't. I really don't want her pity. But she seems like a nice person and I don't think there would be any harm in telling her. Maybe I should just lay all my cards on the table. It would certainly make things easier to explain why I don't want to go through with Pop's stupid ideas. But I was nuts! Greater than the eldest Tendo girl waited for Ranma to explain as she took in his features. He was a handsome boy and seemed very well mannered. She couldn't take her attention away from those eyes. They were beautiful eyes and seemed to relay a kind of willful determination, yet sadness at the same time. It was then that she noticed something. Near the edges of his eyes were tiny pink lines. She looked a little closer and saw that they were scars, which indicated an injury that had been sustained many years ago. She also noticed something else as an ambulance with its sirens blazing and lights going past by the shop. Since they were in a booth near the front window pane, they got quite an earful and Kasumi had to turn away slightly from the bright lights. Ranma, however, didn't even blink. However, she did notice that Ranma gritted his teeth a little at the sound of the sirens. It was then that she took another look at his eyes and wondered why she never noticed it before. The eyes never moved and didn't seem to be focused on anything. The pupils were always dilated and never constricting in turn with any bright light that came his way. She also thought about the way he reacted to the siren's noise and how he knew she was drinking Earl Grey tea. She began to suspect that Ranma was hiding something important and she was beginning to suspect what it was. There was one way to test her theory. I don't know how I can explain this to you without letting you know about some things about me. I don't even know where to start. Ranma said finally. How about starting with the fact that you're blind? Kasumi said in the quietest whisper she could manage. Huh? Ranma was more than shocked as he turned toward Kasumi. Kasumi smiled a bit as she saw his reaction. As she expected, the muscles around his eyes acted accordingly by widening, but the pupils still remained the same. Usually, when a person is confronted with a shock, the pupils would change with his eyelids. Ranma's senses picked up her feelings of triumph and realized that he had fallen into the trap. How did you ? The clues were all there, but I must admit that you had me fooled for a while. Contrary to popular belief, Kasumi was not totally oblivious to things outside the Tendo home. In fact, she had an intelligent mind that rivaled Nebiki's and was even far more observant than the middle sister, who relied more on her flunkies to gather information. Your eyes didn't blink when you passed by that neon sign or when that ambulance came by. Your pupils don't change and your eyes don't move to focus in on anything. You knew what kind of tea I was drinking by its smell and you winced a bit at the sirens. You heard me say that you were blind even though I said it in the barest whisper that I could. I've heard that blind people have been able to develop their senses of smell and hearing to a level better than a sighted person. S. Double quote, very perceptive of you. Ranma admitted as he gained new respect for Kasumi. I must say that you caught on faster than most people have. I thought that no one in Mirima could have figured it out. Double quote, I must admit, from what Nebiki and Akan have told me, you've handled yourself far better than a person who can see. Now about that explanation ? Double quote, Ranma shook his head while smiling and began speaking. Well, since you've figured it out, I guess it wouldn't hurt to get a few things off my chest. In any case, you're right. I am clinically blind. I was born with sight but I lost it at a very early age, due to my father's poor judgment. Double quote, Kasumi listened intently as Ranma began his story. To be continued. Author's notes. I got the idea of the Spirit Seeker after seeing an episode of Dragon Ball Z. Yamcha's guided energy ball seemed to fit in well with Ranma's condition. I also came up with the idea of the key cutter. Ranma uses his ki extensively, so it made sense that he would know a few key attacks and defenses. For those of you who think that Ryoga's battle with Ranma wasn't intensive enough, take note that Ranma had received training that was a lot harder than canon. Living with the Amazons had toughened him up to a higher degree than in the anime or manga. Also, remember that Ryoga has not received the breaking point training and therefore doesn't have the high endurance that he normally has. Ranma on the other hand had received extensive strength and endurance training from sparring with Dao. Since Ranma knew an advanced version of the breaking point, he had to find another way to increase his endurance and toughness. This revision is to help make things a bit more smoothly and to show that Kasumi isn't really on a prescription of Valium. After all, she can't be that dense and I figured that she would be more attracted to this Ranma. Fighting blind. Know that there's a disclaimer somewhere in this. Less than greater than. Thoughts. Chapter 8. Akan and her sisters Part 1 left parenthesis. No, we're not talking about that episode! Right parenthesis. Double quote. When I was 5, Jeanma had taken me away from my mother for a training trip. Life was very harsh as my father subjected me to what he thought would make me into a great martial artist. However, Jeanma has all the intelligence of a tree stump. Ranma said the last part with some anger. His voice had no indication of any respect for his father. Double quote. Now that's not very nice to speak of your father like that, Kasumi interjected. I'm certain that he had all your best interests and welfare in mind. Ranma snorted. HMPF. It was more like he had only his best interests and welfare in mind. To him, I was just his meal ticket! What do you mean? I can assume that Ranma hasn't really told you anything except that fairy tale about me being kidnapped by the Amazons and being brainwashed by them? Kasumi gave Well, me tell you, I am thinking quite clearly. If it wasn't for a gentle Amazon healer, I would have never have lived past my 9th birthday. What happened? After a series of so-called training exercises, which included stealing, lying and cheating, my father came across a manual that described a technique called the Nakoken or cat fist. He thought it would turn me into an unbeatable fighter, and the training was deceptively simple. He wrapped me up in fish sausage and threw me into a pit of starving cats. Oh dear. Kasumi couldn't think of anything to describe it. Who would do such a thing to a child? When she imagined an image of Ranma throwing a young boy into a pit of howling and starving felines, she tried very hard to keep that tea she drank from coming back up. Let me tell you, it was something that I never want to experience again. However, I was subjected to that training process several times, when I didn't learn the technique on the first try. And every time that he subjected me to that, I felt a small part of my very sanity being eaten away. Kami-sama only knows what would have happened to me if I had been thrown in that pit one too many times. Mind you, he didn't just use fish sausage. He threw me in with sardines, fish cakes, smelt and even bathed me in fish oil. Ranma's tone became sarcastic. Yeah. Like that's going to make a difference. However, around the 10th attempt, my father had thought that he was using too much bait and not enough cats. So he threw me down into the pit with twice as many cats and only half the food. That proved to be the worst decision he could ever make. Ranma paused and then said in a low and sad voice, "The cats became more maddened with hunger with so little food, and they attacked me with even more ferocity. The last thing I saw was a set of claws as they ripped my eyes apart." Ranma tapped the right side of his face near the temple, indicating the scars. Kasumi was rendered speechless. Ranma's senses detected the emotions coming from Kasumi. He felt her shock and horror. He nodded and continued on. Despite the hospital's best efforts, my eyesight was permanently gone. Some structural surgery corrected most of the superficial damage, but my eyes were rendered useless because of the training. After all this, however, Ranma had learned absolutely nothing from the experience. A day after I had gotten out of surgery, he broke into the hospital. He stole me from the intensive care ward to continue the training. For 2 years, he dragged me all over Japan and China while beating me senseless. Ranma did nothing for my handicap and expected me to adapt as he continued the training. I couldn't even defend myself as my health deteriorated. My father wasn't very much when it came to childcare, and it wasn't long before I was just barely getting by on what little food that I could get from him. Then, when I just turned 8, he got wind of some legendary healing spring in the Qinghai province in China. He took me there and almost drowned me several times, hoping that the waters would restore my sight. As it turned out, the healing spring was just a myth, and the place was actually the water supply of the Amazon village. Double quote, so that's how you became part of the Amazons? Double quote. Ranma nodded. A kind healer by the name of Jasmine rescued me from Ranma and helped me heal both physically and mentally. She gave me a proper diet, made certain I had my vaccinations, and cared for me as if she was my own mother. In fact, she was about the closest thing to a mother that I ever had. Ranma had never let me contact my real mother or even know where she lived. After all I had been put through, you can probably guess why. Although Jasmine couldn't do anything for my eyesight, she was acquainted with a master of a fighting style called the Unseen Light. He was the one who helped me overcome my disability. He and Jasmine raised me like the parents that I never had. Double quote, I see. Kasumi said quietly. Her heart went out toward this young man. He was showing a vulnerability that appealed to her, which made her mothering instinct come to the surface. She was also impressed with the way he was handling his disability. He displayed a kind of strength and maturity that she had not expected from someone younger than she was. He was tall, handsome, and was very sure of his abilities. He also had a gentle side to him, and it was very easy for her to take a liking to him. He wasn't like the perverted jerk that Akane had labeled him as when she came home from school that day. Ranma continued with his narrative. In any case, my father had already proven that he couldn't make a good call on judgment if his life depended on it. Ranma said as some of the anger came back into his voice. I want nothing more to do with him, and I certainly won't uphold any bargains that he made on my behalf. Knowing him, he probably made that pledge when he was drunk. Either that or he was trading me off for some food. Double quote, what do you mean? Kasumi asked, still in a state of disbelief over what he had told her so far. There was more ? Double quote, he hasn't told anyone about those other little details, now has he? Ranma took Kasumi's silence as an affirmative. Well, even though he wasn't raising me anymore, he still considered me as a bargaining chip to feed his fat stomach. About a year ago, some guy came to the village with his daughter and claimed that Ranma had agreed to engage me to the girl in exchange for some rice, pickles, and a fish. Double quote, Kasumi was a little more than shocked at that revelation. Now, you must be joking. A look at Ranma's stern expression told her that he wasn't. But the pledge to our family, Ranma shrugged, must have slipped his mind. And that wasn't the only time he's pulled that stunt. Including the promise he made to your family. By my count, I figure that Ranma had engaged me to no less than 15 girls. One of those times, he engaged me to triplets. That stupid panda doesn't know what restraint is. much less a vow of honor. Nearly all those families had come to the village looking to claim me. Of course, that doesn't include all the restaurants and businesses that Ranma had cheated out of the bill and used me for collateral. Double quote, he did that. Kasumi mind reeled, and it was apparent that she was reaching her threshold on reality. This was father's dear old friend ? Ranma nodded again. Whenever my father would eat or take something in China, he would always say, "Send the bill to the Joksuzoku, care of Ranma Sodom." Since he would always get away without paying, the businesses had no choice but to look at the village and demand payment. Kami-sama. Ranma huffed in annoyance. That happened so many times that the Amazons had to give out death threats to several dozen restaurant owners and business people before they got the hint to leave us alone. That was one reason why I left the village. I didn't want them to be bothered any further by Ranma's stupidity. Ranma's voice went up a few notches as his temper began to simmer. Using his senses, he detected the disbelief and shock in Kasumi, then calmed down a bit. If you still don't believe it, then find out for yourself. Next time you see that fat panda, mention the name Daikaku, Lizang or Kirikai and watch his reaction. I'll bet that he'll either sweat a lot or try to avoid the subject. If there's one thing that my father was good at, it's dodging the consequences of his actions. Double quote. Ranma sensed that Kasumi was still in a state of disbelief and decided that she needed some time to think about what he had just told her. Placing some yen coins on the table to pay for his tea, he got up and nodded his head to Kasumi. It has been a pleasure talking to you, Miss Tendo. It was good to get some of that off my chest. But remember that I had nothing against you or your family, other than the fact that your father is determined to force me into a marriage with Akan. However, since this is due to one of Ranma's promises, then I will refuse it. Furthermore, and please forgive the crude remark, but I had no intention of wedding an ill-mannered brat. Double quote. Kasumi was about to protest to the description of her younger sister, but Ranma held up a hand. I'm sure that you consider Akan as a good person, and underneath all that hostility, she might be. However, you have to agree that she needs to improve on her treatment of others, especially toward the opposite gender. She also requires a serious attitude adjustment and has to realize that the world is not there just to suit her. She tends to judge people by her own narrow-minded standards, and I find that reprehensible. I cannot understand why no one has taught her better manners. If she is not shown that her behavior is unacceptable, she'll go right on thinking that at island sooner or later, someone else besides Emmy is going to put his foot down and she's going to be under it! Double quote. Kasumi couldn't help but nod at that assessment. Akan was a bit self-absorbed, and the elder sister had despaired when her sibling couldn't control her temper and lashed out at people in anger. She had to admit, Akan's temper tantrums were unbecoming and showed that she was slow in maturing. She gasped a bit when Ranma gently placed his fingers on her face, then relaxed as she realized that this was how a blind individual could see another person's face. She let this little lapse in proper manners go as she closed her eyes and let him run his fingertips across her cheeks, nose and mouth. She shivered slightly as his warmth passed over her. Then he withdrew his touch and sat up. Double quote, I single quote, am very surprised that you are related to Akan and her father. You are very different from your sister and Mr. Tendo. From what my fingers had just told me, you have a face which matches the beauty of your soul. Kasumi blushed at the comment. Ranma then quietly walked toward the entrance, pausing at the door to say something else to Kasumi. Without turning around, Ranma said, "Oh, and by the way, Miss Tendo, I would prefer that the knowledge of my condition remain between the two of us. It's not that I have anything to hide, but I'd rather not be an object for anyone's pity." With these words, the unseen light martial artist left the shop and headed for home. The eldest Tendo daughter sat in her booth and was deep in thought. This Ranma Sodom showed great insight despite his inability to see. He was mature and quite refined, considering that he had lived in a simple and isolated environment for most of his life. He had endured incredible hardships, which had only made him stronger. Kasumi did not feel any pity for Ranma. Rather, she was in awe at how he had overcome his disability. He had suffered much at the hands of his father, and the promise between the Sodoms and the Tendos would only subject him to more pressure and pain, especially since both fathers were determined to have Akan marry him. With the youngest sister's violent tendencies, Kasumi couldn't help but feel sorry for Ranma. There was no doubt in Kasumi's mind. Ranma Sodom was a special person. He was the sort of person that Kasumi could become very fond of, and perhaps, someone she could love. Meanwhile, Ranma walked along the streets deep in thought. Less than why the heck did I tell her all that ? Greater than the blind boy couldn't understand it. One moment he was just sitting down and having a cup of tea. The next moment he was relating his life story to her. He couldn't help it. Something about her personality and aura just made him want to open up. She reminded him so much of Jasmine and he felt comfortable talking to her. From what he read of her aura, Kasumi was a gentle soul. She was caring, polite and would make any man who married her look forward to coming home every night. If it weren't for that stupid pledge, Ranma might have let himself fall for someone like her. She wasn't a fighter, but she had an inner strength that easily rivaled any warrior in the village. Less than what am I thinking? I can't get involved with her. She's a Tendo and I swore that I would never uphold the promise that idiot Janma made. No, sir. Not in a billion years! Greater than he then chuckled a bit. Besides, I don't want to have a lot of jealous Amazons after me. Back in China, Ranma had quite a few female warriors whose goal was to capture his heart. The very next day, Nebiki and her factors were gathered in front of a large tree in the schoolyard. After handing a large lot of yen notes to an excited student, she turned to her crew to assess the damage. All right girls, Just where do we stand? ? One subordinate with long brown hair looked down at a printout and read out the results. We were really lucky, Nebiki. Most of those bettors already had money out to us and their winnings cancelled out their debts. We only ended up paying off 11,000 yen overall. Another girl nodded. Yeah, but we can't take another loss like that. Boss, I think that it would be best not to have odds put on Sodom again. He's just too good! ! Nebiki nodded as she gave out new instructions to her crew. Keep tailing that new guy and find out all that you can about him. I know it's been tough trying to keep tabs on him, but something's bound to slip out sooner or later. I'll do the same. There's something about Ranma Sodom that doesn't feel right and I aim to find out what. I have a feeling that he may yet be profitable. And with any future fights, have the bets made on Ranma based on how fast he wins, how many hits he takes or something along those lines. After her lackeys left, Nebiki was deep in thought as she considered her options. She thought of the events of the previous day and had to agree with her flunky. Ranma had shown extraordinary ability and it wasn't good for business if she had to keep on paying off wagers made on him. If he continued to win, then Nebiki would have to declare bankruptcy before she graduated. The loss she suffered today was sizable but manageable. The dojo's budget was going to be tight this month though. However, this was not a favorable condition. She had lost her hold on a number of students since their debts were cancelled out. Furthermore, she also had her family to think about. Soon Tendo may own a dojo, but he didn't teach any classes. Soon had proven too emotional to be a sensei and Akan was his only student. He tended to let his emotions out at full blast and this was seen as a lack of discipline, driving away any potential pupils. Also, since he didn't have any regular source of income, it had fallen to Nebiki to support the family and pay the bills. Kasumi was already overburdened with the household duties and Akan was too busy with Kuno and the other boys to be of any help. Unfortunately, since the school board did not normally allow students to hold jobs, Nebiki had been forced to find other means of generating income. It was her reputation as a mercenary, which had earned her the nickname of the Ice Queen. As much as she liked the control it gave her over the other students, she found that it also had its drawbacks. Just about all the boys in school were afraid of her for fear of being blackmailed or charged for services. Getting a date was hard enough and after Kuno had made that stupid decree with defeating Akan, Nebiki was forced to spend her weekends alone. This was one of the things that she resented about her younger sister. Akan's vanity had gotten a big boost and although she constantly denied it, Nebiki knew that the little princess enjoyed the attention she received. Less than spoiled brat. Greater than thinking of Akan made Nebiki think of Ranma again. He was a mystery. He was handsome, tall and showed considerable skills in the martial arts and music. He had shown great respect toward the opposite gender. His actions so far had been the main topic of the school. The martial arts clubs wanted to sign him on. The music teacher had been having wild dreams of crushing the competition of the other schools if she could get that flute player. Apparently, Takariko Shinsho had taken it personally with regards to Furankin's poor music performance for the last 3 years. Lastly, nearly all of the eligible girls, herself included, had been captivated by his good looks and charm. Here was someone who would not bow and scrape Yuakan and wasn't afraid to give her a piece of his mind. The middle daughter had been surprised when she learned that her father had promised to engage him to one of his daughters. Lately though, Sun and his freeloading friend were absolutely determined that Akan marry him. Nabiki wondered why that was. After all, the pledge did not specify which daughter he had to marry. But after returning from their latest attempt to retrieve Ranma, the two conspirators were goading Akan to defeat Ranma. Something that Nabiki seriously doubted that Akan would do any time soon if ever. That got her to thinking. If they were so determined that Ranma marry Akan, then why the big deal over her defeating him? Ranma was a mystery, and if there was one thing that made money, it was finding out the secret to that mystery. Nabiki made a mental note to find out just what that secret was as she saw Ranma and the Amazons approach the school. For the rest of the school day, Nabiki watched Ranma from afar. As usual, Ranma was confronted several times by Kuno in his quest to free Akan and his Amazon beauties. Of course, Ranma paid no heed as he took out the poetry spouting Kendus with no more effort than was necessary each time they clashed. She made careful observations to his behavior and tried not to get too close. It was at that time that she noticed a few things. At about lunch, Ranma was playing that silver flute of his when Kuno appeared to attack him. At noon, Ranma showed him. Prepare for your final reckoning! ! Ranma S seventh sense was already tracking Kuno's wooden sword as it came down on top of him. A moment later, it made a deep gash in the tree that the blind martial artist had been sitting against. Ranma was already out of harm's way as he moved over to the side and used a sweet kick to knock the Kendus off his feet. He was still playing a lively tune on his instrument as he waited for Kuno to rise. Kuno became even more enraged as his opponent didn't seem to be taking him seriously. He charged at him and swung at him several times, but Ranma simply danced out of the way. Fiend. You dare to mock the great blue thunder? The blind martial artist made a casual flip over Kuno's head, pausing in his playing to rap his opponent on the noggin with his flute. How dare you? Arrgh! Kuno launched another attack, only to have it turned aside by a roundhouse kick. Another slash was evaded, then another and another. By this time Kuno became really steamed. You continued to mock the great warrior Takewaki Kuno? Ranma stopped in his playing as he landed a dozen feet from his antagonist. Warrior? Oh please. You're not a warrior. You don't have any clue to that concept. Take this fiend. Strike. 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 Strike! 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 Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma single quote. Sixth sense picked up the increase in ki as he whipped back and forth to dodge the sudden barrage of thrusts that the Kendust directed at him. Nebiki saw that the statue behind Ranma was beginning to crumble as Kuno continued his assault. Ranma double quote would up just by the air pressure alone. Less than Kuno's single quote has never done this against Akan. Then again, I've always suspected that he holds back against her. Greater than Ranma, however, wasn't too impressed as he continued to play, his melody picking up the tempo in time with the sword thrusts. Less than cute, but it's nowhere near as fast as the Amagurakan technique. Oh well. Greater than after a few more of the attacks, Ranma could sense that his opponent was tiring. His breathing was getting heavier and he was starting to sweat a bit. Less than time to end this. Greater than as the last thrust went by, Ranma stopped in his playing and used his flute in a twisting motion to disarm Kuno. The Kendust was shocked that this upstart was winning as he saw his weapon go flying off. But this time, he came prepared. Reaching into his robes, he withdrew a second booking and charged. His flash, however, was parried as Ranma focused his ki into his flute, strengthening the net until it was as strong as steel. Before Kuno could react, Ranma sent a rapid punch to his gut, then followed through with a 7-hit combo to his face and chest with the flute. Kuno staggered back as Ranma took a stance with the flute held high. Double quote. Listen up, Kuno. Here's some ancient Chinese Amazon advice. A true warrior looks to the eyes and sees with the mind and heart. Ranma then used his senses to determine where the sun's rays were directed, then used his flute to reflect the sunlight into Kuno's eyes. Double quote. Kuno winced as he got an eyeful of brightness. He closed his eyes and had one arm held up. He then felt something slam into his gut. The Kendust reeled back from the force of Ranma's kick and slammed into a wall, causing concrete to crumble. He slumped to the ground and lost his grip on his bookin. The wooden sword clattered to the ground as Kuno was on the ground dazed. Ranma then said, "An idiot such as yourself is content to stare at his opponent's weapon." Ranma then calmly walked toward the school, resuming his melody on the flute. Nebiki was impressed at how Ranma handled Kuno so easily, but then she got to thinking. Ranma's eyes did not shut themselves when he reflected that light. They didn't even blink and he got the same brightness as Kuno did. As she thought about that little exchange, she also realized that Ranma hadn't even looked in Kuno's direction once. A couple of other times when Kuno attacked him, Ranma had left his back wide open, and yet would always counter the Kendust with casual ease. It was almost as if he had some kind of built-in radar. She went to follow him some more. As the day wore on, Nebiki made several more observations on Ranma. Unknown to her, the subject in question had long since been aware of the middle Tenbo's sister tailing him. Either it was her or one of her flunkies. Not that Ranma cared about it. He knew that his actions were causing many people to wonder about him, but so long as it wasn't used against him, then he would let them wonder. In any case, He had wanted to get some more information on Nebiki. After meeting Kasumi, he had been wondering just what the rest of the Tendo family was like. What better way to find out than to study Nebiki as she was studying him? Nebiki kept out of sight and would usually put a distance of 30 feet or so between them. By using the telescopic lens of her camera, she would snap pictures of him as he went about his business. However, as she was observing him, he was studying her. Ranma single quote S seventh sense was unlike any other sensory ability as it gave him a three-dimensional view of his surroundings. It had a normal range of 50 yards in all directions, and could detect things as small as a beetle. With increased concentration, Ranma could extend that range to 150 yards or use it to probe beneath the surface of an object. This ability served him well back in the village as a healer, as it allowed him to assess a physical injury without the use of X-ray machines or sonograms. He could easily locate Nebiki no matter where she hid. His sixth sense had an even greater range and was finely tuned. As of now he was picking up the Tendo girl's aura as she was hiding behind a tree, at a distance of 25 feet, 9 inches from where he was standing. He began focusing his senses on her and smiled a bit at her attempts at trying to remain hidden. Making a bit of a display and trying to look casual, he began reading into her aura. He detected a strong will and a keen intelligence. It was like Kasumi's, but it was more cunning. He also sensed a bit of a self-imposed barrier as well, similar to what he found in the elder sister. Ranma assumed that she had shared the same tragedy as her sibling. It was directed a little differently, however. Instead of feigning ignorance and indifference to the outside world, Nebiki's aura showed a commanding nature to it. Unlike Kasumi, who tended to discount the bad characteristics about people and things, her younger sister's personality was read as one who takes control of her environment and the people in it. She dealt with her pain by taking charge and giving orders. Ranma also discovered a curious side to her as well as a hidden sensitive side that was suppressed. In a way, she was the middle sister in the metaphysical sense. Kasumi was the serenity and the calm, while Akan was the fury and high emotions. Nebiki was smack dab in the middle. She had control, yet she could let out strong emanations that were just as powerful as any kick or punch. Nebiki could fight back. It was just that she did it in a different way. Instead of using her fists and feet, she used her mind. Ranma had learned early on in the Amazon village that not all battles could be won by physical means alone. Ranma continued to let Nebiki tail him as he went through the day. He went up against with Kuno a few more times and would give him several lessons in proper manners as he thrashed him. Nebiki made more observations and compiled them with the reports of her other associates. After the final bell had rung, Ranma left the school with his sister Amazons as Nebiki set up a small meeting with two of her lieutenants to compare notes. "Alright girls, just what I've learned about Sodong?" Manaka, a pretty girl with brown hair did up in a ponytail, began reading her report. "Well, Ranma has already gone up against Kuno 10 times today. As per your orders, we began taking bets on how fast Ranma could defeat him. We made a profit of 7,000 yen total. Double quote, not bad. Nebiki nodded to the other girl. How about you, Saiko? Anything unusual about Sodong? Double quote. The girl had short black hair cut in a mannish style. She looked down at her notepad and read over what she had written down. After a moment, she said, well, I haven't exactly seen anything totally bizarre or anything, but I did notice a few things. Double quote, like what? Double quote. Well, I've got him in my history class. Mr. Shinako asked him to read a passage from our text. When he started reading, well, what is it? Double quote. He didn't seem to look at the book he was reading. His eyes weren't moving and he ran his fingers along the page. He bent over a bit toward the book. Double quote. Well, that's interesting. It could be that he's near-sighted. Double quote. No way. Manaka protested. After what I saw in gym class, he can't be near-sighted! Double quote. What do you mean? Nebiki asked with interest. Double quote. I saw him practice archery at the target range and he hit a perfect bullseye every time. And he did it from a distance of 100 yards. He even split his arrows like in that foreign movie Robin Hood. Later on, I saw him secretly shoot some baskets in the old court behind the school. He did it all from beyond the three-point line. 75 consecutive baskets, and nothing but net. Coach Najera has been pestering him to sign up for the basketball and archery teams. Now you can't tell me that he's nearsighted when he can do all that. Double quote. Nebiki nodded as she turned to Saiko. Well, that scratches that theory. Double quote. Then again, Manaka continued. If you want to know any strange things about him, I did see a few things that were peculiar. Double quote. What kind of things? Double quote. Well, remember those 75 consecutive baskets? Well, get this. He did make 30 of those baskets while he had his back turned to the hoop. Double quote. Say what? Saiko said in surprise. Double quote. No, I mean it. I have the videotape. It looked like he was just playing around. He made some fancy rebound and hook shots, but every throw went through the basket dead on. It was like he knew where the basket was. That guy must be psychic or have eyes in the back of his head. Double quote. That could just be pure luck. Saiko suggested. Double quote. No, I don't think so. Nebiki interjected. 30 consecutive baskets without even seeing the hoop. You girls know that I pride myself on math, and what Manaka has described was impossible. The odds of doing what Ranma did are astronomical. She looked back at Manaka. What else can you tell me about what you saw about him? Double quote. Well, seeing him fight Kuno all those times got me to thinking. Have you ever noticed that Ranma almost never starts an attack? Except for that fight against that Ryoga guy? He always seems to let his opponent make the first move, and then he turns it against him. It's as if he's always waiting for the other guy to make a move before doing something. Yeah, I noticed it too. Saeko nodded as she thought back to Ranma's previous fights. Come to think of it, I don't remember him actually face an opponent. What do you mean? Nabiki inquired. Well, have you actually seen Ranma make eye contact with whoever he's fighting? I mean, Kuno has tried to get him from behind a lot, but Ranma never seems to turn in his direction. He'd just use some kind of fancy move while still having his back to him, and Kuno would be sucking dirt. It's like, I don't know, his body's got some kind of early warning system and that he reacts on reflex when someone tries to blindside him. The middle sister of the Tendo clan thought back to all the times Ranma had fought against Kuno, Akan, and Ryoga. She had to admit, her flunkies were right. It seemed that Ranma possessed a sense of awareness of his surroundings that was way better than anyone else she knew did. Her father had once spoken about a martial artist's heightened sense of his environment, but what Ranma was capable of went far beyond anyone's perception of the concept. Just how was Ranma able to accomplish this? Nabiki shook her head in weariness. There were just too many variables for her to sort out at the moment. She decided to end the meeting and head for home. After dismissing her flunkies for the day, she made her way to the Tendo compound. As she entered the house, she noted that her father and his friend were not out on the back porch playing their usual game of shogi. It had become a habit for those two to partake in a few games before and after dinner. Of course, Sun and Janma were more skilled at cheating than at actually playing. Hello Nabiki. Welcome home. The middle daughter nodded to her elder sibling. Hi Kasumi. Where's Daddy and that friend of his? Nabiki's eyes slightly narrowed as she saw the tiny, almost imperceptible irritation in Kasumi's expression when she mentioned Janma. Kasumi quickly smothered her newfound disgust of Janma as she replied, Father and Mr. Sodom went out. They told me that they had a little business to take care of. Unknown to Nabiki, Kasumi had confronted Janma with his past actions. She had approached the fat martial artist while he was playing a game of shogi with Sun. She was holding some mail at the time. When her father had asked if there were something for him, Kasumi had decided to test out Ranma's claims of Janma's dishonorable conduct. An hour ago Kasumi rifled through the mail. Most of it was junk mail with advertisements for some restaurant. She began reading out aloud, I'm afraid it's all just more junk mail, Father. There's a flyer for the opening of a new restaurant that belongs to a family named Daikaku. Gulp. Janma flinched a bit the sound of the name. Sodom. Is there something wrong? Oh no. Nothing's wrong, Tendo. Janma began laughing nervously as he instinctively edged away a bit. Kasumi continued reading the flyer. It seems they're advertising a sale at their grand opening. The first 100 customers get a free appetizer of fish, rice and pickles. Double quote. Ranma tailed a bit as he edged away a little more. Kasumi could see the first beads of sweat forming near that cloth he wore on his bald head. Double quote. Sodom question mark. Double quote isn't single quote tea a bit warm tonight question mark. Double quote well, I suppose so. Sodom. Double quote. Kasumi maintained her gentle appearance as she looked at the flyer. Oh my! Here's a picture of the owner. Oh, what big ears he has. And this must be his daughter beside him. She's very lovely. She'd make a beautiful bride. Double quote. Let me see that. Kasumi soon said as he reached out for the flyer. It was then that Ranma went into a state of panic. Grabbing his friend by the shoulder, he quickly said, "Hey Tendo, why don't we go out and hit that new bar that opened up? We can grab a couple of drinks while we plan to get Akan with Ranma exclamation point. Double quote. Now, it's a little early for that. Double quote nonsense. The sooner we can get her married to my son, the sooner will the future of the schools of the anything goes martial arts be assured. Besides, we could use a good drink right about now. Double quote soon looked at his friend with some confusion, then shrugged. All right. I guess we can do that. He looked up at Kasumi. We'll be out for a while, so tell your sisters that we'll be taking care of certain matters. Double quote. All right, father. Double quote. A few minutes later, the two schemers went out the door and were long gone, leaving Kasumi alone with her thoughts. Her mind was not at all filled with kind images as she realized that Ranma had been correct. His father was a dishonorable pig. Looking down at the flyer, she breathed out a sigh of relief. Fortunately for her, she had yet to tell an untruth as she read the flyer out loud. Double quote. Come to the grand opening of the Daikaku restaurant of martial arts takeout. Double quote. Oh exclamation point. The present time. Nebiki arched an eyebrow when Kasumi had told her that their father and his friend were out drinking and taking care of business. Less than either they're planning to jump Ranma again and try to drag him into the dojo, or they've come up with some half-baked scheme to get him and Akan together. I still don't get why they're so set on hooking him up with her though. Greater than double quote. Akan not home yet question mark. Double quote. No. She told me that she was going out with some of her friends to a movie. She'll be back later. In any case, I am glad that you're here, Nebiki. Kasumi paused for a moment while wringing the dish towels she had in her hands. I need to talk to you about Ranma. Double quote. Oh. What do you mean question mark. Double quote. Well, there's a few things that I have to tell you about Ranma. You see, he and I have had a little discussion. Double quote. You single quote met him. You talked to him question mark. Double quote. Yes, I met him in a coffee shop yesterday, and he told me a few things that Mr. Sodom had neglected to tell us. Double quote. Really? Tell me all about it. Nebiki hadn't expected Kasumi to have any information about the mysterious boys. Then again, information was information. no matter where it came from. Well, Kasumi wasn't sure if it was right to reveal Ranma's condition, but after hearing his tale, she felt that it was unfair that Akan was so quick to judge him and that others wanted to use him for their own greed. Then she remembered Ranma's request to keep it a secret, as he had no wish to be pitied. But what Kasumi felt for him was not pity, at least for his condition. She had a great deal of admiration and respect for him being able to cope with such a disability, and besides, his maturity and gentle nature appealed to her. After a long moment, she finally decided not to keep it bottled up any longer. She had to tell someone. Since her mother was gone, Nebiki was the most likely to understand. However, she knew of her sister's ways. Nebiki, before I tell you anything, you must promise to me that you will not use this information against Ranma. I mean it, Nebiki. Ranma has gone through a lot of pain and suffering. Far more than you would ever know. I will not stand for it if you were to use this information to exploit or hurt him! Nebiki was about to protest but then saw the seriousness in her eyes. She was very surprised and a little intimidated by it. She had rarely seen her older sister get this worked up. The only other times she would be this way is when their father would go into one of his emotional outbursts or when Akan would throw one of her temper tantrums. That was a Kasumi in which to be reckoned with. The fact that she was showing an interest in a man was also cause for concern. The sweet, innocent keeper of the Tendo home had yet to show any attraction toward the opposite gender, as she had kept mostly to the house. Kasumi's sister looked at her and saw that tiny spark in her eyes. It was just a faint glimmer, but it was there all right. Nebiki had prided herself on being a good judge of character, and she could tell by the signs. Big sister was attracted to Ranma. Whatever he said to her yesterday must have had a big impact on her. Kasumi was not a very easy person to get close to, since she had taken over their mother's duties after she had passed away. She was always ready to make any sacrifice to ensure that her family ate well, lived in a clean home and wore clean clothes. She had become isolated from the outside world and had given up on trying to find her own personal happiness, in order to make her family happy. Nebiki did occasionally forget the things that Kasumi had to surrender in order to care for them. Now it seemed that she had a good chance of actually finding love. If Nebiki were to hurt Ranma, then she would be hurting Kasumi as well. With that thought in mind, she decided that any information she got on Ranma would remain between the two of them. Despite the loss of potential profit, Nebiki decided that it was not worth losing the respect and love of her sister. Okay sis. You got my word. I won't tell anyone who doesn't know. Kasumi looked at her sibling for a while, before nodding. Nebiki, have you noticed his attitude toward Akan? The money earner of the family smirked at that. Who hasn't noticed it? Ranma treats her like a 5-year-old and he doesn't stand for any of her outbursts. He makes her look like an immature brat, and he's not afraid to give her a piece of his mind. He won't let her get away with her little tirades. Nebiki smiled a bit more. Not that I'm putting Akan down, but I think it was about time that someone gave her a lesson in humility. Double quote. Yes, Ranma had mentioned to me about his dislike of Akan's attitude toward boys, and he's quite adamant about not marrying her. However, I think I know the underlying reason as to why he doesn't give Akan the benefit of the doubt. Double quote. Why is that question mark? Double quote. Kasumi thought back to that first day when Akan came home from school and labeled Ranma as a perverted jerk of a boy. I think Akan made a great error in judgment when she first met Ranma. She categorized him in the same class as all those other boys who attacked her every morning. As soon as she saw that he was a boy, she immediately decided that he was after her like all the others. Double quote. Okay. So what does that have to do with anything? Double quote. To someone like Ranma, judging someone merely because of his appearance is very insulting. Ranma can't help the fact that he's a boy, but as soon as Akan saw him, she simply saw another boy to pound on. Double quote. Well, I can understand how something like that would make a person feel offended, but that doesn't explain why he treats Akan the way he does. And what do you mean by saying someone like Ranma? Double quote. Kasumi took a deep breath, then dropped the bomb. You know the old saying that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover? Ranma can never make the mistake of judging a person on appearance because he is blind. Double quote. As soon as these words were uttered, Nebiki's lightning-quick thought processes ground to a halt. In another part of town, Akan was walking alone down the streets. She and her two friends had gone to see the newest film, but she had barely concentrated on the pictures on the screen. No, her thoughts were a million miles away, and they were all focused on one thing: defeating Ranma Sodom. After exiting the theater and bidding her friends goodbye, she plodded along, not particularly caring where she was heading. Ever since she had witnessed Ranma's fight with Ryoga, she had been training hard to try to increase her skills to finally show that arrogant boy what a true martial artist was capable of. It hadn't helped matters that her father and that friend of his were goading her on about getting her fiancé. She had thought that they were encouraging her to train, but they kept on making it look like some ridiculous, misguided attempt to win his love. As if she would ever marry that stupid jerk. She just wanted to show him and everyone else that Akan Tendo was second to none, especially not second to some boy! But the problem was, just how was she going to do it? After seeing the techniques that Ranma had used against his rival, the youngest Tenbo's sister had been trying to duplicate those moves. So far, she hadn't come close to even a tiny fraction of the key techniques she had witnessed. She had spent many hours last night trying to do the Shishi Hokan or the Spirit Seeker with no success. Less than arg. What were those moves? How did they do that? It's not fair. I'm supposed to be the best in Mirima. It should be easy to do what they did! ! Greater than Akan was so engrossed in trying to figure out how to beat Ranma, that she failed to notice that she had entered a bad part of the city. The neighborhoods were quite dirty and were frequented with muggers, thieves and yakuza. One particular party had their eyes set on the wandering Tendo girl. They were part of a street gang and were quite amused that someone like Akan would just wander into their part of town, and decided to have a little fun with her. They began following her. Meanwhile, Ranma was leaping from rooftop to rooftop after finishing his delivery for Pepper's place. As soon as he came close to within 3 blocks of where Akan was, his superior hearing picked up the sound of a scream. Ranma stopped suddenly when he heard the noise, and listened for a moment. When he heard another scream, he ran off in that direction to investigate. Sometime earlier, well, who do we have here? ? Akan broke her train of thought as she heard these words. Looking up, she saw that a small group of boys were in front of her. She immediately noticed where she was and she began to get on edge. In her mind, she was chiding herself for not paying attention to where she was going and for letting these hoodlums get close to her. Taking a few steps back, she prepared for any violence as she said, sorry. I took the wrong turn. The leader of the gang gave her a smirk as he said, damn right you took the wrong turn. This is our turf and we don't like people passing through without paying the proper toll. So hand over all the money that you got. I don't have any money. Akan didn't like this situation. The group outnumbered her by 20-1 and she was backing into an alley with no exit. She began assessing her opponents and saw that these boys were a lot tougher opposition than the normal mob she faced every morning. Nearly all of them were brandishing a blunt or sharp weapon and it looked like they knew how to use them. Still, she was Akan Tendo of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. She was contemptuous of anyone who relied on weapons, and as her father had taught her, the best weapons were the ones that she had been born with. She slowly took a ready stance as she tried one final time to reason her way out. I really don't want to do this, so if you'll just step aside and let me pass, then you'll never have to see me again. The leader of the band was a tall, heavily muscled boy with long black hair. He wore a combination of a blue jeans and white shirt and black boots. He also sported an open-faced leather jacket with a tiger imprinted on the back. He smirked down at her prey, which happened to be a half a head shorter than she was. Well now, it seems that the little kitten thinks her claws are sharp enough to go up against me. Another one of the gang tapped her leader on the shoulder to get her attention. Hey! I think I recognize her. That's Akan Tendo. Akan Tendo? The leader said, then gave Akan a sneer. Yes, now I remember. You're the little princess that beats up 40 boys every morning while going to Furinken, right? He didn't even bother to wait for Akan to reply. Well now, the tales of your little exploits have reached us here and I'm honored to be facing against such a worthy opponent. The leader said the last bit with sarcasm. So tell me, Tendo, are you as good as people see you are? Or are you just taking that martial arts stands for show ? The last comment stung Akan's pride as she tensed up. No one insults her skills as a martial artist. She had gotten quite enough of that from Ranma's taunts. Why don't you step up and find out for yourself ? The tigress snickered as she took a step forward and said, You know, I think I will. In fact, a cute little girl like you should be able to amuse us all after our little dance. If you don't have any money, then I think we can think of other ways that you pay. The rest of the gang gave off hoots and shouts of encouragement as they made a circle around the two combatants. Wagers were made among the gang members as to how long Akan would last against the leader. Some of the wagers were not about fighting either. Akan warily took a ready stance as she began assessing her opponent and the situation she had gotten herself into. This was not good. The other boys were cutting off her routes of escape, and it looked like the leader was no slouch when it came to close combat. Even if Akan were to defeat their leader, the other members would surely jump her. For the first time in her life, Akan knew true fear. This was not like the daily fights against a horde of misguided sweeters and Kuno. The stakes were far dire. The prize to this fight was her very life and perhaps something more. She didn't like the leering glances these boys were giving her. Let's get started, shall we? The boy took a kickboxing stance. The sooner we finish this warm-up, the sooner we can get to the real workout. The last part was said with a meaning that everyone understood. There were several more hoots and shouts as Akan began to feel the fear that made her fight so hard every day. Akan took in a deep breath as her opponent charged at her with a roundhouse kick. The Tendo girl barely managed to duck the blow as she punched at her foe's midsection. Unfortunately for her, the street fighter twisted to the side so that her punch barely glanced off his flank. The force of her strike was wasted as he twisted and delivered an elbow strike to Akan's face. Akan brought her arms up to block, but the force behind the blow was more than she counted on. As she was sent backward, she did a tuck and roll, and came back to her feet. Not bad. But I could see that one coming a mile away. The gang leader came at Akan with a triple punch, high kick combination with a speed that was greater than what Akan was used to. The Tendo girl valiantly tried to dodge, but her reaction time was too slow. She managed to fend off the punches, but the kick caught her in the chest and her breath was driven out of her as she was sent sprawling backward. Akan recovered and charged at him again, trying for a two-hit strike to the face. The first punch was evaded easily and the second punch just grazed the gang leader's cheek. Akan then followed through with another set of punches, but these two were easily dodged or blocked. Akan continued to throw punch after punch, but the gang leader dodged them. Though his speed was nowhere near Ranma's, Akan's habit of telegraphing her moves was still enough for him to see and counter. Oh, come on now. I would have thought that the great Akan Tendo was better than this. The arrogant boy then countered with a fast strike to her solar plexus. Akan managed to block, but was caught completely off guard as the Street Fighter spun around and kicked her on the side with a reverse spin kick. At the same time, he took out a small object from his coat pocket. Then a moment later, Akan heard the hiss of metal and a flash of silver. She then felt a sharp pain in her right arm. She backed off and looked down at her forearm. Her eyes widened as she saw a crimson line across it. She looked up and saw her opponent casually flipping a butterfly knife in his right hand. "Hey! No fair. You are not supposed to use weapons," Akan said angrily. Double quote. "Hey, I didn't hear anyone say any rules." The boy shrugged as he lunged at Akan with the knife. Akan had to sidestep, then grabbed the extended wrist in her hands. She began applying pressure to get him to release the knife and managed it. When the weapon dropped from his grasp as he winced in pain, Akan pivoted and threw him over his shoulder. The gang leader crashed into a set of trash cans, causing garbage to scatter. He was a bit dazed as Akan charged to finish him off. Unfortunately for Akan, the gang leader grabbed hold of some gooey material from the trash and flung it into her face while shouting out, "You little bitch!" Double quote. The youngest Tendo girl staggered back when her eyes were suddenly blinded. It was then that she felt something slam into her gut and caused her to lose her breath. She then felt a pair of fists plow into her chest as the leader of the gang started hitting her at full force. Pain like she never felt before was registered as she tried to fight back. However, her fights with Kuno and the other boys at school had never prepared her to take damage at this level. Kuno had always held back and the other boys would try to take her down with the least amount of force as possible. As a result, her endurance and threshold to pain was relatively low. Her stamina was also lower than her opponent's was. She couldn't even use her Stonebreaker fist on her attacker, as he wasn't letting up for a moment for her to get her focused out. The gang leader was a more seasoned fighter than Akan. Living on the streets had taught him the value of not letting his opponent have a chance to fight back. He knew several different styles and was able to pick up on Akan's Kempo training. He had found out early on that Akan was strong, despite the fact that she was shorter and younger than he was. Those near misses had shown him that getting hit by her was not a good thing. Right now, he had Akan dazed and off balance, so he continued to hit her with fast jabs and quick kicks, aiming for her more sensitive areas. He also saw that anger made her more reckless and taunted her at every opportunity. After taking several hits to the ribs and abdomen, Akan fought back with a hard right to his face. She felt a bit of satisfaction when her fist connected with her opponent's nose. However, the strength in which she put into the punch was less than effective as she had already begun to tire from her exertions and injuries. Her previous battles had also not given her much on stamina and she was breathing hard out. The larger boy ignored the bloody nose and grabbed her still extended arm in a vice-like grip. He then shot one fist straight toward her shoulder while twisting the arm with the other hand. When the blow connected, Akan let out a scream as she felt her shoulder pop and the arm bone wrenched free from her socket. She then felt even more pain as the gang leader swung her by the injured arm and slammed her into one of the alley's walls. Before Akan had a chance to get up, she was savagely kicked in the side, and then she felt a tremendous blow to her temple. Akan's vision swam as she blindly lashed out with a fist. Unfortunately, it was with the dislocated arm. She fought back the urge to scream out in pain as it moved forward. The blow was stopped as the street fighter grabbed her wrist and hauled her up with one hand. Akan cried out in pain as the gang leader mercilessly slammed a fist into her gut then released his hold on her wrist. He whipped his leg around and delivered a kick to her left side. Akan was sent back down as she crashed into some more trash cans. She felt a sharp pain in one leg as something cut into the skin. Focusing down at the ground, she saw a gaping cut in her right leg and nearby, a broken bottle had some red stains on the jagged edges. Akan held back the urge to cry as she was on her knees and in some serious pain. This was not at all like the fights at school. There was no honor or formal challenges. Her opponent was relentless and wasn't giving her a chance to fight back. Unlike Kuno and the boys at school, the gang leader wasn't pulling any of her punches and had cheated a couple of times. What few hits Akan had managed to land on her were not as damaging as her own injuries. Now he was coming to finish her off. Akan knew that she had made a great error in accepting his challenge. Unlike her usual opponents, the gang leader was a far more seasoned fighter and had no qualms in taking advantage of a downed opponent or not sticking to the rules. His street fighting skills were more than a match for Akan's moderate combat abilities. The youngest Tendo daughter had gotten so used to the daily brawls at school that her martial arts ability had not improved significantly since they started. Ranma's assessment of her skills had proven to be correct. She had fallen into a pattern and had no incentive to improve. As a result, her movements had become predictable and easy to counter. Despite her brute strength and aggressive behavior, it was no substitute for strategy. She had fought blindly, hoping that her usual berserk tactics would work, but the gang leader had broken through her awkward movements and almost non-existent defense. Not bad, Tendo. You actually managed to hit me a few times. But I win. The boy spat up a little blood as he dusted herself off and then walked over to where Akan was still on her hands and knees. Well, now that the preliminaries are over, let's get on with the main event! ! Double quote. Akan single quote. His eyes snapped open at that comment as she looked up and saw the evil smile he was giving her. There was no doubt in her mind what would happen if she were to let him come any closer. With a desperate strength she got to her feet and tried to rush past him. However, the big boy proved to be too fast for her as he grabbed a handful of her blouse and threw her back onto the ground. Her top tore off, leaving the upper part of her body exposed except for her bra top. Double quote. Well, now, I'm in for a real treat. Her tormentor smiled as he gazed on her breasts. He then lunged at her. Akan tried to kick out at her attacker, but the boy used his right leg to block it. Akan screamed out as he landed on top of her. Then she felt some hands grab hold of her wrists. She felt more pain in her dislocated arm as it was pulled further from its usual place. She looked up and saw that 2 members of the gang had grabbed hold of her arms and were leering at her. Akan's single quote as fear tripled as she realized that her worst nightmare was about to come true. She stiffened as she felt the gang leader tear off the remainder of her school dress, exposing her bare legs and panties. She let off another scream, hoping that her cries would be answered, but no one seemed to hear her calls. Man, I love it when they scream. Makes it better! Save some of her for the rest of us, boss! Sorry guys, but she's just too cute to share! Akan's single quote's heart was beating hard as she realized that she was just one step away from being raped. All of her training, all those years of practice and those early morning fights had meant nothing. Despite her hard work to prevent this from happening, her worst nightmare was about to become reality. She writhed and struggled to free herself, but with 2 toughs holding both her arms, one of which was seriously damaged and the large boy pinning her down, it was no use. When she felt the gang leader's cold hand brush against her panties, she felt a nauseating sickness overwhelm her. Akan fainted from the strain as her undergarment was ripped away. Just as the leader was about to unzip his pants, something sharp pierced the nape of his neck. It felt like a bee sting, but as soon as the pain was registered, he experienced a feeling of dizziness. Suddenly, he slumped over Akan like a rag doll, totally unconscious. The 2 boys who had been holding Akan's arms wondered why their leader would just drop off like that when they also felt something sting into their necks. They raised their hands in reflex to the sudden pain, but then collapsed to the ground like sacks of potatoes. The rest of the gang was in a state of confusion as to what was going on when 3 others suddenly yelped in pain and then dropped to the asphalt. Realizing that they were being attacked, the remaining street toughs began taking stances and brought out their weapons. It was then that they heard a bone-chilling Chinese war cry as Ranma leapt down from the roof of a 2-story building. 1 minute later, Ranma had made short work of the gang when he had come down to Akan's rescue. Despite his inability to see, his martial arts training in both the unseen light and Amazon wushu was more than enough to beat back the attackers. The gang members were astounded at how easily he dodged their attacks. They couldn't blindside him, couldn't get him from behind. It was as if he knew what they were about to do before they did. 1 member thought that they would have more of an advantage in the dark and used his throwing stars to take out all the lights that were illuminating the alley. This turned out to be a big mistake as Ranma's blindness gave him a major advantage. After giving them all painful demonstrations of what he was capable of, the street toughs got the message and left the scene. They picked up their fallen comrades and made a fast departure from the alley. After making certain that his enemies were gone, Ranma rushed over to the bruised and bloody form of Akan. He reached out with his senses and gave a sigh of relief as he ascertained that Akan was just unconscious from the head injury and the loss of blood. He then set to work intending to her injuries. Using the hidden weapon techniques that he had learned from his battles with Mthus, he began making his tools as a healer appear. Although he didn't like the myopic martial artist, he had to admit that his techniques were extremely full in carrying his medical supplies as well as weapons. Using his seventh sense and enhanced sense of touch, he began probing Akan's body for the extent of her injuries. Less than HMM, a few bruised ribs, several large bruises to her upper body, mild concussion and a large gash on her right leg. Some other cuts on her as well as a dislocated right arm. Fixable though greater than Ranma silently thanked his adopted mother Jasmine and his old sensei Koga for training him as he set to work. He also gave a nod of thanks to Razor, the weaponsmith. Like all the things that the young blade maker made, the silver flute that he had crafted for Ranma had a few hidden surprises in it. By activating a small switch, a thin sheet of metal would cover the holes and activate a small, air compression mechanism. The instrument became a fully functional dart launcher that shot out tiny, sharp projectiles that contained a special, fast-acting knockout drug. This was what he used to take out 5 members of the gang. A few pressure points applied to the right spots brought Akan back from a near comatose state to a dreamlike state of sleep. After receiving a concussion, Ranma didn't want any complications with a loss of consciousness. After a minute, Akan's moaned and her eyes flickered a bit. Satisfied that Akan would remain at least conscious, the blind boy concentrated on her other injuries. With a quick motion, he reset her arm back into her shoulder while using a pressure point to deaden the pain. Her leg was expertly bandaged and the secret herbal solution that he had applied to her wounds would make certain that there would be no infections. In fact, the solution would prevent scars from being formed as it accelerated the damaged tissue's healing processes. Akan's head also had a bandage wrapped around it. Utilizing certain pressure points, Ranma relieved Akan's tired muscles and stimulated the bruises to heal faster. Her bruised ribs were also checked and tended to with some more pressure points. After 10 minutes, Ranma completed his ministrations on the fallen Tendo. Making a small blanket appear, he gently wrapped up her body during his treatments. Akan's eyes had opened and she watched with surprise as Ranma tended to her wounds with all the gentle care that Dr. Tofu had given her in the past. She looked down and observed with fascination as his skilled hands worked with precision and speed. She felt absolutely no pain whatsoever as he removed the tiny shards of glass from her leg. After striking a few pressure points to deaden the nerves, Ranma used some kind of blurring motion with his hands to take out each splinter and any other debris. Then he applied some foul-smelling lotion to her wounds and wrapped them up with some bandages that he made appear out of nowhere. For the longest time, Akan said nothing as she let Ranma do his work. After the last wound had been tended to, Ranma made his healing supplies disappear and picked up Akan in his arms. The Tendo girl gave a surprised yelp as she felt herself being gathered up in his muscular arms. Ranma smiled as he bent his head toward Akan. "Oh good, you're awake." Of course, he didn't tell her that he had already sensed her regaining consciousness some time ago. "What are you doing? Put me down, you pervert." Akan realized she was all but naked underneath that blanket and she tried to swing at Ranma, but he easily brushed off the weak attack. Ranma sighed as he leapt to the top of a nearby roof with Akan still in his arms. Akan could do nothing in her condition as she was being carried. Sheesh. You'd think that a person would be a little more grateful after someone saves her life. "I didn't need your help then and I don't need it now. Put me down!" Ranma gave her an annoyed look and said in a calm voice, "You're in no condition to get home on your own and I certainly won't leave my patient in a place like that. I didn't need your—" "Oh sure. I suppose that you had those boys right where you wanted when they almost raped you. Just what were you thinking back there?" Akan became silent as she remembered that part. "Well, I would have what?" Ranma interrupted. "Tendo-san, you were barely conscious when I found you. If I had gotten there 1 minute later then you wouldn't be here arguing right now. Why you?" Akan's reply was cut short as he struck the mute pressure point on her vocal cords. Akan tried to say another nasty remark but found that the muscles to her voice box were frozen. She became angry at being silenced but then Ranma's expression turned. "Your choice, Tendo-san. You can either agree to keep quiet and I'll unfreeze your larynx, or you can wait a week in silence for the pressure point to wear off." Akan fumed for a moment then realized that she was letting her anger get the better of her again. It had not helped her in her fight against those boys and she realized that Ranma was right. He had saved her and tended to her injuries without taking advantage of her. She looked into the depths of those blue eyes and saw that he was genuinely concerned for her well-being, just like Dr. Tofu did whenever she went to his clinic. Right now, he was a little irritated over her stubbornness and she had to admit that it wasn't doing her any good. After a long while, Akan nodded her assent not to argue and Ranma tapped the release point to her vocal cords. Ranma shook his head and mumbled, "Why do I always get the patients that give me the most back? Akan single quote's eyes narrowed a bit at those words but said nothing. Then, she got to thinking about what had happened in that alley. It was true. With no thought to his own safety, Ranma had taken on a band of merciless thugs to save her life. He had also given her medical treatment that would have given Dr. Tofu a run for his money. It was so confusing. They had been against each other like cats and dogs ever since her father had announced the engagement. She had seen no reason to try to understand this boy as she had assumed that he was like all the others. He had certainly humiliated her during that first challenge fight and had referred her as a brat ever since then. And yet, here he was, carrying her home after beating off her attackers and binding her wounds. He had not done anything to hurt her, and he was caring for her like a doctor would his patient. He had displayed remarkable healing skills, and Akan couldn't help but wonder how he did some of those things. His personality had taken on a totally different appearance from the arrogant, condescending person she knew, as he had made certain that she felt no pain during his treatments. For a brief moment, Akan was reminded of the gentle chiropractor that she had a crush on. Less than maybe I was wrong about him. Greater than she gazed at the boy who had saved her as they came near his home. To be continued. Author's note. Well, I hope this rewrite has made it a bit more smoother, especially with that fight scene between Akan and that gang leader. She did manage to get a few hits, and the leader did have to cheat a bit to win. However, I do think that maybe now Akan has gotten a bit more humbled from this experience. Let's face it, Akan is an immature brat, and before Ranma arrived, she had been having it too easy. I mean, no one had corrected her behavior or attitude toward boys. She had gotten a big ego from all her fights and had pictured herself as a hotshot martial artist. She had thought she was the most popular girl in school and had lived in her own world with herself as the center of attention. The reason why I wrote this chapter was to not only focus on the aspects of the Tendo sisters, but also to give Akan a big slice of the real world, heavily seasoned with its dangers and served with a side of humility. In the original series, she was always the one being rescued, the one that was always being chased for her looks and almost never had to pay for whatever mistakes she made, get seriously hurt, or be held responsible for her childish temper tantrums. And I found it quite unfair that her lashing out at Ranma never made her suffer any repercussions. Well, not in this story or any other tale that I write. She's going to have to take her lumps just like everyone else, though I'll admit that this one lump was a doozy! As for that little added scene with Kasumi confronting Janma, yes, it does mean that Ranma's other fiancés have started to appear in Mirima, and that will mean more headaches for our blind martial artist. Also take note that Kasumi's telling of Ranma's secret will have some serious consequences, and Ranma may just change his perceptions about her because of it. Fighting blind. Disclaimer: what can I say that will make any difference? Less than greater than, thoughts less than, greater than. Chinese language. In Part 1, Kasumi had just encountered Ranma and had been told of the crimes that Janma had committed in his name. She had also deduced that Ranma is blind, thereby gaining his respect. Nebiki had been tailing the blind martial artist in hopes of learning his secrets. What she finds are more questions than answers. Kasumi is unable to keep what she learned about Ranma's past to herself and tells Nebiki, which shocks the middle sister to the core. Meanwhile, Akan, in her preoccupation to defeat Ranma, had unintentionally wandered into a bad part of town and was attacked by a street gang. Despite her best efforts, she was defeated by the gang leader and was nearly raped when Ranma appeared on the scene to save her. Using his skills as a healer, Ranma tended to her wounds and is now carrying her to Pepper's Place Chapter 8 again and her sister's Part 2 left parenthesis secrets and confirmations right parenthesis double quote Ranma is blind. Nabuki couldn't believe what her elder sister had said. Kasumi nodded. Yes, it's true. Ranma is completely sightless. He admitted it to me when we met yesterday. Double quote he just told you. Nabuki asked, still in shock. Double quote well, Kasumi's cheeks reddened a bit. I sort of figured it out for myself, and when I told him that I knew, he admitted it. Double quote you figured it out. The middle sister couldn't believe that she could miss an important detail such as this when her normally oblivious sibling noticed it from the start. Double quote I single quote am not as dense as some people think I am, Kasumi said with a small smile. Haven't you ever noticed that his eyes don't react to bright light or that he doesn't focus on anything in particular? Double quote Nabuki paused as she thought back to that last fight with Kuma when Ranma used his flute to blind the Kendused. She then recalled all the other times when Kuma tried to ambush Ranma from behind. The blind boy never had looked in Kuno's direction whenever he was attacked. In light of this new information, it made sense. Why would a sightless person look in any direction in particular? She began compiling the other information she had amassed about Ranma and made the connections. The way he always let his opponents make the first move. Why he never seemed interested in movies or anything on television. Why he always ran his fingers across whatever he was reading. Nabuki had found it especially strange when she had seen him one time running his fingers across the sign of the boys' restroom before going in. However, being blind did not explain a few other things, such as the displays at the archery classes and basketball court. Double quote it can't be. I mean, some of the stuff about him fits in with a blind person, but the way he handles himself he can't be blind. Double quote he is blind, Nabuki, Kasumi affirmed. He couldn't tell you what color your shirt was or read a distant traffic sign. He couldn't see the images on a television screen or see anything on the monitor on your computer. I'm not at all certain at how he accomplishes other things, but he did tell me that he had trained in a martial art called the unseen light. Double quote unseen light. He mentioned that before. Nabuki paused as she thought about it, then shook her head after slapping her forehead as she realized the irony. I've always wondered what that name meant, but now, it's funny. Blind people practicing a fighting style that has the word unseen in it. Talk about missing the most obvious clue. Double quote yes, he had us all fooled for a while, although I am rather annoyed at Mr. Sodom for not telling us an important detail like Ranma's blindness. After all, he was the one who caused Ranma to lose his sight. Kasumi's voice raised in tone as she remembered Ranma's story. Now double quote it single quote as true. Ranma's father is not a very good man, and I'm rather ashamed that our father is associated with someone like that. Double quote Nabuki couldn't believe what she was hearing. Kasumi was always the dutiful daughter and never once objected to Sun's wishes. Whatever Ranma had told her that day must have had some impact for her to express her own ideals. Meanwhile, at Pepper's place, Cologne and the other Amazons were getting worried. Ranma had yet to return from what was supposed to be a short delivery. They had begun to suspect that the blind boy had run into another one of Janma's ambushes. When it was almost 9 o'clock, they were ready to assault the Tendo dojo. It was then that Shampoo heard a knock at the service entrance. Less than double quote, "Hey! Open up! It's me!" Exclamation point, double quote, greater than double quote. Ranma. Shampoo gleefully ran toward the back to let her cousin and intended love interest in. The other Amazons breathed a sigh of relief as they waited for the purple-haired girl to return with their best warrior. A moment later, they heard her shout, double quote, "Iya! Great-grandmother! Come quickly!" Exclamation point, double quote. A few minutes later, Akan was placed on a bed in one of the spare guest rooms on the second floor where Pepper made her comfortable. Near the doorway, Ranma finished with his story to the others about his run-in with the gang that assaulted Akan. "So you see, I couldn't just leave her there, and I certainly couldn't take her to the dojo. Not with Janma and Sun there." Double quote. Cologne nodded as she said, "You did the right thing, Ranma. However, we still must contact her family and let them know that she's here." Double quote. "I know. I'll be on the phone." Ranma left the room and went to the front counter. Taking out a phone book from under the cash register, he began flipping through the pages until his fingers traced a number belonging to the Tendo family. He then began dialing on the phone beside the register. At the Tendo residence, Kasumi had just finished telling Nebiki what she learned from Ranma when the phone rang. She went to answer the call, leaving her sister to consider what she had been told. Less than good grief, I never suspected something like this. Daddy's friend must be the biggest idiot in the world to have pulled those stunts. Throwing his son into a pit of cats. Selling off his son for a fish. Engaging him to all those girls. I can understand now why Ranma doesn't want to fulfill the promise to unite the schools. Greater than Nebiki started thinking about all this information about Ranma. She had her answers, but there were still more questions. How is Ranma able to do what he does, despite his inability to see? Does he know some kind of special techniques? That could prove very profitable if she could discover his secrets. Then she remembered her promise to Kasumi. She had sworn that she would not use this information to exploit him. She sighed as she realized that her promise might have just caused her to lose a valuable resource. But then again, the pledge didn't really specify which Tendo girl was to marry him. Her father had been stressing that Akan would be the one to marry him, but with a few well-placed words, that could all change. Nebiki decided to give it some more thoughts. In retrospect, she didn't find it too difficult to place herself standing before the altar next to Ranma. Her train of thought was broken when she heard Kasumi's shout. Double quote, "What do you mean? Oh no. Yes, Nabiki and I will be right over! ! Nabiki could tell that something big had just happened to make Kasumi so upset. She raced toward the next room and saw Kasumi frantically dialing on the phone. Kasumi? What's going on? I'm calling Dr. Tofu. I need to tell him to meet us at a restaurant called Pepper's Place. We have to get there right away! Lots as wrong. Nabiki was very concerned. She had rarely seen her sister in this state. It's Akan. She's been hurt badly. As she waited for the young doctor to pick up the phone, she took out a pen and pencil and began writing a note to notify her father and Ranma as to where they would be, should they arrive later. 15 minutes later at the restaurant, Kasumi and her sister were sitting at a large table with Cologne and Ranma, while Dr. Tofu and the others were upstairs with Akan. Kasumi was trying her best to keep a level head as she and the group wait for the physician to finish examining her sister. At the time, Ranma had finished retelling his story to the Tenbos. On behalf of our family, I would like to give our thanks to you for saving our sister. Kasumi and Nabiki gave Ranma a small bow. On that note, I would like to also give our apologies with the way Akan had been acting against you. She had no right to judge you the way she did. Ranma nodded. I'm only glad that I was able to save her in time. As for her attitude against me and boys in general, although I do not care for it, I can understand why she doesn't like the opposite gender. Perhaps, I too have been quick to judge her. Yes. After this attack, I can now see that she has some basis for being afraid to let a boy come close to her. She was scared of me when I tended to her injuries and carried her here. I suppose she feared that I was going to do the same thing that those thugs almost did to her. Furthermore, I can understand why she saw my skills as a martial artist as a threat. She was afraid that if she got beaten, then she wouldn't be able to stop me from taking advantage of her. I guess that I was a bit too hard on her since I beat her that first time. Yes, well, in any case, I must agree that she does need to improve in her manners. I will endeavor to teach her better etiquette. Kasumi replied. That would be appreciated. But for now, Akan needs to have all the support she can get. Ranma said. She's been through a traumatic experience and will need the support of her family. At that moment, Dr. Tofuomo came down the stairs and took a seat beside Ranma. Because of the severity of the case, the good physician was able to keep his sanity in the presence of the eldest Tenbo's sister. Well, Dr. Tofu, will Akan be alright? Kasumi asked. The chiropractor nodded as he replied, oh, she'll be fine. The physical injuries she sustained are mending very nicely. He then turned toward Ranma. Pepper has told me that you were the one who treated Akan's wounds. Ranma nodded as he extended a hand. Ranma showed him of the Jokutsu, healer and warrior of Nuchizu, At your service. Double quote joke Suzuku. Nuchizu. Tofu repeated as he shook his hand. You're from the Chinese Amazons? Double quote you single quote heard of us? Cologne inquired. Double quote yes I have. Tofu replied with a bit of awe in his voice. My sensei had told me about the legendary warriors and healers of the Joksuzoku. The Chinese Amazons are among the best in both martial and healing arts. Double quote why thank you. Cologne said in a pleased voice. She liked this young doctor, and from what she could read from his aura, he had considerable skill in the martial arts as well. He would make a fine addition to the tribe. The matriarch put away that thought for a later. Dr. Tofu turned his attention back to Ranma. I must admit, your skills as a healer are most impressive. Akan's ki energy is already replenishing itself, and the way you treated her wounds are exactly what I would have done. In fact, there was nothing more that I could do for her that you haven't already done. You even set her shoulder properly. Double quote thank you Dr. Tofu. I owe it all to my sensei and my mother Jasmine. She happens to be the best healer in the village. In any case, going back to the subject of Akan, I would recommend that she remain here for the night. She's been through a lot, and I'm afraid that her experience may have left her emotionally distressed, to put it lightly. Double quote Tofu nodded as he turned to Kasumi and Nebiki. I tend to agree with his assessment. I would prefer that she was not moved, at least until morning. I used a sleeper point to help her rest, but I would be more at ease if you two were to stay with her. I believe she would be more comfortable with some of her family was with her. Double quote of course Dr. Tofu. Kasumi agreed. But my father and Mr. Sodom should be already home by now, and I would think that they would be worried about us being gone. Double quote do not worry Miss Tendo. I'll make a call to your father. Cologne said as she got up. I will explain everything and tell him that you and your sister will be spending the night here to keep Akan company. I'm certain that he can do without you for one night. You and your sister may sleep in the spare guest room. We'll make all the necessary arrangements. Double quote Elder Cologne. Double quote the aged matriarch turned back to Ranma. Yes double quote you will explain everything to them double quote Cologne smirked. Do not worry Ranma. I'll make certain they understand that their presence would not be required. Double quote thank you Elder. Ranma paused to listen as Cologne hopped away on her staff. Double quote what did she mean by that? Tofu asked. Shouldn't Akan's father be with her as well? Double quote Ranma gave a long and tired sigh as he replied. Well, to put it mildly, I really had no desire to face Mr. Tendo or my father any time soon. That was the main reason why I brought Akan here instead of her own home. You see, my father and her father are bound and determined to make me fulfill a pledge of theirs, and if I ever showed up at the dojo, they would do anything and everything to keep me there. Double quote so what is this pledge? Double quote Kasumi spoke up to answer. I'm afraid that Father and Mr. Sodom had promised to unite the schools of the anything goes martial arts. To that end, Ranma was supposed to marry one of us. Double quote, really? Tofu was a bit staggered by this news. His mind began to fill up with images of Kasumi and the familiar madness that usually came with being in close proximity with the eldest daughter began to surface. Double quote, however, my father and his father had decided that Akan should marry Ranma, being that they are both martial artists. Double quote, as suddenly as the madness appeared, it disappeared. It was unnoticed to all except for one person. Ranma's acute senses picked up Tofu's sudden change in behavior. He had heard the doctor's heart rate jump from 50 beats per minute to 120 and then back down to 50 again. His breathing rate had almost tripled in that brief instant. His body temperature had gone up several degrees and Ranma could almost feel the slight flushed look in his face. His personal aura was the dead giveaway. The blind boy could feel the aberrations in his ki energy and the heavy emotions emanating from it. The feelings were all directed toward where Kasumi was sitting and Ranma noticed that Tofu was trying very hard to keep them in check. Less than well now. It seems that the good doctor has a bit of a torch for Kasumi. I don't blame him. If she were Nintendo, then I would have snatched her up myself and what am I thinking? Greater than Ranma shook his head slightly to clear it of such thoughts. He had already promised to himself that he would not wed a Tendo. He would never give that stupid panda the satisfaction of fulfilling the one promise that Janma intended to keep after breaking so many others. Double quote, excuse me. Ranma-san ? Double quote, Ranma snapped out of his train of thought at the sound of Tofu's voice. Yes ? Double quote, when I was examining Akan, I noticed that some anesthetic shiatsu points were used on her. Double quote, you saw them? Ranma was impressed. If Dr. Tofu could see the almost invisible signs of pressure point manipulation, then he must be a very good specialist in that field. Double quote, I did. You must be a very good shiatsu expert to have hit those particular points. They happen to be some of the most difficult areas. You used just the right amount of pressure and all in the right places. Double quote, Ranma blushed a bit at the comment. Well, among my tribe, I'm considered a fair acupressure and Aderston user. Double quote, now don't you be modest, Ranma-san. You're quite good. In fact, I also noticed that you used Akan's mute point on her. It would take a high-level expert to have been able to affect so small a nerve cluster. I've only seen one other case like that recently. Tell me, were you the one who froze the vocal cords of a certain Tatewaki Kumo? Double quote, Ranma was a bit surprised. Then he smirked as he replied, I will answer that question with this question. Were you the one who unfroze Kumo's big mouth? Double quote, touch. Ranma and the others discussed a few things for a while before Cologne returned. I have spoken with Tendo and he has been told everything. Double quote, and what did he say? Ranma asked. Double quote, it was hard to tell. He started bawling at full force and he kept on saying Akan's name in a whining voice. Double quote, that single quote, "Yes, Daddy, alright." Nabiki affirmed. "Is he still on the line? Question mark. Double quote, "Yes." Double quote, "Let me talk to him." Dr. Tofu went over to where the phone was and picked up the receiver. After 5 minutes of what seemed to be an eternity, he returned and said, "Well, I've explained it all and told him that Akan will be back by tomorrow afternoon. As per your wishes, I also told him not to come near this place until then. He'll call Furinkin and tell them that Akan and me won't be in class tomorrow because of this. It's all said." Double quote, "Very good, Tofu-san." The elder then turned to the Tendo sisters. "Now let me show you where the two of you will be sleeping. I believe that the girls have some spare night clothes that you can use." Cologne began hopping up the stairs, leading the other Tendo girls. The night went by without incident as Akan slept in the establishment. By morning, she awoke to the sound of the morning birds and the first rays of sunlight appearing through the bedroom window. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed was that her body was sore in many places. She moaned a bit before attempting to sit up. Her head throbbed as she got up. One hand went up to rub her right temple and she noticed that her head was wearing a bandage. When she looked out the front door, she saw a familiar person entering the room. Double quote, "Good morning, Akan. How are you feeling? Question mark. Double quote, "Kasumi. Where am I? How did I get here? Her head began to throb even more as the terrible memories of the previous night came back to her. The fight, the humiliation and her clothes being torn off as her opponent and his friends prepared to Akan question mark. Double quote, the youngest sister's face turned pure white as she recalled the events of the previous day. Her body trembled and she began to breathe faster. Kasumi noticed her sister's agitation and put the breakfast tray down. She went over to comfort her sibling by wrapping her arms around her just as she started to cry. Double quote, "Kasumi. They almost I couldn't stop them. Way exclamation point, double quote, there I can. It's alright. It's all over. You're safe now. Double quote, left parenthesis whimper. I tried to fight them off, but that guy was too strong. I couldn't beat him. If Ranma hadn't shown up then, sob right parenthesis double quote, yes I know. Nebiki and I had been here with you since Ranma had brought you here. He saved you. You're safe. That's all that matters. Double quote, Akan nodded, albeit reluctantly as she recalled that it had indeed been Ranma who had rescued her from being raped and probably killed. She continued to sob into her sister's shoulder and after a few minutes, she began hiccuping and finally went back to sleep. Kasumi laid her back onto the bed and quietly exited the room. Sometime later, after Ranma and the other girls had left for school, Pepper had decided not to open the restaurant as she, Cologne and Akan's sisters took turns caring for Ranma's patient. It was around noon when she went up to give Akan some lunch. Akan awoke to see a strange woman enter the room. She was about around her mid-30s and had jet black hair tied in a bun. Her eyes were a warm, hazel color and she had a pleasant figure. She was wearing a red silk kimono and she moved with nary a sound. She smiled warmly at her as she presented a tray that had a large bowl of steaming ramen on a top. Hello Akan-san. I am Pepper, the owner of this building. I have your lunch all ready for you. Ranma has told me that your injuries should be all healed by today, so it would be good for you to keep up your strength. Where are my sisters? They are downstairs having lunch right now, but they'll be coming up shortly, so don't worry. So how are you feeling? Akan paused for a moment, assessing her body's injuries. Alright, I guess. I don't feel as much pain as I did this morning. Excellent. Ranma had done his job well. Yeah, I guess he did. Akan didn't like the fact that she was indebted to a boy, but it had been a far better outcome than what would have happened had the unseen white martial artist not arrived in time. The young girl was still in mental conflict. She hated boys, right? They were nothing but perverted jerks. Yet the one person she despised the most had just saved her and didn't take advantage of her. His personality had changed from the arrogant, smart-talking martial artist to a gentle and understanding healer. He didn't give any snide remarks, other than that time when he used that mute pressure point on her. It was just so confusing. Akan-san T you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since last night, and you didn't have any breakfast. Akan looked down at the tray in front of her and realized that she was hungry. The smell of the ramen before her made her stomach rumble. Giving a nod of thanks to Pepper, she began to consume the meal before her. This is really good. Thank you Akan-san. It's my own family recipe. Akan ate for a while in silence as Pepper watched. Her mind was still occupied with thoughts of Ranma. Just who was he? She had thought that she had him pegged down as just another stupid boy, but now she wasn't so sure. When her father had announced the engagement and had been pushing her to marry up with him, she had become extremely angry at the fact that she was being forced to be engaged to someone she had only just met. To make matters worse, her status as the best martial artist in Nirima had been destroyed when the very same person defeated her. She had become resentful of his higher skill level and it had become a bit of an obsession to beat him and regain her title. Yet, his later battles with Kuno and Ryoga had shown her that he was far more skilled and powerful than she had first thought. She had trained hard to try and catch up to him, but when it came right down to it, her martial arts had improved very little. That fact had been made painfully clear when she went up against that gang leader. He had not come from any dojo, nor practiced any particular style, but his street fighting skills were more than a match for Akan. It was also because that he had cheated too, and that really made Akan furious. The girl shivered at the memories of his cold, cruel hands as he ripped her clothes off and almost violated her. If Ranma had not saved her, then Akan snapped out of her reverie at the sound of Pepper's voice. Yes, may I ask you a few things? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Okay. What do you want to know? Ranma has told me about your attitude toward him, and I must admit that I'm surprised. What do you mean? I mean that Ranma is a very good catch, and I would have thought that you would be glad that you have an engagement to him. S automatic denial surfaced at once. Me. Happy to be engaged to that jerk. No way. Why would anyone want that arrogant, smart -elect ? Now Akan-san, I do not think that you're being very fair. As far as to what Ranma and the other girls have told me, he hasn't done anything to you to deserve such treatment. What exactly did he do to you that he warrants such hostility? Well, is it because he defeated you so easily and showed that you needed to improve? Well, is it because he has gotten so much attention at school since he stopped the morning fights against his fellow Amazons and showed great respect toward the rest of the girls? I wouldn't say. Is it because he called you an ill-mannered brat? Though your oldest sister had admitted to me that your social skills need a lot of improvement? Now he had no right to, or is it the fact that he had saved your life, gave you the proper medical treatment, brought you here to be cared for, and is even taking extra notes in class for you so you wouldn't miss anything? Akan became silent at that last comment. A minute later, the last bit of information hit her. What? He's taking notes for me? Yes. Ranma took a tape recorder with him when he and the others left for school. He's planning to give you that tape when he returns. Since you both share many of the same classes, he thought that you would need it to keep from falling behind. But why would he do that for me? Pepper looked at Akan's confused expression, then smiled. He of course will not admit it, but he doesn't think you're all that bad. Really? Yes. You don't know much about Ranma, now do you? Well, I'll admit that I'm not an expert on him myself, but I've received many letters from his mother Jasmine over the years. In any case, Ranma was not born in the Amazon village. He was adopted by Jasmine when he was 8, and let me tell you, it wasn't easy for him. Being a male and an outsider to boot, Ranma found it very difficult to make friends with the village children at first. The Amazon society generally viewed the male gender as inferior before Ranma arrived. Akan couldn't help but smirk at that one, but she quickly smothered it when she saw Pepper's expression harden. She nodded for the restaurant owner to continue. Anyway, Ranma fought hard to gain respect from the others. He was constantly picked on and beaten up several times. Through it all, he never gave up on trying to fit in. Since our village prided itself on strength, Ranma trained to become a warrior. He showed remarkable talent in that field, and it wasn't long before he began to outperform the rest of his generation. This proved to be quite detrimental to his attempts to make friends since the others became jealous of his ability. Fortunately, Jasmine was there to train him in another art. The art of healing. Lot single quote s. Does that have to do with anything? I can ask. Pepper chuckled a bit as she replied. In many of the fights that Ranma got into later on, after he had beaten up his opponents, he would then use his healing skills to tend to their injuries. She paused for a moment to break into a small laugh. By doing this, Ranma showed that he respected the others enough that they began to return his kindness. He began making friends out of enemies. I can had to agree with that one. Ranma had become very popular with the boys at school since he had tended to their injuries after they had tried to battle shampoo, lilac and perfume. This went especially well with the females of our tribe. Pepper continued. Ranma has a certain charm that they find very attractive, and since he shows great respect toward their gender, they couldn't help but fall for him. He treated them as his equals, if not his betters. As of now, just about every young girl in the village, between the age of 15 to 25, is trying to land him as a husband. And I can understand their attraction to him. He's tall, handsome, a great warrior and healer, gentle, kind, and shows respect to those who deserve it. He single quote s. Never shown any respect to me. I can retorted. That single quote s only because you've never given him any reason to. Pepper responded. He may not think that your martial arts or social manners are deserving the respect that you demand, but he still respects you as a person. If he didn't, then he wouldn't have done all those things such as save your life, heal your injuries, and take extra notes for you. The youngest Tenbo's sister became silent at that. Pepper's words made sense. In the past, she was proud of her skills as a martial artist, and she had to admit that she had been a little cocky about it. A little bit, mind you. She was always saying that she was a martial artist to anyone who would listen, and she had felt a certain pride when people would acknowledge it. Was that her problem? Was she too wrapped up in just the title? Was she really that conceited? Then something scary hit her. Images of herself became superimposed with images of Kuno. In her mind, she saw him posturing and declaring to all that none was better than he was. Then she remembered her own comments about her being second to none. Was she just like Kuno? Only wishing for others to acknowledge her superiority? She shivered at that thought, then thought of something else. Less than? Oh no. It's not true. I can't be like Kuno. I'm nothing like Kuno! Greater than Pepper confirmed her fears as she said, Ranma had told me that you took great pride in your skills as a fighter, but he wasn't really impressed. If there's one thing that Ranma dislikes, it's a person who tries to force others to acknowledge that he or she is better than he is, simply by saying so. He had enough trouble with Moose. I've heard that he's had quite a bit of problems lately from some idiot named Kuno. Pepper noticed that Akan had winced at the comment. Akan-san, is something wrong? No. Akan blurted out, then calmed down. It's nothing. Pepper looked at the girl on the bed with a thoughtful expression, before getting up and taking the tray of empty dishes. It was then that she heard a gentle knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, revealing Kasumi and Nebiki. Kasumi. Nebiki! Hi sis. Nebiki greeted as the two entered the room. Pepper nodded to them and left the three sisters to be alone. As older siblings went over to her and sat down beside her on the bed. So how are you feeling, Akan? Kasumi asked. A little better, Kasumi, thanks. I don't feel any more pain. That's good. Ranma told us that you'd be well enough to come home with us tonight. He's been very thoughtful and he's even taking notes for you in class so you wouldn't miss anything. Yeah. Pepper told me about that. So Akan, how do you feel about him now? Kasumi asked out of the blue. Huh? What do you mean? Akan was surprised that Kasumi would be this direct. Kasumi wasted no time in getting her point across. Ranma had just saved your life and healed you. He didn't ask for anything in return, and even now he's making sure that you don't fall behind in class. After the way you treated him since he came here, he's doing all this for you. Don't you think that you should let go of this hostility toward him? The least you can do is thank him. It's only proper. Well, Akan began. Nebiki joined in. Oh, come on now, Akan. It's not like he's going to demand that you marry him or something. We've been talking with Cologne and she assures us that Ranma wants nothing in return. Remembering what Kasumi had told her, she added, besides, he's got enough problems as it is. What do you mean? Nebiki looked at Kasumi and said, should we tell her? I mean, Kasumi took on a thoughtful look. She had already been skating on dangerously thin ice by telling Nebiki, but then again, she would have figured it out eventually. However, after thinking about how unfairly Ranma had been treated by her youngest sister, she just couldn't stand the thought of him being subjected to Akan's rage. With that in mind, she decided that it was time that Akan's eyes were opened. Saying a silent prayer for Ranma to forgive her, she said, Ranma has a condition in which we had just recently discovered. A condition? Yeah. Nebiki nodded. I was more than surprised when Kasumi told me about it. She made me promise not to use this information to exploit him, but after hearing his story, I don't think it would be right for me to do that to him. Nebiki was actually turning down a chance to make money. Just what did Ranma have that was so important? Akan held her breath and waited for Kasumi to give her the answer. I admire him for overcoming his disability. Oh yeah. I was impressed too. Nabiki admitted. I never would have guessed that Ranma was like that. Like what? What are you two talking about? Akan was getting bewildered. I'm not surprised that you didn't pick it up, Akan. Nabiki said with a slightly smug look. You've been so busy trying to beat him, that you didn't notice the clues. Will you please tell me just what you are talking about? Akan said in an exasperated voice. Akan Ranma is blind. Kasumi said in a quiet voice. As soon as Akan heard this, her entire view on the world was forever altered. She just couldn't believe what she had just been told. Less than no, it can't be. He can't be blind. Nobody could be that good and be blind. A blind boy can't have beaten Kuno all those times. And that fight with that Ryoga person got greater than it was then that she realized something else. Less than I was beaten by a blind boy. It's impossible! Greater than Kasumi noted her sister's disbelief and confusion. It's the truth, Akan. Ranma admitted it to me after I had deduced it. We spoke with Cologne downstairs and she too had confirmed it. Ranma has been blind for more than 10 years now, and it was all the fault of that friend of father's. It is. Akan asked, still in shock over what she had been told about Ranma. Nebiki continued the explanation. It seems that Daddy's panda friend had not told us all the details. She then began to tell her younger sibling on the trials and tribulations of Ranma's life. Unfortunately for Kasumi, her revelation of Ranma's blindness to Akan would have serious repercussions for the eldest Tenbo's sister. Sometime later, Akan made her way down the stairs when she felt she was well enough to get out of bed. She was still in a bit of a shock over what her sisters had told her about Ranma. She was still dressed in the pajamas that were borrowed from one of the Amazons, and she was slightly annoyed that the chest was a little loose and the hips were a bit tight. The figures of the warrior girls had every female student infuriated and jealous, and the males panting. When she got to the first floor, she saw Shampoo's great-grandmother sitting in a booth, organizing some papers. The Amazon elder saw Akan appear and gave her a warm smile. "Good afternoon, Miss Tendo. I see that you had recovered from your ordeal. Thank you," Akan said as she took a seat opposite to where Cologne was sitting. "Please, call me Akan. All right. You may call me Cologne. I am Shampoo's great-grandmother." She looked down at the bandages and noted their condition. She then used her senses to assess her ki levels and nodded. "Do you feel any pain, Akan? No. I feel great. I feel as good as new. Then you shall no longer be needing those bandages." With one quick motion of her staff, She stabbed forward and removed all of the wrappings in the blink of an eye. Akan was dumbfounded at the speed in which she moved and wondered if she could learn a trick like that. Cologne had removed all the wrappings without even taking off her clothes. She then looked down at her leg and saw that the ugly gash she had received in her fight was gone without even a trace of a scar. All of her other injuries were also totally healed. Cologne nodded as she assessed her body. Ranma had done an excellent job. His mother would be pleased. Oh, I would advise you take it easy for the next day or so. Yeah, I guess he wasn't bad. Akan admitted as she tried to think up a way to ask the matriarch her next question. Finally, after a long pause, she decided to ask her straight out. Cologne-san, may I ask you something about Ranma? You may. Oh, I have a feeling that I already know the question. What do you mean? Well, while you were upstairs, I had a discussion about Ranma with your sisters. It seems that they too had found out a few unexpected things about him. Then it's true, isn't it? Cologne made eye contact with the Tendo girl for a long time before finally answering. Yes. Ranma is blind. I was there 8 years ago when Jasmine brought him to the village. The doctors that visited our village every few months had confirmed that Ranma was clinically sightless. But how is it possible? He doesn't act like he's blind at school, and I've seen him fight against Kuno, Ryoga, and he even beat me. Akan said the last part with great reluctance. Cologne smirked a bit. Ranma had taught us all that the world doesn't end when it goes dark. He practices a martial art known as the unseen light, which allows him to see in a way that is far better than a normal-sighted person would. He has also learned other skills that have made him extremely formidable, both as a warrior and a healer. I had nothing but the utmost respect for him. Unseen light. I've heard him mention that before. It is an ancient fighting style that has been around for about 2,500 years now. I had been acquainted with Ranma's former mentor in that discipline, and he told me of its history. It was created by a band of blind Zen monks, who had developed a way of sensing not only the ki of others, but also objects as well. They had also developed their senses to the point in which they could detect things hidden beyond the surface of objects and even things of a mystical nature. It was so secret that none of the techniques were ever written down and were only passed down from master to student. As of now, Ranma is the sole master of that nearly lost art. He is ? Yes. Ranma's sensei, Koga Shinura, had passed away a few months ago, leaving Ranma as his only heir. His mother Jasmine has raised him to be a fine young man, and many of the girls in our village are quite taken with him. I see. Akan said as she thought about the hardships that Ranma must have gone through to reach his current status. She began to understand what Kasumi meant when she said that her tendency to judge others by appearance would be insulting to someone like Ranma. Then she realized that some of the other things that she said about him were inappropriate and perhaps, just perhaps, she may have been wrong about him. I can put that last thought away as she sat up. Thank you for your time, Cologne. She then headed upstairs to think that at the end of the day, Ranma and the others returned from school, just as the Tenbo sisters were preparing to leave. Ranma stepped up and handed Akan a cassette tape, telling her that it contained all the notes that she needed to catch up in class. Akan looked down at the cassette in her hands and then gave Ranma a polite bow. I would like to thank you for all you've done for me, Ranma Sodom. Double quote Ranma single quote. S senses had picked up no hint of anger or the usual hostility toward him in her aura. He was a bit surprised at the sudden lack of resentment against him, but didn't question it. You're welcome. Double quote Ranma hyphen Sam question mark double quote yes question mark double quote could we start over? I would really like it if we could forget all that's happened, and I would really like it if we can at least be friends question mark double quote. Ranma considered her words carefully before replying. Maybe. Double quote Akan gave him a questioning look before nodding. It wasn't a definite answer, but it was a start. She would just have to work on building on it. The three Tenbo sisters left Pepper's place and headed back toward the dojo. To be continued. Author's note as well. The rewrite has made a few changes as I am taking some suggestions from my readers. As a result, I am adding a third part to this chapter. I will give my final comments on it later. Ranma is currently unaware that all three sisters know his secret. Fighting blind disclaimer. Well, what can I say except that it still applies. Less than greater than. Thoughts less than, greater than Chinese thoughts. Chapter 8 Part 3 left parenthesis repercussions right parenthesis. Akan was still thinking about what she had learned about Ranma as she and her sister Nebiki were preparing for school. Taking the advice of both Cologne and Dr. Tofu, she had taken a couple more days off from school to recuperate from her ordeal. Fortunately, she had asked a couple of her schoolmates to take notes for her so she wouldn't be too far behind. Her father had cuddled and bawled over her since she came home. He wouldn't give her a moment's peace, and Kasumi had to almost resort to physically tying him down when Akan began resuming her martial arts training. To her relief though, Sun and Janma had not been pressuring Akan to go marry Ranma during her recovery. On their way to school, Nebiki looked at her sister and saw her in deep concentration. Less than she single quotes probably thinking about Ranma. I don't blame her. I mean, I didn't believe it myself when I found out he was blind. He had us all fooled for a while. The question is what not question mark greater than Akan was indeed thinking about the unseen light martial artist. Ranma is blind. Less than I just can't believe that I can't beat someone who can't see. How does he do it? That unseen light martial arts must be really something if he could all that stuff he did. Maybe I can learn it too. Akan smiled at the image of her being able to fire off the Spirit Seeker. Well, maybe if I'm nicer to him, I can get him to teach me what he knows. Greater than Akan nodded as she started to come up with some ideas. It was then that she and Nebiki approached the school gates. There, in front of a small crowd, was a familiar scene. Ranma was once again dancing around Kuno's attacks as if they were nothing. To him, they were nothing. Akan became fascinated by how easily he evaded each of Kuno's efforts to hit him, despite the fact that he couldn't see them. This observation also made her think of something else. Her father had always taught her that it was a martial artist's duty to defend the weak. Though Ranma was far from the concept of being a weakling, attacking a blind opponent was still considered dishonorable. Kuno also had a bad habit of attacking from behind, though he still bragged that he followed the samurai code. Akan made a decision to help Ranma. Perhaps in doing so, he might become more willing to share his secrets with her. At the gate, Ranma evaded yet another series of blows from Kuno with nary a care. On the sidelines, Shampoo, Lilac and Perfume watched casually. They knew that Ranma was only toying with Kuno for the fight to be lasting this long. Kuno was getting madder by the instant with every miss. Occasionally, the blind boy would land a blow on his opponent. They wouldn't be done with much force, only enough to sting a little, but the way he would do it would be insulting to one Abe Samurai. Fiend. Stand still. Kuno yelled as he tried a stab to the head. WHAP. Kuno received a slap to the face. You dare mock me. Kuno tried a slash to the midsection. Ranma flicked his finger to Kuno's nose. How dare you. One diagonal swing to the shoulder. WHOMP. Ranma somehow got behind him and booted him in the rear. The Kendus turned around and charged at his foe. Ranma ducked the swing, grabbed outstretched arm and flung Kuno like a rag doll. The insane book and user flew head first into the front gate. Clang. Kuno slumped to the pavement and began seeing stars. Ranma shrugged as he turned his back and motioned for the other Amazons to follow him to class. The crowds, thinking that the fight was over, began to disperse. Just as Akan and Nebiki approached Kuno's prone form, they heard him groan. So do I fight on! Using his rage to fuel his body, Kuno got up and charged at Ranma while his back was turned. Akan, seeing this, acted and rushed to intercept him. Not knowing about Ranma's sixth and seventh senses, the youngest Tendo thought that there was no way for a blind person could detect such a cowardly assault. Ranma had already sensed Kuno's approach and was about to reply with a reverse roundhouse kick, when he had to halt his counterattack with Akan's interference. Stopping short in a half-turn, his seventh sense picked up Akan as she came between him and Kuno. Kuno's single quote's face brightened as he caught sight of his love. My sweet Akan, how I've missed thee for the past 2 days. Oh, my heart rejoices at the sight of your loveliness, I fear that I must stay my passion for you until I have dispatched this fiend and free you from your unholy engagement! Double quote, I told you before, Kuno. I'm not interested. Akan threw an uppercut to Kumo-chin and sent him up. When Kumo became a distant dot in the sky, she turned around and faced with Ranma, who happened to have an annoyed look on his face. Double quote, I could have handled him. You didn't have to button. Double quote, I was trying to help. Akan protested. He was about to hit you from behind. Double quote, so what? Double quote, so what? Akan asked incredulously. What do you mean? There's no way you could have seen him coming. Not with your handicap. Double quote, Ranma stiffened at the mention of the word handicap. The other Amazons also became silent at this. When the crowds heard this, they became very interested. Double quote, what are you talking about? Ranma asked slowly. It was then that Akan's mouth acted before she could think about the consequences of her words. Kasumi told me that you were blind and I was only trying to keep Kuno from... It was then that Ranma's world came tumbling down around him. Double quote, Ranma single quote s blind ? Double quote, no way ! Double quote, really ? Double quote, I can't believe it! Double quote, man. If that doesn't take the cake! Double quote, is it true? Double quote, if Kasumi said it, then it must be true. Double quote, Kumo can't beat Sodom, even though he's blind? Double quote, he can't be blind! Double quote, wow! He's kept us from it for this long! Double quote, the words of the crowds, some of them were whispers, some were shouts and others were just regular voices. All of them rang as loud as sonic booms to Ranma's sensitive ears. He stood in absolute shock as the crowds continued to murmur amongst themselves. He began reaching out with his senses to detect the emotions of the people around him. He could sense disbelief in many, but he then began to feel something else from them. It at first started out from the girls, then spread out to the boys. They began focusing on him and the blind boy could feel it like a raging tidal wave. It was the one emotion that he hated the most. The one emotion that he had to strive all his life to avoid. It was the feelings of pity for him. Ranma came home at around 2 o'clock and stomped his way into Pepper's restaurant. At the moment, the owner of the establishment was talking on the phone. Double quote, Ranma. What are you doing here so early? Cologne asked. Ranma neither answered her question nor acknowledged her presence as he went up to his room and slammed the door. He didn't want to be talking to anyone at the moment. Cologne was about to reprimand the boy for his blatant lack of respect for an elder, when Pepper placed a hand on her shoulder. Let him be, Cologne. Double quote, lot ? Double quote, Pepper took a deep breath and sighed as she replied. I just got a call from Furinken. They know he's blind. They've suggested on making arrangements for him. Things like getting textbooks in Braille and such. perhaps even transferring him to another school since Furankin doesn't have many facilities for people with Ranma's condition. At the mention of other arrangements, Cologne could understand why Ranma was so upset. Cologne shook her head with sadness. She knew that Ranma hated to be pitied or treated differently from anyone else because he was visually challenged. That would be like admitting to his disability. That was one of the main reasons why he shunned Braille books and refused to carry a cane. The boy had thought too long and hard to be reduced to this. He hated to be seen as someone who is helpless. When Ranma had gained mastery over the unseen light techniques, he had found great joy to be able to fit into a normal society without having others look down at him as someone who cannot do the simple things that they take for granted. Though the Joksuzoku had nothing but the utmost respect for what the blind boy had accomplished over the last 8 years, Cologne knew that the outside world would pity him and not believe in the miracles that Ranma could accomplish. Ranma had every reason to be proud at his successes, but the narrow-minded school board couldn't see past Ranma's blindness. Cologne had honored Ranma's request not to tell the school board about his condition so he wouldn't have to reveal some of the secrets of the unseen light. Now, with his blindness known, he may have to tell them about his abilities in order to keep going to Furankin. In his room, Ranma angrily paced back and forth. His thoughts were of anguish, rage and despair as he thought about it all. Damn it all, this is what he wanted to avoid. He could feel the emotions of sympathy and pity emanating from the people who passed him by. In the girls it was even stronger as they already had developed a liking to him. Learning that he was blind only strengthened their feelings toward him as it made his sensitive side even more attractive. However, Ranma wanted them to like him for who he was, not out of pity. He had been hearing students whisper of his inability to see. Rumors on how he had been able to function were rampant and Kuno was the worst of them all when he was told of it. The Kendust had become an object of ridicule over his numerous defeats to a blind person. As a result, he had been attacking Ranma repeatedly, saying that he was some foul sorcerer that lived in darkness. The unseen martial artist didn't pull his punches as much during those attacks. Less than damn it all. It's all Akan's fault. If she had kept her big mouth shut, then everything would have been fine! Greater than it was at that time that Ranma thought about what she had said when she interfered. Even though Akan's choice of words was the wrong thing to say, it wasn't all her fault. No, there was another person who partly to blame. With that in mind, Ranma leapt out his bedroom window and headed for the Tendo dojo, oblivious to the danger of going there. At the Tendo household, Kasumi was busy hanging up the wash. She was silently humming a small tune as she finished up with one of the many chores of running the household. Currently, her father and Janma were involved with another one of their games of shogi in the parlor. As she put up the last article of clothing to dry, her mind began conjuring up images of Ranma. She sighed as she remembered his gentle nature and amazing ability to overcome such a disability as a lack of sight. She also blushed a bit when she recalled his comment about her face matching the beauty of her soul. That was something that she could never forget. Despite all these happy thoughts, Kasumi did feel guilty about telling her sisters about his blindness. Ranma had requested that she keep that secret to herself, but she just couldn't stand the thought of him being manipulated by Nebiki and abused by Akan's temper. She just couldn't keep something that important to herself and had hoped that they would be a bit more understanding toward him if they knew of his disability. So far, it had worked and Kasumi had not heard an unkind word about him from Akan, nor had Nebiki tried to profit off him. You just couldn't keep it to yourself. Now could you ? Kasumi whirled around at the sound of Ranma's voice and saw that he was leaning against the backyard wall. Oh, you startled me. Kasumi had not heard him approach. She smiled serenely at Ranma, but then noticed that his expression was anything but friendly. In fact, it looked as if he was having great difficulty in keeping his temper in check. Is something the matter? Ranma didn't answer her immediately as he slowly walked up to her. When he came to about 5 feet from her he said, "It was a simple request. I can't understand why you had to tell Akan about it. What do you mean?" Kasumi then realized what he meant. "Oh. Then Akan told." "Yes, she did," Ranma said with a tight lip. "But the problem was that the whole school was there when she blabbed it out. Then everyone knows." Kasumi's voice began to waver. Ranma nodded. Yes. Though his eyes weren't focusing on her or anything at all, Kasumi felt as if those blue depths were burning right through her. "It seems that I was wrong about you. I thought that if there were anyone in the Tendo family that I could trust, it would be you. Now I realize that I put too much faith in your abilities to honor a simple request." Kasumi couldn't believe that Ranma was becoming angry with her. She just couldn't believe that this was the same gentle, sensitive and caring individual who had told his life story and had rescued Akan. Then again, he did have a right to be annoyed with her. "Please, try to understand," Kasumi pleaded. "I didn't mean to reveal your secret, but I thought." "You thought what?" Ranma interrupted, a slight edge forming in his tone. "I thought that if Akan knew, then she wouldn't be so quick to judge you and she might treat you better. You don't know. No one deserved to be subjected to that kind of abuse." Ranma's single quote's expression softened a bit at Kasumi's well-meaning motive, but then hardened as he said, "Maybe, but it was my choice whether or not to accept her abuse. At least when she didn't know, she treated me just the same as all the other boys. If there's one thing I don't like, it's being treated differently because of the fact that I can't see. She patronized me, Tendo-san. She thought I was some helpless dope who couldn't fight against a wimp like Kuno, despite the fact that I could beat him in my sleep. You had no business in telling Akan, and I rather suspect that you told Nebiki as well. You may have thought that it would be better if Akan knew. Well, I'm sorry to say, but it all backfired. I had become the one thing that I cannot abide, and now because of this, I may not be attending Furinkin for a much longer! Double quote, what do you mean? Kasumi became fearful at that implication. Ranma turned his back and then hopped up to the top of the wall. He then paused. I had thought that you and I could have something. Double quote, W hyphen what? Kasumi was startled by this confession. Then again, deep in her heart, she too had wanted to get closer to Ranma as well. Ranma nodded as he continued. I meant it when I said that your face matches the beauty of your soul. You have something that is very rare. I've only encountered it once before with my mother Jasmine. In a way, you're a lot like her. Double quote, Kasumi was close to tears at the sound of Ranma's voice. He was opening up his heart to her, and the closed part of her mind, the part that kept her from expressing her own feelings, began to break down. When you deduced that I was blind, you gained my respect. Although I had no desire to fulfill the pact between the Sodoms and the Tendos, it was after meeting you that I began to rethink about it. Double quote, Kasumi didn't know what to say. Ranma's words had rendered her speechless. Double quote, you truly are special, Kasumi Tendo. Any man who has you for a wife would be very lucky indeed. I had been thinking about being that person. Double quote, the eldest girl's heart stopped at this. Was this it? Was he going to say? But a relationship is nothing without trust. I gave you mine, but you betrayed it. I was considering the pact between our families, but now I truly realize that all of Janma's promises are not worth it. Double quote, Kasumi could feel her heart shatter like fragile glass. Her breath that she was holding came out as a gasp. She was stunned beyond belief. Double quote, goodbye, Miss Tendo. He then took a leap and was gone. Ranma. Wait. The brown-haired girl started running toward him, but before she reached the wall, the blind boy was long gone. She stopped and stared up at the place where he disappeared. She fell to her knees as his last words to her rang in her ears. Less than but a relationship is nothing without trust. I gave you mine, but you betrayed it. Greater than unable to control her emotions, she began weeping in her hands. It was then that Janma soon burst onto the scene after hearing Ranma's name. Double quote, Ranma? Where is he? Janma said as he looked around for his errant son. It was at that time he soon saw the eldest daughter sobbing on her knees near the back wall and mumbling. Double quote, oh Ranma, I'm so sorry! Double quote, some distance away. Ranma was in anguish as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop. He had immediately regretted his words to the Tendo girl. Of all the people that he didn't want to hurt, Kasumi was very high on that list. Yet he could feel nothing but anger at her and the problems she had inadvertently caused with her well-intentioned motives. Now his fellow classmates saw him as some helpless person. The school board had suggested Braille books and perhaps be moved to a place for the blind, despite his abilities to compensate for his handicap. He didn't want to be pitied, damn it. He wasn't helpless. He wasn't. Ranma stopped on a rooftop and slumped down. Running about all over town wasn't helping his current situation, though he couldn't think of anything else to do. So he did what he always had done when he was like this. He made his flute appear and began to play. Some time later, the Amazons were out looking for their missing members after Cologne had discovered that Ranma was gone from his room. After visiting the Tendo home and finding out that Ranma was not there, the warrior females split up to search for him. It was about 6 o'clock when Shampoo had found him. The purple-haired girl had heard the sorrowful music of Ranma's flute. Following the melody, she soon spotted her cousin sitting on top of a roof of a restaurant. She noted that the customers of the establishment were ignoring their meals, as they listened with great interest to the haunting tunes that the blind boy played. Shampoo then hopped up to the top of the roof and slowly approached her distraught adopted relative. Ranma ? The blind boy did not seem to hear her as he continued to play. Ranma? Shampoo asked again but still didn't get any indication of being heard. Ranma, please stop. We need to talk. Ranma paused for a moment, turned his head towards Shampoo, then went back to his playing. Shampoo became mildly irritated that he was intentionally ignoring her, then remembered what Pepper had told her about how Ranma had been when he came home. Taking a deep breath, she addressed her cousin once again. All right, Ranma. Keep playing. Shampoo will do all the talking. Ranma did just that. Ranma. Shampoo knows that you don't like what happened at school, but it already done. You can't change it. Makes no sense to keep moping about it. The problem will not go away by itself. Ranma stopped in his playing as he considered Shampoo's words. Letting off a tired sigh, he silently nodded. Shampoo continued. Shampoo knows that you don't like pity. No one in the village pities you. We all know you are just as good as anyone else. Even better in many cases. Damn straight. Ranma agreed as a little of his pride returned. But, Shampoo added, people at school don't know you. They've never seen a blind person do what you can do. They don't know about the unseen light. So it's only natural that they feel sorry for you. They can only see with their eyes. You once said that a person should look to the eyes and see with the heart and mind. Ranma had to smirk at that remark as he remembered his bout with Kuma when he demonstrated that point. When you became an even better warrior than Goose, you proved to all in the village that you are not helpless. You never gave up. You kept on trying and trying. That is the true way of an Amazon. Everyone in the village now think of you as an Amazon and not as an outsider. It didn't matter that you were not born in the village. It didn't matter that you were blind! Ranma began to feel a little better as Shampoo reminded him of all he had accomplished in Muchizu. It was true. No one contested his rights as a member of the tribe. He had worked long and hard to gain the respect of his fellow warriors and that of the Council of Elders. However, He still asked his cousin as to what was the point of reminding him of all this. The point is, the Ranma that shampoo know of would never give up, even now. You proved to all in the village that it makes no difference that you are blind. You were just like Koga. At the mention of his former mentor, Ranma was reminded of the trials that the blind master had also endured before he was accepted in the Joksuzoku as someone to be reckoned with. Shampoo noted Ranma's introspection. Yes, Koga had to prove to my great-grandmother that the unseen light was just as good as Amazon Wushu. He also had to prove to the others as well. When he trained you, he succeeded. Now, it's time that you proved that you don't need anyone's pity. You're just as good as anyone else. If they cannot see that, then they're more blind than you are. Ranma shook his head while smiling. He had to admit that Shampoo was right. He didn't help matters by moping about and feeling sorry for himself. If he had conformed to the limits of the school board's perceived notions of blindness, then all the training that he had undergone would have been for nothing. He had already proven himself in the village. Now it was time for the rest of the world to open its eyes. Ranma put away his flute and reached out with a hand. His fingertips lightly caressed the purple-haired girl's face. Shampoo closed her eyes and reveled in his touch. She had always enjoyed the way his fingers caressed her skin. So strong, yet so gentle and sensitive. A true reflection of the person she cared about and hoped to be something more than just a cousin. Ranma withdrew his hand and said with a lopsided grin, "You haven't changed in appearance, Shampoo, yet you have just shown me a wisdom that is beyond your years. You do cologne proud. Shampoo smiled as she said, Shampoo had to have learned something from hanging around great-grandmother all this time. She gave off a small laugh in which Ranma joined, and it was around 10 o'clock when the two returned to Pepper's place. After assuring the others that everything was going to be all right, Ranma was taken aside by Cologne. Ranma, I have some news for you that may cheer you up. What is it, Cologne? I received a phone call while you were gone. It seems that we may be able to find your blood mother soon. Really? Yes. I have just gotten a message from that detective that I told you about. Ryo-san is currently busy on another case, but he says that he will be able to get in touch with us in a week or so. Hey? That's great! I have some more news. It seems that Jasmine and a few others will be coming here next week for a visit. Mom? She's coming here? Ranma's mood became better at hearing this. Cologne nodded. Yes. She'll be arriving with honey, silk and satin. She's very anxious to see you again. Ranma smiled as he recalled the other Amazons. Honey, Silk and Satin were all older than he was, at least 5 or 6 years his senior. They were among the unmarried women of the tribe over the age of 21. Though his mother preferred that he married someone closer to his age, that didn't stop older girls from flirting with him. The blind martial artist blushed a bit at those thoughts. Still, with his adopted mother coming to visit and a chance of finding his real mother, Ranma was in good spirits. Meanwhile, in the Amazon village, a small group of women were discussing their upcoming trip to Japan in Jasmine's house. Oh, I can't wait to see Ranma again. I've missed him so much. Greater than Jasmine said as she poured honey another cup of tea. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Japan. Greater than the voluptuous blonde smirked as she crossed her legs. Oh, admitted Honey. You just want to see that handsome boy of Jasmine's. Just like the rest of us. Greater than Silk was a shapely brunette with green eyes. And why shouldn't she be? Greater than asked the magenta-haired beauty named Satin. He may be a bit young, but they don't make males any better than him. Jasmine, you had raised a fine boy. Greater than thank you. Greater than Ranma's mother frowned a bit as she looked at the three women. They were all very aggressive when it came to competing for males. The three of them were stunning and had figures that models would kill for. Honey was the bouncy and very vibrant blonde, who was also a healer. Her chest was very ample and many of her patients, most of which were males, would frequently drop by her hut for healing sessions, some of which were not at all physical. Satin and Silk were the village seamstresses. They were identical sisters with only their hair colors being different. They didn't have quite as much upper body strength as Honey, but their long legs and shapely curves, especially around the hips and derrieres, were often the cause of several cases of eye strain and whiplash. And the fact they liked to wear revealing clothes. With so many of the village men panting after them, one would think that they wouldn't have any interest in a teenager. However, when they had set their eyes on Jasmine's son, they had made it into a sort of game to see who would be able to snare his heart. Also, it wasn't unusual for an Amazon female to take a younger husband. Ranma had encountered the three women at one time or another and had politely turned down their overtures toward him. However, his natural shyness, innocence and gentle nature was so endearing and attractive to them, that they continued to pursue him. That was another reason why Ranma had left the village. Despite living in a village that was female-dominant, he was still very inexperienced in dealing with his amorous suitors. Jasmine decided to put away her thoughts about her companions for a while as she contemplated her reunion with her adopted child. According to the letters that Ranma wrote to her, it seemed that Janma was stirring up trouble again, and this time he was determined that the blind boy carry out one of his crazy schemes. This time, the insane panda man wanted Ranma to marry up with one of the daughters of the Tendo clan, and he even got the father of that family involved. Her son had already stated that he would never marry a Tendo, in which Jasmine wholeheartedly agreed. Not if I can help it! Greater than Jasmine thought as her memories and disgust for that Juzenkyo cursed martial artist came back to her. The vows and promises that Ranma had made had caused nothing but trouble for Ranma and the village as well. Ranma would marry a girl that he loved and not because of some half-baked oath of his father's. Jasmine wanted nothing more than her son's happiness, and she wasn't going to let that panda screw up his life even more. He had done enough damage. Jasmine smothered her angry expression as she looked out toward the setting sun. In a week's time, she and Ranma would be together again, and then she would deal with Ranma. To be continued. Offer single quotes no teswo. It took me longer than I thought to finish this. After all the revisions I made to parts 1 and 2, I realized that I needed to expand on the chapter. Hence we attack part 3. Now, for those of you who thought that Kasumi should be the one to get Ranma, I'm still very partial to the match. However, with Ranma's resentment of her telling Akan and Nebiki that he was blind, it looks like Kasumi will have to work even harder to win him. Now don't get me wrong. I think she's a wonderful person, but I didn't like the way the original series had portrayed her. Not much on character development, and she didn't seem to ever get hurt. Well, I'm sorry, but one must realize that she's human, just like the rest of us. She's not perfect and she'll make mistakes. Although she had good intentions, her little blunder had some serious consequences, and now Ranma is a bit distrustful of her. As of now, the only person he could really trust are the Amazons, and it seems that Shampoo has now been moved up the list with her little talk with our unseen light fighter. Now for those of you who thought Akan might be able to get Ranma, think again. She may have a grudging respect for him, but her little outburst may also make Ranma resent her for patronizing him. As for Nebiki, well, who knows? I had been taking the advice of several of my readers not to tag Ranma, just pick a fiancé very quickly. I decided to give all potentials a chance to get him. However, they will all have to overcome some obstacles. Kasumi will have to rebuild Ranma's trust of her. Akan will have to think before she acts and be more understanding. Nebiki, well, she hasn't done anything detrimental yet, but it's possible that she could screw up. Shampoo still has to convince Ranma that she wants them to be more than just cousins. As for Ranma, I decided to expand on his character by having him confront a problem that he can't solve with his fists. That's his inner fears of being pitied and treated like he's helpless. Ranma had thought long and hard to get to where he is now, and to be pulled back down like that would be a serious blow to him. I also promised to get City Hunter involved soon, and the eventual confrontation between our blind boy and Nodoka. Fighting Blind, the infamous Rumiko Takahashi, created all Ranma and the gang. There, I said it. Less than greater than. Thoughts. Chapter 9. Taking the first steps. Ranma Sodom took in a deep breath as he and his sister Amazons exited Pepper's place and headed toward Furankenhai. Lilac, Shampoo and Perfume all gave their best warrior smiles of reassurance. Though Ranma could not see the smiles, he could feel their emotions behind the gestures all the same. Despite the ugly events that had transpired in the last couple of days, The disciple of Koju was more than willing to pick up the pieces and move forward in his life. He knew that the next few days were going to be hard, but that was to be expected. At the Tendo dojo, two others were preparing to leave for class. Nebiki was in a speculative mood as she considered what to do in case she met up with the blind martial artist from China, which was very likely. Akan, of course, had no idea just how much she had hurt Ranma with her unintentional revelation of his condition. She and her sister were concerned for Kasumi though. For some unexplained reason, the eldest daughter of the clan had become despondent for the last day or so. Neither her father nor her sisters could get her to explain why she was feeling so depressed. She would still do her household duties with same efficiency as always, but the serenity and cheerfulness that she had displayed before was subdued and made her look like a faint shell of her former self. Akan was pretty much in the dark as to why her sibling was like this, but Nebiki had a suspicion that it had something to do with Ranma. She knew that Akan's unthinking actions from the day before had not been one of her better plans. She was aware of how jealous she was of his superior abilities, despite the fact that he was visually challenged. In fact, after that scene, Ranma had been all but ignoring her, which didn't sit very well with her. Despite the fact that he had saved her life, Akan had begun to fall back into her old habits and considered his indifference to her to be an insult. Less than just what were you thinking, Akan? Trying to get him to teach you his secrets? I admit that I'm curious at what he does, but that was the wrong way of doing it. He certainly didn't need your help in dealing with Kuno. Heck, he could probably handle him in his sleep. You really should have known better. Question now is, what's Ranma going to do? Greater than Nebiki tabled these thoughts for later as she and her sister approached the school. As Ranma and the Amazons got the main gate, the unseen light fighter began extending his senses to the crowds around them. As he had expected, there were various impressions of curiosity, some jealousy, fear in few and some cases, outright dislike. He felt the greatest emotions of pity coming from the female students as his group walked by. His enhanced hearing also picked up the hushed whispers as the students gossiped among themselves. All of these feelings were directed at him, of course, and the blind martial artist took a deep breath and prepared himself for the worst. The worst came to him in the form of a pompous jackass who carried a book, and Kuno immediately spotted his nemesis and his 3 Amazon flowers and started to strut toward them. He came to a stop in front of Ranma's group and blocked their path to the school building. Ranma frowned as he motioned for the girls to wait as he stepped forward. What do you want, Kuno? ? You will address me as upperclassman, foul sorcerer that lives in darkness. The insane Kendust said as he held out his weapon. I am here to at last free my 3 Amazon beauties from your disgusting presence so that they could finally shower their hidden love for a true warrior and a real man. Their passions are not for the likes of you, since you are not even a full man. Sightless one. Ranma s brow furrowed a bit as he crossed his arms and replied, And since when is the lack of one's sight a measure of one's manhood? You know what? I'm really glad I'm blind right now, since I'm spared the sight of seeing your stupid face. Double quote, do not try to mock your better Sodom, lest I rightly smite you for your insolence. And do not think that your dark sorcery will save you this time! Double quote, my better. Ranma snorted. What kind of crazy world are you living in? I've been knocking the stuffing out of you ever since I got here. As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing more than a nuisance and no challenge whatsoever. And what the heck is this dark sorcery that you're talking about? Double quote, only black magic could explain how a mighty warrior such as I could fall to a blind and pathetic peasant such as yourself. Enough. I shall not tolerate any more of this mockery, Dark One. Release my Amazon flowers! Double quote, Kuno struck forward with his bouquet, but Ranma was already countering his attack. The sixth sense had warned him and his seventh sense tracked the path of the wooden blade. In less than a heartbeat, Ranma was already within his defense and Kuno found himself being slammed backward as he was struck in the chest by an open palm strike. He lost his grip on his bouquet as the air was forced out of his chest. Kuno landed on his posterior. When the Madentake looked up, he saw that Ranma was twirling his bouquet casually in one hand. Double quote, fiend. Sightless demon. You dare to once again employ your black magic upon me? Double quote, Ranma single quote, mouth tightened into a straight line. There you go again. Making excuses for your inferior skills. The only thing that you are doing is showing your stupidity and ignorance. Then again, I guess name-calling is the only weapon you have against me, since you're too weak to challenge me any other way. Double quote, Shampoo nodded as she said, Ranma is right. You are too stupid to see that you are no match for him. Even a blind man could see that. Double quote, Amazons will date strong man, not weakling like stupid stick boys. Lilac added. Double quote, Ranma is 1,000 times more man than stick boys. Perfume said. Ranma shrugged as he said, I guess it's unanimous. You are weak, Kuno. Weak. Kuno got up and brought out another bouquet from within his robes and charged at him again. I shall have your head for that insult. Now taste the wham. Smack. WHAP. WHAP! Double quote, come on. Let's get to class. Ranma motioned for the others to follow. On the ground behind them, Kuno was lying down on the pavement, obviously unconscious and a broken bouquet over his head, along with several large bumps. In less than a second, Ranma had given the Kendust a taste of what it was like to be on the receiving end of his own weapon. Later on that morning, Ranma was called to the front office to discuss his condition with the vice principal and some of the higher members of the school staff. Cologne was also called to the meeting, as she was the one who filled out Ranma's registration forms. Double quote, Ranma Sodom. It has come to our attention that you did not inform us of your condition before you enrolled here, specifically you being clinically blind. Mr. Shinoka, the vice principal who was acting in the absence of Principal Kuno, looked at the student and the aged woman standing before the conference table. The other teachers and counselors nodded as well. I would think that a detail as important as that would be reported on your registration forms. Cologne stepped forward as hopping on a cane would make a bad impression. Excuse me, but I would like to speak to you about that. And you are ? I am Elder Cologne of the Joksuzoku. I am one of Ranma's guardians, and it was I who filled out the registration forms on his behalf. As per his request, I did not report on Ranma's condition since he felt that it was of no consequence and would not, in any way, hinder his performance at the school. I cannot understand why you would do such a thing. A handicap as serious as blindness would make attending this school at best difficult. I'm afraid that Ranma will have to be transferred over to a school for the blind, as Furinkan is not equipped to facilitate the needs of a sightless student. With all due respect and no intended insult to you or the other members of the staff, but for someone who can still see, you have become blind to the events of the past weeks. Ranma has performed quite well in his schoolwork, and I have seen his grades. Despite his inability to see as you do, he has so far completed all of his assignments and had achieved high marks. Is this true? Shinoka turned to one of his staff, who handed him Ranma's files and current grade averages. He flipped through the folder and noted that Ranma had been getting B's and A's on all of his assignments, as well as scoring an average of 95% on his first exams. He looked up at Ranma and said, "How can this be? If he's blind, then he shouldn't be able to read the textbook, much less write down his answers." Ranma shrugged as he said, "I have been trained in a martial art that has given me certain abilities, which more than compensates for my lack of eyesight." Oh. What kind of abilities? Well, Ranma thought about how to go about demonstrating his skills without having to reveal too much of the unseen light's secrets. I can read books and other printed material by using my fingertips. I'm pretty fast in terms of reading speed. Really? Write something down and let Ranma read it to you. Cologne suggested. Mr. Shinoka reached over to one side for a pen and a small notebook. He quickly scribbled something on the first page, ripped it out and showed the page to the other teachers before leaning over the table to hand it to Cologne. Cologne took the message and then, instead of handing it to Ranma, she deftly tossed the piece of paper into the air. In front of him and to his right, Ranma '7th sense caught the falling sheet as it drifted down. With a sure and precise movement, his right arm shot out and he neatly caught the paper between his index and middle fingers. He brought it up to the level of his chest and ran the index finger of his left hand over the page. The movement was no more than a casual brush, and it looked like he barely touched the paper at all. It says, "I don't believe you." Ranma replied as he flicked his right wrist and sent the page sailing back to the table. The sheet did a couple of flips before landing softly in front of Mr. Shinoka, and ironically, it had settled down on top of the same notepad that he had used to write the message. "It correct? So it landed on the same notepad, didn't it?" Yes, it did." The teachers had become a bit uneasy at how casually Ranma was after displaying his skills. The blind boy clasped his hands behind his back and turned away from them. He started to walk toward the door, then stopped before it, his back still to the vice principal and his staff. Suddenly, Cologne threw a few objects at Ranma's unguarded backdrop with a smooth motion. Ranma pivoted on one foot, turned back toward the teachers and swung his right arm back and forth. His arm moved at a speed that made it appear to be a blur, and the objects that Cologne had thrown disappeared before they could reach him. Ranma then held up an arm and displayed a fist. Wedged between the clenched fingers and thumb was 4 small, but very sharp, metallic throwing daggers. Each was held in place by the flat of its blade, and not a single drop of blood had been spilled. The staff was more than amazed at the display. How did you do that? ? Incredible! Amazing! Impressive! Ranma smiled as he carefully handed Cologne back her throwing weapons. "I have an ability not only to detect people, but also objects. I can sense my entire environment around me in all directions, and it is very full in judging distances. For example, I know that I happen to be exactly 2 meters, 75 centimeters from where you are sitting, Mr. Shinoka. Can your eyesight judge distances that accurately? ? Shinoka and the others could only shake their heads. Cologne continued to speak. "I'm sure that you have already witnessed Ranma in battle. It is virtually impossible to sneak up on Ranma, as I believe that a student named Kuno has already discovered. With this ability, Ranma doesn't stumble about or require to be led by someone else. He may not be able to read distant signs, but he doesn't bump into anyone or anything either. Ranma and Cologne gave the staff and the vice principal a few more demonstrations of the unseen light fighter's techniques. After giving them a remarkable show, Cologne decided to summarize what they had just been shown. "As you can plainly see, Ranma's abilities are more than adequate to allow him to continue with his academic studies here at Furinken. When you all thought that he had his sight, Ranma's performance was exceptional, don't you think? Just because you now know the truth, it does not mean that Ranma is to be treated any differently. If he has done so well, then I say let him continue to do so. Please pardon the pun, but I do not see why he is to be prevented from attending Furinken when it is obvious to all that it makes no difference whether he has sight or not. Shinoka had to reluctantly nod his head at that statement. "You pose a strong argument. I must admit, Even I was impressed with Sodom's skills. Although, I am still uneasy with letting a blind student attend Furinken. The very fact that everyone in the school knows about it may cause difficulties among the students. By what I've heard, there have been several difficulties at this school before Ranma had arrived. Cologne countered. Shinoka had to nod to that. With the daily fights to Daidokan and the idiocy of the principal's son, Furinken had to become looser with its rules on conduct. I I'll make deal with you, Cologne said, pausing to choose her words with care. Let Ranma continue to attend class as he always has. Gives him time to prove himself. If his grades have declined significantly or the students do not accept him, in say 2 weeks, then we shall honor your request to have Ranma transferred to a school for the blind. Mind you, the student who has been constantly annoying him and his sister Amazons does not count. Ranma does have a right to defend himself and protect the honor of my great-granddaughter and her friends. To put it mildly, this Tatewaki Kuno doesn't seem to be in his right mind. To say that Kuno was a few Brits shy of a load was an understatement. Shinoka slowly nodded and said, very well, that seems fair enough. If Ranma can keep his grades up and can fit in here at Furinken, then we will not press for him to be transferred. Cologne turned to Ranma and said, do you agree to this question? Ranma nodded and said, I shall live up to your expectations, Elder Cologne, and thank you. Cologne smiled, as she felt the confidence in Ranma rising. In the next few days, Ranma strove to prove himself. English class. Ranma Sodom, would you please read the second passage on page 344 in this text? Ranma as English teacher, Mr. Konoda, handed him a book that was titled Shakespeare's Works, Braille Edition. Ranma held up the book and seemed to consider it for a moment, before handing it back to the teacher without opening it. He then reached over and brought out the regular textbook, turned to correct page and then brushed his fingertips once across the page before reciting, to be, or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Mr. Konoda stared at Ranma for a long while, then turned to the same page of his own textbook. His eyes widened as he read the passage, which was exactly what Ranma had just recited, in perfect English as well. He did a couple of double takes before saying, very good, Sodom. This was not lost on the other students as they too had expected Ranma to read from the Braille book. There was some whispering among the teens and Ranma's exceptional hearing picked up several of the conversations. One of the most frequent comments was, are you sure he's blind? Math class, is there no one who can answer the question on the board? Miss Sakura asked. Just about everyone was dumbfounded by the tough algebraic problem on the board. Not one raised their hand. That is, except for the one. I know the answer, Ranma said as he raised his arm. Mr. Sodom, The teacher was quite surprised. She had just written that question straight out of the textbook without saying a word. If Ranma were blind, he wouldn't be able to see it, especially when he was sitting near the back of the class. So how would he know the answer when he didn't hear the question? The teacher decided to humor him and said, "Very well. Would you please step up and show us on the board?" She walked forward and then offered her hand to him so that he may be led to the front of the class. Ranma nodded, but did not take her hand. Instead, he placed both hands on his desk and used it to spring forward. He made a neat forward flip over the heads of his classmates and landed perfectly in front of the chalkboard. Without pausing, he took up the chalk and then scribbled out his work below the question. 1 minute later, he placed the chalk down and casually walked back to his desk without tripping or stumbling once as he maneuvered down the rows of desks. He smiled at his teacher as he sat down. The math teacher looked up at his work, then flipped through to the back of her text for the answer. Ranma had come up with the correct formula and answered "correct so Ranma silently thanked his old master Koga for teaching him about mental imagery and how to fine-tune his seventh sense. By focusing on the chalkboard, Ranma could make out the impressions the chalk had made when the teacher had written out the question, without having to brush his fingers across it. It also helped that Miss Sakura wrote in large letters and numbers. Gym class swish! The opposing team just couldn't believe this guy. He had already made 12 consecutive baskets from beyond the three-point line. It also didn't help their side as Ranma continued to steal the ball away from their players, despite their attempts to get by him. Swish! The opposing team members all groaned as Ranma made another three-pointer. So far, the blind boy had scored 50 points. 10 points were made from fancy slam dunks, 1 was an assist and the rest were heaved from the other side of the court. Every one of Ranma's shots was dead on, and his team soon realized that all they had to do was feed him the ball. By the end of the game, Ranma's team had won 75-0. Other sports proved to be child's play to the blind Amazon. Dodgeball was nothing to Ranma as his sixth and seventh sense kept him from getting hit. Volleyball was dangerous to the other students when playing against Ranma. His power serves and spikes sent the ball shooting toward them as if they were fired from a cannon. In baseball, Ranma was never struck out, no matter what kind of throw the pitcher would try. Fast balls, curved balls, slow balls and others were all struck and sent over the wall. Ranma also proved to be a good catcher and outfielder. In archery class, the students were very nervous at seeing a blind boy with a bow, but when they saw Ranma hit a bullseye each time and even shoot an apple off Shampoo's head, they soon began to think that the rumors of Ranma being blind were false. The girls of Furanken High had become even more interested in Ranma as time went on. He continued to amaze them with every new challenge, especially during gym class. It also helped that he had a well-muscled body that made many females experience a rise in hormones. The way the sweat glistened off those firm muscles as he gracefully moved through intricate gymnastic routines. The power he displayed whenever he lifted heavy weights. The way his ponytail waved and breezed as he outstripped his nearest opponent in the 100, 200, and 400-meter dash. Jasmine's upbringing of the unseen light fighter was paying off with interest as nearly all the girls in the school developed an attraction to the handsome, unseen martial artist. Ranma's sensitive side was quite charming and he didn't act like those other jerks that pursued Akan and followed Kuno's rules. They absolutely loved his music and many would ask him to play for them. Slowly but surely, Ranma began to win some people over. However, not everyone at Furinken was as open-minded. Some boys were quite jealous at how Ranma could outperform them and tried to pick fights with him. Others lashed out due to prejudice over his blindness and his Chinese background. Kuno was the worst of them all as he continually assaulted Ranma at every opportunity, much to no avail as his skills were still well below the level of his blind opponent. There was also another who had come to dislike Ranma all over again. Akan had been trying to get close to him, but the blind boy had purposely been ignoring her. Though the youngest Tendo did realize that her slip had made him mad, she just didn't understand why he would still hold a grudge against her. With him constantly giving her the cold shoulder, it wasn't long before she started thinking that he was an insensitive jerk. A couple of days after Akan had blurted out Ranma's secret, Akan came home in a bit of a huff as she slammed the door. Nabiki looked up from where she was sitting and saw her sister as she came into the living room. That jerk. He's nothing but an insensitive, arrogant jerk! I take it you're talking about Ranma, right? Of course I am. Akan exploded. Here I am, trying to be nice to him, and what does he do? He tells me to get lost or just ignores me. I don't understand what those other girls see in him. Nabiki shrugged as she said, oh, I don't know. Could it be that he's handsome, tall, built, is a great musician and is the one guy in school who doesn't go chasing after you? Or is it because he treats the other girls better than you? What that's supposed to mean? Akan glared at her sibling. Well, you tell me, Akan. I mean, I can't think of any reason why he would be angry with you. Oh yes, that's right. I believe that it was you who interfered with his fight with Kuno that day and blabbed out that he was blind. Akan stiffened at the memory, then said, so? What's that got to do with it? I mean, it's not like he could keep something like that a secret for long. That's still no reason for him to be acting like a jerk! Nabiki shook her head as she retorted. No reason? Akan, you just don't get it, do you? Ranma didn't want anyone to know about it. I think it's because he didn't want anyone's pity. He just wants to be treated the same as everyone else. But because you didn't think about your actions, he's going to be always treated differently. Now a lot of the boys at school are treating him like an outcast, and Ranma has to prove to himself to everyone. That wouldn't have happened if you had kept quiet about it. Double quote, you single quote, Ray, making it sound like it's all my fault. Double quote, well, maybe because a big part of it is, Nebiki said with a bit of sarcasm. I mean, you had no reason to tell anyone else that Ranma was blind. Especially after all he did for you. He saved you from that gang, nursed you back to health, and didn't ask for one thing in return. And then you repaid him by blurting out his secret. Oh yeah, that was really good of you. I can't double quote, I can't single quote, S eyes furrowed as she glared at her sister, then turned around and stomped up to her room. Nebiki shook her head at her sister's insensitivity. The little princess just couldn't take the truth, even when it was shoved into her face. Akan just didn't understand that Ranma was very sensitive about his handicap and had taken it personally when she had interfered with his fight with Kuno and blurted out his condition. Nebiki, however, was far more observant and had noticed how Ranma reacted whenever someone pitied him and thought he was helpless. It was clear to her that Ranma despised being pitied, and she could admire how someone could overcome such a disability and even fool her for so long. Ranma was unique, and Nebiki liked that in a guy. He was good looking. He didn't bow down to her violent maniac of a sister. He was sensitive, but also displayed a strong will. He was confident in his abilities, but not arrogant, and showed respect toward girls. He was very intelligent and displayed several amazing skills that could prove to be very profitable. All in all, he was a good catch. Although she was called the Ice Queen, the middle daughter had started to realize that money was a very poor substitute for companionship. Before that stupid declaration of Kuno's, she had gotten a few date prospects. Afterwards, she had been forced to spend her weekends alone. Despite everything that had been said about her, she was human and didn't want to spend the rest of her life alone. Kasumi and Akan had blown their chances with Ranma. Nebiki then decided that it was her turn up to bat. There was a bit of a problem though. After Kasumi and Akan's mistakes, not to mention her father's attempts to kidnap him, Ranma had become very distrustful of the Tendo clan in general. He had even been avoiding her, even though he had nothing against her personally. Nebiki decided that gaining Ranma's trust would be the first obstacle to overcome. In the kitchen, Kasumi was busy preparing the evening meal. On the outside, there seemed to be nothing wrong with her. On the inside, however, her heart was heavy with guilt as she recalled the last time she had spoken with Ranma. Less than I gave you my trust and you betrayed it! Greater than that one phrase had repeated itself over and over in her mind. She now knew that telling Akan about Ranma's blindness had been a horrible mistake. She had thought that if Akan knew of his blindness, she would be more understanding toward him, but her good intentions had backfired. She should have realized that Akan would have not been able to keep it to herself, and now, Ranma hated her and her sister for it. Less than well, perhaps he doesn't hate me for it, but he does have the right to be upset about it. Greater than Kasumi let off a sad sigh as she remembered the first time she met up with him. He seemed so warm and friendly when they sat in that coffee shop. She remembered how gentle his touch was when he used his fingers to probe her face. She felt totally at ease when she was with him. She still blushed when she thought about the comment he made about how her face matched the beauty of her soul. With her full-time commitment to caring for her family, the blind boy had allowed her to feel emotions that had been bottled up inside of her since her mother died. Ranma made her feel truly special that day. She also remembered how horrified she was when she learned of the Nakoken training and how his father had sold him like a piece of property. She had gotten very cold towards Ranma since then. She always served him last at dinner time and gave him smaller portions. She had also mentioned the names of certain other families in casual conversation and noted the nervousness in the fat martial artist. She just couldn't believe that her father was associated with such a greedy man. Then she recalled to just how obsessive Sun was, especially with the pledge to unite the families. Ranma's single quote as angry words had stung her to the quick and Kasumi knew that she had to make amends. Ranma's trust in her had been a very special gift and she had lost it. The time had come for her to try and regain that gift. And with that renewed gift, it may even become something more. It wasn't hard for Kasumi to imagine her and Ranma sharing something else besides each other's trust. Meanwhile, Lilac and Shampoo were walking back to Pepper's restaurant after making a delivery. As the sun began to set, they talked quietly about the past few days. Ranma is making good progress at school. Yes? Shampoo shrugged as she said, well, the teachers are starting to accept that he doesn't need any special stuff or anything. The other students are going to take more time though. He told me that what he really needs to do is something big to prove that he's just as good as everyone else. They would either pity him, hate him or are scared of him because of what he can do. At least the boys are. The girls aren't having no problems. Both girls chuckled a bit. The same kind of stuff happened to him in the village. Lilac was about to comment about that when they both heard a commotion coming from a nearby empty lot. They both decided to investigate. In the lot, 4 girls wearing gym shorts and t-shirts were facing off against one girl in a brown uniform. Many of them were sporting bruises and bandages. The young lady had her black hair tied up in sideways ponytail and was sneering at her 4 would-be assailants. Well now, have you all come to forfeit the upcoming gymnastics meet? I would think that would be the wisest choice since you are no match for me! John that. One of the other girls said while holding up a pair of gymnastics clubs. Her cohorts were also armed with similar implements such as ribbons, hoops and whatnot. Yeah. We know it was you who attacked us last night. You're trying to stop us from entering the tournament! ! You think you can just take us out before the contest so you would win by default! ! Let's ! Get her! ! The four girls charged at the haughty girl, but were suddenly yelping in pain as they were disarmed in an instant. A streak of pink flashed across their wrists, causing them to wince in pain and drop to their knees. They continued to scream as they were whipped again and again by what appeared to be a long ribbon. The holder of that ribbon, the haughty girl, handled the seemingly fragile device like it was a bowl of top! My, such rudeness! How fortunate it is for you that I was raised up properly. Why, I weren't a lady, I wouldn't be as gentle. How fortunate you are that I'm— grab! The girl stopped in her tirade as her ribbon was suddenly held taut by someone who had come in between her and the other girls. The interloper appeared to be about her age and had red hair tied in a long braid that went down her back and had a gold ribbon at the end. She frowned at the girl and said in a low voice, "You caught my ribbon. No one has ever done that before." Lilac returned the frown as she said, "You already made point. Make no sense to keep on beating up when they downed." She looked over to where the girls were sprawled and watched as shampoo tended to their wounds. She then turned back to their tormentor and then gave a firm jerk on the ribbon. The haughty girl held fast to her end, but was very surprised Lilac's audacity. "So, you think to interfere with my affairs?" She then suddenly released her grip, made a couple of clubs appear from out of nowhere and threw them at the Amazon. Lilac was not caught off guard. After frequently sparring with Ranma, who also knew hidden weapon techniques, she simply released her hold on the ribbon, made her tongue appear and deflected both clubs back at her foe. She followed through with a somersault toward her opponent, lashing out with a side kick. The black-haired girl ducked the clubs the kick, then backflipped a couple of meters. She then smiled as she made a black rose appear. She nonchalantly tossed her head and said, "Well done. You are certainly more of a challenge than those weaklings over there." She then placed the rose's stem in her mouth and pulled out another ribbon from the front of her blouse. "I'm Kodakai, the Black Rose. You will remember that, won't you?" She then began twirling her ribbon about her and a huge storm of black rose petals appeared around her. She then leapt into the air and bounded away while saying, "We'll meet again." Later that evening in Pepper's place, Ranma had finished mending the injuries of the four girls after Lilac and Shampoo had brought them for healing. As he applied special herbs and wrapped their wounds in bandages, the girls started telling Ranma and the Amazons about their problems with Kodakai, the Black Rose. Women's martial arts rhythmic gymnastics. Ranma said with confusion. That new one to Lilac. Is it some kind of fighting tournament? Shampoo asked. One of the injured girls, a cute one with short brown hair, nodded as she said, The entire gymnastics team got attacked last night and now we're in no shape for the tournament. Furinkin was supposed to go up against St. Hebert next week! Also known as St. Pacus. A black-haired girl with a ponytail said ... That still no explain who girl was that lilac fight today ... That was Kodakai. A girl with long brown hair replied. She's the captain of the St. Hebert gymnastics team. She's also called the Black Rose. Her team has never lost because all the other teams had to forfeit before the tournament. We know that Kodakai secretly attacks her rivals and forces them out of the running. Now Furinkin has no one to compete in next week's contest! Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. Ranma said as he completed wrapping up the last injury. I wish there was something we can do to help ... The four girls looked at each other, then at Lilac, Shampoo and Perfume. They nodded to each other and the girl with the short brown hair said, maybe their island. We've seen you Amazons in action and you're really good with gymnastics and martial arts. You want Amazons to fight in contest? Perfume asked. Ranma was a bit nervous as to where this was going. Gee, I don't know, I think it's a splendid idea. Cologne said as she and Pepper entered the room. You do? Ranma asked as he and the others turned to look at the matriarch. But they don't know anything about this martial arts gymnastics thing. None of us do. Oh, I'm certain that you'll be able to train my great-granddaughter and the others in time for the tournament. Me. Ranma wondered to himself as his eyebrows raised in surprise. Cologne smiled warmly as she said, yes. As I recall, you happen to be the best acrobat in the village, and the girls would be most comfortable training with you. Idea is right! Ranma teach us? Yes? Ranma will help. We all help! The four injured girls of the gymnastics team cheered as one of them said, then it's settled. We'll get you a copy of the rules tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Thank you! Later on, Cologne found Ranma sitting on the roof deep in thought. She quietly sat down beside him. I'm not sure if this is such a good idea, Elder. Please, Ranma. I told you that you can call me Cologne. Sorry, Elder, I mean, Cologne. Well, anyway. Are you sure about all this? Yes. I can't think of a better way to show the school that you are just as good as anyone else by training the girls in this contest. You did say that you needed something special to prove yourself to the school. A team that was trained by a blind martial artist would count. Wouldn't it? So that's why you volunteered me to train Shampoo and the others. Ranma became silent for a moment then said, I've never formally trained anyone. I'm not really sure if I'm up to it. Suppose we lose and you will not lose, Cologne stated firmly. Like Koga, I too had detected the great potential in you, not only as a student but also as a teacher. You will do fine. I had great faith in you. Ranma couldn't help but smile at the compliment. Having the faith of an elder was a rare thing, and even rarer for a male Amazon. Ranma nodded as he silently vowed to make Cologne proud. To be continued. Author's note. Well, you asked for her and you got her. Kodakai is now on the scene and Ranma has a good chance of proving himself. This chapter was also to expand on Kasumi and Nebiki as well as the initial steps that Ranma has taken toward gaining acceptance from his peers at school. Fighting blind. Disclaimer. I guess I should disclaim this. Right? Less than greater than. Thoughts. Chapter 10 Lilacs and Black Roses Part 1 Lot. What do you mean that we can't use the lot? Is true? Ranma. Man come yesterday and put up sign. He say that new building going to be there. Lilac said as she and her sister Amazons ate their lunches with Ranma. No that place for gymnastics training. No have anywhere else to go. Perfume added. Oh great. This is just perfect. Ranma gave a depressed sigh as he began considering his options. He had planned to use the empty lot behind Pepper's restaurant to help prepare the three girls for the upcoming gymnastics meet with St. Hebert, but now their usual sparring area was closed off. He had considered the Furenken High Gymnasium, but decided against it, since it was just too open and well known to Kodakai's spies. He had been hearing rumors of opposing gymnastic groups being attacked by St. Hebert before the match, forcing them to forfeit. Based on what Furenken's team had told them about the underhand tactics of this so-called Black Rose, Ranma had planned to train the girls in secret, so they could have a bit of an edge against their opponents. He had decided that the time had come to begin Shampoo, Lilac and Perfume's training in the unseen light. Since no one knew about their usual sparring area, and with Cologne and Pepper keeping an eye on things, he thought it would be safe. However, with no place to teach Koga's secret techniques, now what do we do? Shampoo asked. Ranma thought for a few minutes before he shook his head. For now, I'm not sure. We'll discuss it after school. Okay? News about the Amazons competing on behalf of the Furenken team spread like wildfire throughout the school. Just about every male student had begun daydreaming about seeing those curvaceous female warriors in skimpy leotards. Dozens of boys developed nosebleeds as their imaginations went far beyond anything decent. The worst among them was of course Kuno, as he went rambling off on his fantasies about his Amazon beauties in all their gymnastic glory as they showered his person with loving devotion and passion. Meanwhile, Nebiki was at the moment shadowing Ranma as he went through the school day. Through her spies, she had gotten wind of him being the coach of the new gymnastics team. A totally blind, yet very formidable martial artist training a group of gymnasts was very unusual, and this only made Nebiki ever more determined to learn more about him. She saw this as more than just a financial opportunity, though she was sure she could get top in for any pictures of the Amazons in their leotards. Kuno would certainly shell out enough money to put the dojo in the black for a month for those photos. This was also a chance to try and get close to the ensuing, but very handsome and interesting male of that strange culture. Nebiki hid in the shadows as she silently tailed Ranma. As he left the school grounds at the end of the day, she maintained a distance of about 60 yards and tried to keep out of sight. Though Ranma was blind, Nebiki had a strong suspicion that he could detect her presence whenever she got too close to him. The way he defeated Kuno every time, even when he charged from behind, only strengthened this suspicion. The middle Tendo girl looked around the corner and was very confused to see that Ranma had disappeared. She began looking around for any sign of him, but could find nothing. It was then that she was tapped on the shoulder. Yeah. Nebiki whirled about with a hand over her heart. She was breathing quite rapidly as she saw Ranma standing behind her. The unseen light martial artist had made no sound whatsoever when he snuck up on her, and Nebiki felt as if she was on the verge of a heart attack. Miss Tendo, you and your spies have been tailing me and my sister Amazons ever since we got here, and I'm beginning to find it very annoying. Ranma stood with his arms crossed and with a stern expression. Why you knew I was following you? Nebiki gasped as she tried to regain her composure. The fact that a blind boy had gotten the drop on her was very unsettling. From day one, Ranma affirmed with a forceful tone. Just because I'm blind doesn't mean that I don't know what's going on around me. Now, why don't we skip the pleasantries and get right to the point? What do you want? Nebiki calmed down and considered the boy before her. It was obvious that he wasn't some dumb jock that she could manipulate like Kuno or the other boys at school. He seemed to convey a sense of awareness that went beyond the physical realm, and he had already displayed keen instincts. Furthermore, Ranma had already proven that he was someone not to be taken lightly. After seeing what he did to Kuno, Akan and Ryoga, the last thing Nebiki wanted to do was get on his bad side. The middle daughter took a deep breath. I was just curious about you, that's all. I mean, it's not every day that a blind person can do all the things that you've done so far. Now the word is that you're training those Amazons to compete against Street Eberk's gymnastics team next week. Yeah, so what business is it of yours? Nebiki gave Ranma a slight nod as she replied. Well, it's very obvious that you need some place to train the girls, since the place where you usually spar with them has not been closed to you. I know all about the empty lot near Pepper's place. Since the team hasn't practiced in the gym, I'm going to assume that you intend to teach those girls a few secret techniques. Am I right? Ranma became a bit uneasy. Apparently, this Nebiki was more perceptive than normal and had known about their training area. He kept up his face of indifference and said, "Go on." Nebiki smirked a bit as she said, "Well, Considering Kodakaikuno's habit of taking out the competition before the matches, I can understand why you would want to train those girls in secret. The gym at school is just to open, and I'm willing to bet that whatever tricks you teach them will have something to do with those unseen light martial arts of yours. I can understand you wanting to keep that a secret too. However, that still leaves you a problem of getting a secure place for shampoo, lilac and perfume to train. Double quote, and I suppose you have the perfect spot. Ranma's voice dripped with a bit of sarcasm. Nebiki nodded. The Tendo Dojo. Double quote. Ranma was silent for a long while, then responded to Nebiki's suggestion. If this is your idea of a joke, then let me tell you, it's not funny. Double quote. The middle daughter had expected Ranma's reluctance. This isn't a joke. I'm offering you and the girls the use of our dojo for a week. No strings attached. Double quote, and why would you want to do that? Ranma became really suspicious. Nebiki made a show of being hurt, though it was pretty much wasted on the blind martial artist. And why wouldn't I be? As I recall, you did save my sister, and I think that letting you use the dojo would be a good way to pay you back. In any case, the Amazons aren't helping out our school by going against St. Ebert. It's my scholastic duty to help out any way I can. Besides, if your team wins the tournament this Saturday, then this will most certainly boost your standing at Furinkan. Double quote, and what do you get out of all this? Double quote, why do you assume that I may have an ulterior motive in helping you? Nebiki would have put on her best hurt look, but that only worked if the person could see it. She tried to sound really hurt though. Ranma frowned as he replied, I don't know. Perhaps it's because your sisters have already caused me some considerable pain. Or is it the fact that your father is set on trying to get me to fulfill that stupid pledge? Maybe it's because my goddamn father is there. That last statement positively dripped with venom. Now why would I do something as stupid as go there? If I went there, your father and that bastard of a panda would try to make sure that I never left. The Tendo family has been nothing but trouble. Thanks, but no thanks. We'll find another place. Double quote. Ranma turned to leave, but Nebiki put a hand on his shoulder. Please, wait. When Ranma paused, Nebiki knew that she had to think quickly. This was a prime opportunity and she had only seconds before it slipped away. Look, I know that you don't really like my family and I can understand that. For all that they've done to you, you have every right to be angry. But that doesn't mean that we're all bad. I haven't done anything to you, now have I? My sisters and my father have made really big mistakes. Kasumi shouldn't have told Akan about your blindness and Akan shouldn't have blabbed it out to everyone at school. Daddy shouldn't have tried to kidnap you. But I'm not like them, and I think you should get to know me better before you decide on putting me in with the other members of my family. At least give me a chance to prove that I really want to help you. Nebiki lowered her head a bit and her cheeks reddened a bit. And besides, I would like to get to know you better. Ranma used his senses to probe the aura of the girl. He was very impressed at the control Nabuki had over her innermost emotions. She hid them well. However, Ranma could detect something on the very edge of her aura. It was very faint and he almost missed it. It was sincerity. He could tell that it was genuine as it conflicted with the impressions of avarice and cunning that Nabuki also displayed. There was no doubt in his mind that Nabuki was planning something, but she was definitely willing to help him out. Less than she isn't lying, but she's also holding back a lot of things. Dog, who am I kidding? Going to the Tendo Dojo would be like throwing myself into that pit of cats again. Greater than Ranma shivered at the memory, then turned and started to walk away. Without turning to face her, he said in a quiet voice, Nabuki Tendo, I thank you for your generous offer, but I must refuse it. Good day to you. Nabuki watched as the blind boy walked off. As he got further into the distance she called out to him. The offer still stands if you change your mind. When Ranma was out of sight, she started to walk home. She became very occupied with her thoughts as she headed toward the Tendo Dojo. At first, when she had offered the use of the dojo, she had been thinking of getting photos of him and the girls to sell to Kuno and the other students. It was also a chance to learn more about Ranma's abilities. However, when she heard the sadness and bitterness in his voice, she couldn't help but feel for him. The blind boy had a certain something that made anyone near him feel whatever emotion he was feeling. Then all of a sudden, she found herself defending herself against that accusation that the entire Tendo family was trouble. Which was quite ironic, considering her background. Yet, when she was with Ranma, she felt an overwhelming urge to get close to him. She could feel nothing but sadness over what he had endured since becoming sightless at the hands of his father. She could sense the strength and determination within him, yet she could also feel the sensitive and very vulnerable side of him as well, which only made him even more attractive. Nabuki sighed as she approached her home. She hadn't felt this emotionally drained ever since her mother had died. That was when she had cloaked herself in a veil of the Ice Queen and started her mercenary ways. Yet, something about Ranma seemed to make the idea of using him for financial gain as ugly and repugnant. She had thought that he would be just a golden opportunity to make a fortune, yet the more she was with him, the less she thought about money. She began to realize just what Kasumi had been feeling when she had made her promise not to hurt Ranma. The idea of hurting him also unsettled Nabuki as she thought about it more. Suggesting the Tendo Dojo had been an idea for Nabuki to get a few snapshots and learn more information about Ranma. Now, she wasn't so sure anymore. Making money didn't seem as important as making a friend in Ranma. She had always been a very lonely person, and found the idea of getting close to Ranma very appealing. Meanwhile at Street Eberk's gym, alright girls. That's enough for today. Kodakai Kuno stood in a blue leotard with her hands on her hips, As she addressed the members of the gymnastics team, many of the girls were sighing in relief as they began picking up equipment and got ready to head for the showers. The group considered their leader as a slave driver and wondered why they should be practicing at all. In the past, they always won by default, as Kodakai would ambush their opponents and rendered them unable to compete. This year wasn't going to be any different. Already, their leader was conversing with one of her spies who had just handed her the address of Pepper's place and the names of the new substitute members of Furankin High's gymnastics team. She gave off a short laugh as she saw Lilac's name on the paper. She opened a locker, which was stocked with various medieval-looking instruments, selected a large metal mallet, and then wrapped herself in a dark cloak. Giving her lieutenants a sharp salute, she leapt into the night to carry out her dastardly deed. 10 minutes later at Pepper's place, Ranma was just speaking with Cologne and Pepper about what to do about the lack of a training ground. When he mentioned about Nabiki's offer to use the Tendo dojo, the two women flatly turned the idea down. However, with so few places that were secluded enough, Ranma didn't really have any idea as to where he could teach shampoo, lilac and perfume the secrets of the unseen light. At the moment, all three girls were preparing for bed. Each had retired to her room and was in the business of settling down for the night. Outside the building, a shadow was darting about and making its way toward the three unsuspecting girls. Downstairs, Ranma was continuing his conversation with the elder and the restaurant's owner when he suddenly stopped talking and cocked his head to one side. What is it? Ranma ? Someone s here. I sense danger. Ranma quickly got to his feet and took out his battle staff, extending it to its 5-foot length. Cologne and Pepper knew that Ranma was never wrong when it came to sensing danger. They quickly got to their feet and waited in ready stances. Then suddenly crash. Wham! Bam! ! You again ? Die ! ! You know wants to get Amazon woman's mad ! Recognizing Lilac's voice, Ranma quickly bounded up the stairs, followed closely by Cologne and Pepper. Just before they reached the door to Lilac's room, they heard another series of crashes, followed by a huge boom as it sounded like glass breaking. As they entered the room in ready stances, they saw a broken window. Apparently, the intruder had been launched through the window, courtesy of an uppercut from the angry Amazon. Ranma wondered just what was going on, when his sensitive hearing caught the sounds of a fight that was taking place some distance away. He decided to investigate and leapt through the opening. He then began heading toward the sounds of battle. Just after he left, shampoo and perfume came into the room. Meanwhile, on the rooftops several blocks away, Kodakai was having a running battle with Lilac. The Black Rose hadn't counted on meeting such formidable resistance. She had thought she could just sneak into Pepper's place and quietly eliminate her competition. However, Lilac had proven to be no pushover and had demonstrated just how powerful she was by belting Kodakai out the window. The insane gymnast was currently rubbing her sore jaw and had several cuts on her body as she dodged and countered each of Lilac's tonfa strikes. The two made several passes at each other as they tried to beat each other's brains out. They then leapt away from each other and faced off at about 15 feet from each other. Well now, it seems you do have some skill. I hope you'll do even better when see each other at the tournament. Kodakai sneered as she took out her ribbon. Lilac became really annoyed at this girl's attitude and replied with scorn. HMPF. You nothing but coward and cheater. Lilac no believe stupid flower girl tried to attack her when she sleep cheap. Malloy? Kodakai said with mock sincerity. Why I would do such a thing? I believe in fighting fair, before the contest of course. I was just seeing if you were a worthy enough opponent. That's all. You want fight? No problem with Lilac. The Amazon began powering up her battlelore. Kodakai smirked as she began twirling her ribbon around her, causing a whirlwind and rose petals to appear. Lilac was forced to fall back as she held up her tonfa in defense. Another time, China girl. We'll meet again and next time, I will not be as lenient. Exclamation point. With this she bounded off into the distance. By the time Lilac raised up her head, Kodakai was already gone. It was at that time that Ranma had begun bounding toward the area. He had no doubts that his sister Amazon could take care of herself and had decided on a different route, in hopes of intercepting whoever had attacked Lilac. His senses were scanning the area and had locked onto the spiritual trail of the assailant. It was then that his sensitive hearing caught the sounds of insane laughter. Kodakai was deep in thought as she fled from the area. Less than HMM. That little witch may be more formidable than I thought. No matter. I shall vanquish her as easily as all the others. No one can ever hope to stand against the Black Rose! Greater than she let off another one of her ludicrous laughs as she closed her eyes and imagined herself standing over Lilac's beaten and bloodied body. Ranma felt a shiver down his spine when he heard that laughter. He felt a chill run through his body as he vaulted over the next roof. With the sounds echoing off the walls of some of the more towering structures, plus the fact that his senses had now just detected Kodakai's warped aura and psychotic tendencies, Ranma was a bit put off by the sensations. So it was understandable that he was distracted and almost didn't notice that his sixth sense was giving him an alert that he was about to run into someone. He managed to swerve to the side, just as Kodakai was abruptly pulled from her daydream by the sudden movement. The Black Rose yelped as she twisted to avoid a collision. However, she tripped over a loose roof tile and went tumbling down toward the street. Her head hit the surface of the roof as she fell, causing her to become dazed. Without a second thought, Ranma dug after her and let his seventh sense track her descent. Catching her in his arms, He made a neat flip and then vaulted back up toward the roof. He landed without a sound and then considered the person he held in his arms. A moment later, he heard Kodakai begin to regain her senses. The gymnast looked up and focused her eyes upon the face of her savior. When her vision cleared, she let off a small gasp as she beheld probably the most handsome man she had ever seen. Then again, considering that she went to an all-girls school, she didn't see very many men. Less than what a man! Greater than Ranma stiffened as he began detecting the all too familiar emotions being directed at him. From his long experiences in the Amazon village, he knew that this meant trouble. In addition, he also began sensing a madness that seemed to reflect a tortured past as well as loneliness. When the girl looped her arms around him and said in a trembling voice to hold her, Ranma's danger senses went from yellow alert to full red. A few rooftops away, Lilac had been joined with shampoo and perfume. They had informed the red-haired beauty that their fellow Amazon warrior had gone in search of whoever had attacked her. Now the three girls were out searching for their blind friend. Meanwhile, Ranma had just set Kodakai on her feet and took a few steps back with his battle staff held in one hand in a casual, yet ready manner. At the moment, he was trying very hard to get out of this awkward situation when it was apparent that Kodakai was beginning to form an attachment to him. Well, now that you're okay, I guess I should be going. Ranma said this in a right voice as he began taking a few more steps back. Unfortunately, Kodakai started moving forward. Please, tell me your name! Ranma showed him. Well, in any case, I better get going and, oh no, kind sir, I must properly thank the strong and brave man who saved me. It was a good thing that Ranma was blind. Otherwise the hungry look that Kodakai was giving him would have scared him out of his wits. Less than so brave, so handsome. Oh, to think that I thought I'd never get a man. I guess an all-girls school was the wrong place to look. And now that I've found him, greater than Ranma became even more agitated by the second as he continued to back away. The emotions that Kodakai were emitting were making him very uncomfortable. Despite living in a culture that was female-dominated, he was still pretty shy when it came to dealing with the opposite gender. With his enhanced senses and empathic nature, he could feel Kodakai's amorous intentions with all the subtlety of a terrorist bombing. Look, I really don't think that's necessary, and besides, we just met. Ranma halted when he sensed that he was at the edge of the roof. Ranma gulped as he trained his senses on her once more. It was then that he noticed something else as he struggled to compose himself. He started to feel the psychic impressions that he had detected back in Lilac's room when she had been attacked. It was then that he realized that he had just saved the person who had ambushed his sister Amazon. Hold on. Here, it was then that Kodakai made a bouquet of flowers appear and shoved them toward Ranma's face. Please take these as a token of my gratitude! Huh? What are you? Ranma's sixth sense went off as his superior sense of smell caught the whiff of some strange chemicals. His reflexes took over as he swung his staff and knocked the bouquet out of Kodakai's hands and up into the air. When the flowers landed on an adjacent roof, they exploded and let off a cloud of noxious gases. Immo was fully on guard as he went into a battle stance, held up his staff and angrily said, "Okay. Now what was that for?" Kodakai was about to reply in a sweet voice that the paralysis powder in the flowers was only to prevent him from running away, when she caught sight of three Amazons heading their way. She smirked and then blew him a kiss. "We shall meet again, dearest Ranma, and continue getting acquainted." Ranma shivered again when he heard that laugh as the black rose leapt away and vanished into the night. Less than something tells me that my life just took a really bad turn. Greater than to be continued. Author's notes: I'll make my comments at the end of this chapter. Fighting blind disclaimer. I know that I have a disclaimer somewhere around here. Let me see. Nope, not here. Here? No. How about here? Oh well, I guess you are going to have to take my word for it. ***, thoughts less than, greater than. Chinese language chapter 10 part 2 battle lines are drawn. I'm afraid that we have no option, elder. I certainly can't train the girls here. It's too open and I don't think that Kodakai person is going to jive up attacking us." The blind martial artist gestured to the upstairs as he sat down for a cup of tea. Cologne reluctantly nodded. Last night's attack had only been a skirmish, but Pepper could not afford to continually repair her establishment. As of now, Lilac was sharing Shampoo's room as hers was boarded up for repairs and cleanup. Before belting the crazed gymnast out the window, the two had caused quite a bit of damage to the room. Furthermore, their opponent in the upcoming gymnastics competition seemed to be very determined to knock her rivals out of the running, and Ranma already sensed her unwanted amorous designs on him. The Amazons had been trying to find a place so that they could train in peace, but that proved to be very difficult. The school gym was deemed unsuitable as the male students had constantly pestered the girls whenever they showed up in their leotards. The female half of Furinkin's student population was no better, having seen Ranma's muscular form in a tight-fitting t-shirt and shorts. Other places that they had tried were some recreation centers and empty lots, but they too were unsuitable and too open to defend against attack. Kodakai would have too easy a time off getting at the girls and him! That by itself made him shudder. To have her continually show up at their doorstep gave him a serious case of the willies. No, they needed a placete that was sweet for combat and was easier to defend against sneak attacks. Which meant ... I'll be contacting Zabiki Tendo at the end of school today too. Except for offer ... Cologne's eyes narrowed as she said, "I do not like this ... You think I like it? Ranma sighed as he stood up to prepare for school. But what else can we do? We have only 4 days left before we face off against St. Ebert on Saturday. I must begin training Shampoo and the authors immediately in the techniques of martial arts rhythmic gymnastics. We need some place where Kodakai won't be able to interrupt in their training. The Tendo Dojo seems to be our only option. Cologne shook her head sadly as she replied, "Oh, I cannot argue with your logic. I still do not like the idea of you going to where that fool-fat friend is equally stupid friend Island. Therefore, to prevent them from getting any ideas about forcing you to carry out that idiotic pledge of theirs, I shall be accompanying you and the girls." She held up a hand and said, "Do not worry about Pepper and her business. She has assured to me that she will not need any of us for the week to help in running the restaurant. I shall keep an eye on you to make certain that Ranma and Sound don't try any funny stuff." Ranma nodded. "I was kind of hoping that you'd say that. I really don't need any more headaches right now." Unknown to him, a new headache was now just entering the outskirts of Nirima. The individual was wearing a long, flowing robe of white and very thick lensed glasses. Later that morning. "So you're accepting my offer?" Nabiki said with a bit of smugness. She and Ranma were standing near the front of the school. Lilac, Shampoo and Perfume were standing nearby as they watched the two discuss the plans towards the dojo. Ranma frowned a bit as he sensed the emotions of avarice in the girl before him. However, he simply swallowed his pride. "Yes, Miss Tendo. It seems that circumstances that are beyond anyone's control has persuaded me to consider your generous offer." Nabiki didn't like the expression he was giving her, but that was to be expected. He wasn't like the simple dupes she had encountered in all of her for business transactions. She would have to be very careful not to blow such a golden opportunity. With him at the dojo, Nabiki could not get much needed information about him and numerous opportunities for profit would be available. Taking photos of those Amazons in skimpy leotards would also equal a sizable amount of income. She was looking forward to the challenge. "All right then. You and the girls can come to the dojo after school and we'll discuss the arrangements." Ranma nodded slowly as he turned to rejoin his sister Amazons. He didn't like this arrangement and he knew that whatever price Nabiki would ask of him, he may not be willing to pay it. He would have to be on his guard. Heaven suddenly stopped as his sixth sense went off. The three girls were immediately on alert when they saw Ranma tense up. It was then that they heard a voice. Lilac of the Amazons. "Prepare to die!" Lilac brought out her tonfa in an instant and blocked the blow of Kodakai's bucking as she dived in from out of nowhere. The two faced each other off, catching the attention of the crowds. The students looked on with interest as the two rivals glared at one another. "So now what? Stupid crazy girl no can wait until tournament to get beaten up?" Kodakai gave her a tone and a look of disdain as she replied, as if a harried peasant such as you could even think that she would stand a chance against the black rose of street Ebert exclamation point double quote bad enough you attack Lilac in dead of night. Now you try to cheat by attacking in day exclamation point double quote attack. Boys, don't be silly. I'm only here to visit my darling Ranma. Double quote Kodakai gave a swing at Lilac's head, but the red-haired Amazon simply blocked the blow with one of her tonfi and then knocked the wooden sword out of the gymnast's hands with the other. She followed through with a city kick, but Kodakai did a fancy backflip and then landed next to Ranma. The look she gave him was one of adoration. Double quote Ranma dearest, shall pick up where we left off question mark double quote Ranma frowned. His senses were already probing her aura and he didn't like what he found. Kodakai had obviously fixated on him and was under the impression that he was going to return her advances. He also detected a form of mental trauma that had been building up over the years. Psychological instability was apparent and there was just no way the unseen light fighter could circumvent her misguided feelings toward him. No, he was always direct and it would be best for everyone if he were to head off ties and wanted affection and obsession before it got out of hand. Better toward her now and get it over with, than to have her follow some sick demented fantasy. Tact would not work with this kind of individual. He would have to be blunt. Double quote no. Double quote no. Kodakai said with surprise. She had been expecting her gallant rescuer from last night to sweep her off her feet in a blaze of passion. Double quote no. We are not going to pick up anything, since there was nothing to start with. I don't know where you got this idea that we have something, but it's going to stop right here and now. I am not interested. Without another word, Ranma turned around and walked away. For the most part, Ranma hated to hurt people's feelings, but this had to be done. Kodakai was in a bit of a shock at Ranma's blatant refusal, but she wasn't in denial, thinking that she may have not heard him right. After all, who could turn down the rising and beautiful star of the gymnastics world question mark double quote Ranma darling, wait. She began running after him. Lilac and her friends growled as they saw their hated rival chase after the object of their affections and prepared to do some serious bodily injuries to her. It was then that Kuma walked toward them, his mind oblivious to the events that were occurring as he fantasized the image of his three Amazon flowers in their leotards, leaping about gracefully as they bestowed their hidden love for him. In his hands were three bouquets. He was jolted back to reality as saw the obstacle to gaining his fierce warrior women walking toward him. Double quote Sodom. Kuma growled as he prepared to unsheath his book and Ranma stopped and gave a tired sigh. So what's your problem, Kuno? Stefan stiffened slightly as he felt Kodakai lovingly leaned against his back and snuggled closely. Double quote Ranma. Kodakai gave a happy sigh as she pressed her cheek against his muscled back. Ranma bowed his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. Kami-sama, please tell me that this isn't happening. Double quote Kuno on the other hand, looked over the two with a serious tone. Then after a moment, he nodded while pulling out a small victory fan. Very well, you might date with her. Double quote Ranma single quote S head snapped up. Say what question mark exclamation point double quote Cloud became ecstatic. Ranma dear. We are now officially a couple exclamation point double quote. This did not sit well with Shampoo, Lilac and Perfume as they charged in and pulled Ranma out of Kodakai's grasp. They put themselves between Ranma and the Black Rose while holding up their weapons. Double quote how dare you come between a woman and her one true love? Kodakai said as he brought out her ribbon and took a stance. Double quote stop stupid talking. Shampoo replied. Double quote Ranma no belong to you. Lilac affirmed. Double quote you want Ranma? You go through Amazons first. Perfume added. Ranma was getting quite put off at how the situation was beginning to degenerate. Girls, please. I can speak for myself. Double quote of course. No one was exactly listening at the moment. Double quote no worry Ranma. We take care of stupid, crazy girl exclamation point double quote. By now, Kodakai was smiling evilly as she saw their devotion toward her intended. Well, I can see what's happening now. You want him for yourself. How very interesting. She then whipped her ribbon forward. The three girls slept back to avoid it. The Black Rose then twirled her ribbon casually to inside. So how about it? The winner of the tournament gets Ranma Sodom. Double quote lot. Ranma couldn't believe that he was being offered up like some king-off prize. Double quote lot are you talking about question mark double quote is you crazy question mark double quote Ranma is no prize exclamation point double quote. Kuno was quick to pick up on this as he rushed to their sides and put his arms around their shoulders. But my loves, it is perfect. You need only Lilos and the accursed Ranma shall be gone from your lives for good. Then we con double quote wham x3 exclamation point. Kuno was sprawled on the ground face first with three huge lumps on his head. Kodakai took no notice of this as she said, there will be no need for the three of you to hold back. The beating that I will give to each of you will be more than enough. She then twirled her ribbon about her causing a gale wind to be stirred up, along with a storm of black rose petals as she addressed Ranma. Ranma my darling. By Saturday, you will be all mine. She then bounded off into the distance, her insane laughter still echoing. Ranma shook his head in disbelief. Now they had to win the tournament. Kuno at this time staggered to his feet as he looked in the direction where Kodakai had left. A pity that with every noble family tree, there will always be a seed of discord that will threaten to fell the mighty roots and cause the leaves to wither. He then addressed the Amazons. You would know best to take care as you face off against Kodakai. My sister is quite insane and will resort to any means to get what she wants. I love COL. Double quote your sister. Ranma eats double quote and he adopt, Kuno affirmed while turning towards the girls of the Amazons double quote take care my Amazon flowers, lest my sibling cause you undue misfortune with her wicked ways. Unlike myself, she has not a foothold in reality double quote asterisk yeah, right Kuno? Like you could claim to have any sense either. Damn exclamation point when did my life become so complicated question mark asterisk before long, the gossip had spread across the student population. Many oft boys and girls were still talking about it as they left the school at the end of the day. As a result, a certain somebody had overheard the match between Kodakai and one group of Amazons, which included a lavender-haired girl that was the main reason behind his obsession. Later that day Ranma was feeling really depressed as he and the girls prepared to leave the restaurant and head to the Tendo residence to begin their training. Ham had not been talking to Shampoo and the others and his silence had been mocking them nervous. Finally, as they were about to go to the front door, Shampoo spoke up to him less than double quote Ranma, we are really sorry about what happened today. We double quote greater than the stern frowns she got from her cousin made her become silent. She decided not to press her luck as she followed lilac and perfume out the door. Ranma stood still for a few minutes before stepping forward. Ethan stopped as he sensed cologne hopping on her staff and then placing one of her hands on his shoulder. Less than double quote you shouldn't blame them for what happened. What's done is done. They were only trying to protect you. Double quote greater than Ranma took a deep breath, then sighed while nodding. Less than double quote I know. But I just didn't like to be put out like some kind of prize. I could have handled it double quote greater than less than double quote I single quote I'm sure you could have. However, they were right about one thing. You're a prize. You are an irreplaceable treasure to our tribe and the thought of losing you is something that we'd rather avoid. Your mother especially but you must understand that Shampoo and the others care for you. We all do. So why not just forget what has already happened and concentrate on the main point? Get them ready for the tournament and show everyone that you're just as good as people who can see. That is your goal. Is it not question mark double quote greater than Stefan gave him a warm smile. Less than double quote and besides, girls just can't help themselves best when they're around you. I don't blame them. If I was 16 again, I'd act the same way. You are quite the catch. Double quote greater than Ranma took another size, then smiled while blushing. Less than double quote thank you. I'll go make things up with Shampoo and the others. Double quote greater than less than double quote you single quote Ray. Welcome. Double quote greater than at the Tendo home. Double quote lot. How could you, Nabiki? I canceled as she just heard the news from Ma and the Amazons using the dojo as the training place for their upcoming match against Kodakai. Ranma and Soon were of course ecstatic at the news as they began scheming to get Ranma and wedding plans. Kasumi had become very silent when she heard that Ranma was coming. She had become extremely nervous and was frequently seen staring off into space with a forlorn look in her eyes. What do you mean, Ken? I've simply offered them the use of our dojo to help the school out, and besides, Daddy has already approved of it. Besides, I thought you'd be glad that Ranma is coming here to train. You're still interested in learning his techniques, right? Ken was taken aback as that thought occurred to her. Well, yeah, but her eyes narrowed as she gave her older sibling a look of suspicion. What are you up to, Nebiki? What are you getting out of all this? Nebiki took on a hurt expression. Boys, how could you think that I had an ulterior motive? Why, I'm just doing my duty to our school and helping with winning the tournament. John T and me that. How much are you getting? Nebiki shrugged as she replied, I don't see why you're getting so upset about all this. It's not like they're going to interfere with your training and we've got plenty of room. Besides, this has pretty much nothing to do with you. Or are you jealous because the gymnastics team asked the Amazons instead of you? Me. Jealous of them? Never. Ken denied, although deep inside, she was a bit annoyed. One of the gymnasts was a close friend of hers and she had pertly expected to be asked to replace them. Although she knew nothing about martial arts rhythmic gymnastics, it would have been nice to have been offered and given a chance to prove to everyone how good she was. She was also a bit annoyed at how much more attention the Amazons had been getting ever since they had become the new gymnastics team. The focus on them was causing more and more people to lose interest in her. With peaks kept eye on of Kuno, Ken was not given much more than a passing glance nowadays. She was no longer the center of attention and though she'd never admitted it, she had liked being in the spotlight. Well, if you think you can do just as good a job, then why don't you try to join in the tournament? Nebiki asked. Ken was about to dismiss the idea, then thought about it. If she were a part of the team, then she would be able to learn some of Ranma's secrets. The thought of showing up that arrogant, blind fighter made her smile. Maybe then, he'd take her seriously as a martial artist. That was one of the points about him that always irritated her. He considered her skills as a fighter not worthy enough to be noticed. Well, this was an opportunity to prove him wrong. Her thoughts were interrupted as she heard a knock on the front door. Ranma and the Amazons were here. Kasumi swallowed hard as she steeled herself while approaching the door. She silently prayed to Kami-sama to get her through this night. She stepped up to the door and opened it. As soon as she saw that handsome face and those sky blue eyes, she almost fainted. He was just as attractive as she remembered and emitted a feeling of warmth that made her insides tingle. Ranma had stiffened somewhat when his senses detected Kasumi's presence as he approached the door. He still had unpleasant memories from the last time they had spoken to each other. He had said many words to her out of anger and had regretted hurting her. He had eventually came to understand that it had not been her intention to betray him, and he had said some things that he had truly not meant. Taking a deep breath before the door opened and gave the eldest Tendo daughter a polite bow. "Good evening to you, Kasumi Tendo. It is very nice to meet with you again. Hello again." The brown-haired girl stammered, then took a moment to compose herself. "Nebiki is expecting you. Won't you come in?" Ranma nodded as he led his party inside. He then gestured to the panoply behind him. "May I introduce you to my cousin Shampoo, and our friends Kama Perfume and Lilac. And this is Cologne. She is one of the elders of our village. A pleasure," Cologne greeted as she walked into the house. Papillon Kane did not make a good first impression. Hello. As Ranma and his party made their way toward the den, the blind fighter suddenly stiffened as he detected the oars that belonged to two idiots. Wahhhhhhh. Now the houses will be joined! Soon was like an overflowing water fountain as he dashed toward Ranma, intent on crushing him in a bear hug of joy. Wham! Janma gulped as he peeked in from around the corner and saw his friend laid low on the floor with a huge lump on his head. His friend really should learn more about restraint. They had spent the better part of the afternoon scamming to snag the future of the anything goes, but as soon as Soranma, all of their carefully laid plans went out the window. "Please, forgive my impertinence." Cologne casually slung her staff over her shoulder. But of course, Kasumi said. After all, they were guests and her father had not acted like the proper host, so it fell to her to show them around. "Will you be joining us for dinner?" Ranma shook his head. "Thank you, but no. We have all eaten before we come here, and we'd rather start our training as soon as possible." Ranma and Kalagni had decided that they eat before coming here to avoid underhanded attempts at drugging him or the others. Soon may not resort to such tactics, but the unseen light fighter knew that his father was capable of such. As he watched his son and the Amazons head toward the dojo, Janma Dagon. This was going to be very tricky. Apparently, that aged woman was some kind of chaperone and had very formidable skills. There was something gay about her that put him on edge. It was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time, not since the old days training under the Shutter Master. Fury she took out soon in less than a second was proof of her skills. Something about her put that ingrained self-preservation instincts as well as absolute terror running down that wet Raymond noodle he called a spine. Only Happo's eyes had made him feel this way, and this Cologne woman reminded him too much of that ancient lecher. When Ranma and the others were out of sight, Janma quietly crept over to Lai's fallen friend, who was still in Lolo Land outside the dojo. "So what's the deal? Ranma asked as he and Nebiki stood outside the dojo. The girls had already entered the structure with cologne and were setting up for an intense bout of training. Now why do you think I would be wanting something for letting you use our dojo for a week? Nebiki said innocently. Ranma tilted his head to the side and said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Let's just say that you don't strike me as the type that would just let no use your property without some kind of compensation. I've heard the rumors about you, but I prefer to make judgments based on my own interpretations. Let's not beat around the bush, shall we? What do you want and how much? Smart boy. Nebiki was impressed and a little intimidated at the same time. Even though she knew that Ranma was blind, the way he regarded her meant that he had a lot of insight and didn't make decisions on just the hearsay. He was very thoughtful, and Nebiki had to phrase this just right. Well, there are some things. I knew of. And well, I've noticed that you have some considerable talent in several fields, and it would be a shame to let those abilities go to waste. I'd like to expand on those talents. My family doesn't have much in terms of regular income, and I have to engage in several, shall we say, business arrangements to pay the bills. It's not something I'm particularly proud of, and I'd much rather engage in something more agreeable. What do you mean? Well, my father may own the dojo, but he hasn't taught any students since my mother died. As you may have noticed, he's not exactly sweet to being an instructor. Ranma nodded. The way his senses were reading her father, Soon was not likely seen to be like a martial artist who could teach others. With very little discipline and far less control over his emotions, Nebiki's father would not be a choice candidate for a sensei. He could also feel the residual key impressions of the dojo, and it was clear that only I can use it on a regular basis. So what are you proposing? Well, I have a few ideas that may be able to generate better income for Vi's family and perhaps help you at the same time. For example, your musical skill with that flute is a money-maker all by itself. There are a lot of people out there who would pay much for you to play some more. What I'm asking that in return for the use of our dojo, you agree to use your talents in some ventures of mine. I give you my word that I won't put you into any situation that will make you feel uncomfortable or hurt you. I know all about that pledge that your father and mine made. I promise that I will not mention it or try to press you into it. I also would like to know more about you. And how is this going to help me? Well, you are trying to prove to the school and everyone else that your condition doesn't mean anything, right? I can help you with that too. I have a few connections and I do command a lot of respect at Furinken. I'm giving you a straight deal. You help me out, and I'll help you out. Deal question mark double quote. She held out her hand. Ranma considered the girl in front of him. His senses began probing her inside out and especially paid close attention to her aura. He could detect a sharp intelligence and coupled with a craftiness that made him very worried. Twice the Tenbos had already burned him. He didn't want a third strike. However, his master Koda had taught him never to judge an individual by the actions of those close to him or her. He could detect a level of sincerity in Nebiki that was genuine and decided that it was worth it to at least give this girl the benefit of the doubt. Double quote. Deal. Ranma said reluctantly as he held out his hand and grasped hers. Nebiki felt a warmth coursing through her as she felt his strong hand clasp her more slender one. For some reason, she felt a certain something that she had never felt before. There was something about Ranma that made her not want to see him hurt, and his smile made any hardship seem worthwhile. A few minutes later, Ranma began reviewing the rules of martial arts rhythmic gymnastics to the girls as Cologne stood on guard outside of the dojo. Double quote. Okay, here's how it goes. Basically, it's like the annual tournaments back home, except for one main difference. Unarmed attacks are forbidden. That means that punching and kicking is not allowed. It is considered a foul to attack without some kind of tool. You can win either by knockout, submission, or forcing your opponent out of the ring. Double quote is no problem. Lilac shrugged as she and her sister Amazon sat before their trainer in their leotards. The red-haired beauty was in a bright green outfit that had a plunging neckline and rides up a bit in the rear. We already know how to fight with weapons, Shampoo remarked. She was wearing a flattering pink suit with lavender highlights. Double quote. This too easy, Perfume said. She was in a skimpy white leotard that had a Chinese dragon design embroidered in gold thread on one side of her chest. Double quote. John single quote. To be so sure, Ranma warned. From what I've been able to discern from her encounters with Kodakai, she'll do anything to win. She seems to specialize in dirty maneuvers and hidden weapons. She's not the same caliber as Moose or me, but you'd best be on your guard against unexpected surprises. On that note, I think that I'm going to try and increase your sense of awareness and build up on your danger senses. We're also going to train with these. Ranma gestured to the various clubs, ribbons, hoops and balls that were laid out on the floor. Shampoo picked up a pair of clubs and frowned a bit. These were far lighter than her usual bonbonry, and she wondered how such flimsy instruments could be effective. Perfume took one look at a ribbon and suppressed an urge to laugh. Ranma was expecting her to fight with this question mark. Lilac was also thinking the same thing as she looked at an innocent-looking hoop. Ranma sensed his pupil's reluctance and disbelief. Just because they don't look dangerous, doesn't mean that they aren't. Remember Kodakai and Haribon question mark double quote. The three girls were silent as they recalled their encounter with the Black Rose. The insane sister of Kuno had used that flimsy strip of silk like a hat, and it reacted like a living snake. Double quote. With the right amount of key control, Anything can become a deadly weapon. To demonstrate his point, the blind boy picked up a ribbon and then began focusing his ki into it. Remembering back to when Kodakai used her ribbon, he gave the instrument a gentle twirl and flicked his wrist sharply, making the end lash out like a bullet. There was a sharp cracking sound and the girls flinched as the pink strip of fabric shot forward and snapped between them. In an instant, they felt a sharp wind rush by them and then noticed that a few strands of their hair had been neatly sheared off their temples and wafted down to the floor. Their eyes widened a bit in awe as Ranma casually relaxed his hand and let the ki flow out of the ribbon, making it a harmless strip again. Never underestimate your opponent by appearances alone. Ranma stressed. Fortunately, since I'm blind, I don't have that problem. You girls are going to learn to only look with the eyes and see with the heart and mind. If you can do that, then you'll do fine against Street Ebert. So now we start. Lila cast. Ranma nodded as he gestured for his trainees to get up and take stances. Ash did so. He suddenly picked up the familiar ki energies of Ranma and sound lurking nearby the dojo. He suddenly tensed up, then relaxed a few moments later and smiled as he detected Cologne's ki approaching them from behind. A couple of light thwacks were heard and Ranma knew that he would not be disturbed by the less than dynamic duo this night. It was then that he detected another ki energy approaching the front of the dojo and recognized it. Since Cologne was making no effort to stop her, Ranma decided that she wasn't any threat and motioned for the girls to begin with their exercises. Akan entered the dojo, dressed in her usual yellow gi and stopped at the front door as she saw the Amazons move with a speed and grace that made her own moves seem slow and choppy. Shampoo was going through a kata with a pair of clubs, trying to get a feel for the lighter weapons. Every now and then, she would toss them up in the air and do a fancy backflip or spin before deftly catching them. Perfume was slowly twirling her ribbon of routine graceful arcs, gradually building up speed while at the same time sidestepping and twisting about to avoid being tangled up in it. Lila was currently practicing her evasion techniques as she held up a hoop and used it to block each of Ranma's strikes as he stabbed with his staff. However, they all stopped when they noticed Akan outside the dojo. Cologne smiled with satisfaction as she tied up the two unconscious dopes that had attempted to snare the prize of the Amazons. She had expected that he would try something stupid, judging from their past actions. Fortunately, she had foiled their plan before it even got off the ground. Flashback. This time, Tendo, try to control yourself until after we get the boy! Ranma whispered as they crouched behind a tree at the back of the dojo. I sorry Sodom, but when I saw my future son-in-law, I never mind that now, Tendo. Now do you understand the plan? Soon nodded as he held up a homemade fusee bomb. Akan is heading toward the dojo now, and she'll most certainly challenge Ranma to a match. When they begin, I throw this into the dojo. Right. That'll be my cue to Russian. Knock out my son, and get out before the smoke clears. When they see that Ranma is defeated, they'll think that Akane had beaten him. According to their laws, he'll have to marry her! Brilliant Sodom. The schools will be united. Soon declared as his eyes swelled with tears. Yes, we shall ensure the happiness of our children and secure the future of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. And my early retirement living in luxury will be assured. As soon S. And John S. Operation Smokescreen. The two chorused together while taking a pose. Nothing can stop us now. Jean said with glee. I don't think so. Both men stiffened at the sound of a very forceful and menacing voice behind them. For a brief moment, they thought it was their dreaded master but then realized that the voice was a bit higher pitched. The last thing they saw when they turned around was the sight of a wooden cane as it blurred forward and smacked them both between the eyes. End of flashback. For an experienced matriarch of the Amazons, it had been child's play for Kalagni to sneak up behind the two conspirators without being detected. There were only two people whom she could never approach without being sensed, Ranma and his late master Koga. She had listened in on John and Sound's plan and it had been no more than a foot behind them. After knocking T2 out and making sure that they wouldn't be able to try anything else, she sat down on the ground and began to contemplate. So, they know about our tribe's marriage laws, do they? I suspected as much. The elder had considered the possibility after she had noticed that Ranma's book of tribal law was missing. She had not seen it since that night when Jean-Ma and his friend had broke into Pepper's place to kidnap the boy. She had later assumed that Jean-Ma had taken it. Ranma had been so preoccupied with his current problems that he had not noticed his book was missing until later. Not that he needed it, since he had memorized every one of village laws. Cologne shook her head and sighed. She would have to keep an extra careful watch over the boys. She swore by all of her ancestors that Jean-Ma would never get his greedy hands on Ranma. Furthermore, she would rather not face Jasmine and tell her that she had lost her son to that panda. Oito could have solved all their problems if she were to finish him off here and now. She didn't want to get involved with Japan's legal systems. Inside the dojo, Ranma had found his voice after Akane had said that she wanted to join the gymnastics team and train with them for the upcoming match against Street Ebert. You to join the team? What for? Ranma couldn't understand why she wanted to get involved. Akane became a little irritated as she replied, "It's called martial arts rhythmic gymnastics, right? I'm a martial artist too. I can do just as well as the others. Come on, let me train with you. We don't need anyone else." Perfume said as she mentally assessed Akane's current level of skill. which hadn't improved very much since the last time if ye saw her. You not know about gymnastics. Lilac added. We well do alright on our own. Shampoo assured. Ranma nodded as he tried to put it in a way that didn't sound offensive. As you can see, we're fine right now and I think we can handle anything Kodakai throws at us. We really don't need another member. Thanks for the offer but of course, Akan saw this gentle turn down as a slight to her skills and said angrily, so you don't think I'm good enough to join? Is that it? Ranma held up a hand defensively, as he said, hey, now don't take this the wrong way. I'm sure that with enough practice and time, you can get the hang of rhythmic gymnastics, but time is really limited. We've already had extensive acrobatic training before we even came here and we can't stop to train you in the basics and, darn, that didn't come out right. What he meant to say is oh, so you think I can't handle it. Is that it? Akan's temper began to rise a few more notches. Fine, I'll show you. Just watch me! The youngest member of the Tendo clan stomped up to the middle of the dojo where some equipment was laying and picked up a pair of clubs. She thinly leapt up and did a pirouette in the air with one leg extended. At the same time, she tossed the two clubs into the air. She landed on her feet with her arms extended and smiled in triumph as she waited for the clubs to land perfectly in her hands. Clink. The clubs she had tossed up landed 5 feet away on either side of her. Lilac, think you should catch clubs? Yes? Who asked you? Akan then bent down and picked up the handle of a ribbon. Maybe I should try the ribbon. Less than 2 seconds later, she was standing with one arm above her head with the ribbon hopelessly tangled around her body. Perfume not know that getting tangled in ribbon part of tournament. Oh, shut up. Akan fumed as she worked to get her out of the mess. A minute later, she tried rolling through a hoop. She ended up breaking it when she overextended a leg and her ankle got caught up in a Are you supposed to break the hoop? Shampoo asked. Akan screamed as she began stomping her feet, and cursing the implements that seemed to mock her. Ranma shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. Gymnastics were supposed to be graceful and refined, but Akan had all the grace and refinement of a drunken gorilla. She was a klutz, plain and simple. Akan Tendo. We thank you for your offer, but I think we can do with Utayu. Akan gave Ranma a glare after hearing this. How dare he just dismiss her so casually? Here she was, lending them her dojo to train and they just brush her off. Alright, technically it was her father's dojo, but she was the heir to her family school. I just need is a little practice, that's all. Akan said angrily. Correction, you need a lot of practice. Perhaps with more time, you can become better, But we simply don't have that luxury. We've got a little more than 3 days left. From you've demonstrated so far, you lack patience, discipline, and that temper of yours is just making everything worse. You expect to get it right on the first try? I don't think so. We need teamwork to beat Kodakai, and I'm afraid that you are just not slated for that double quote. I can do it. Akan protested, her anger nearing the boiling point from Ranma's comments. Since when are you such an expert? Ranma remained firm. You are only fooling yourself if you think you can achieve shampoo, lilac, or perfume's level in so little time, let alone become good enough to stand up against Kodakai, and she fights dirty. The answer is no. Akan gave Ranma a cold glare. She had thought to become a bit friendly and offer her skills. She had been secretly hoping to learn some of the unseen light techniques, but this arrogant boy was brushing her off. Shirfan turned her chin up and stalked out of the dojo. Fine then. Who needs your stupid training anyway? I hope Kodakai beats the entire lot of you! Let's see how happy you'll be when you have to date her. She bit back her jars at being rejected as she left the dojo. Ranma sighed as he shook his head and turned back to the other Amazons. T you think you were a bit hard on her? Ranma stiffened a bit at the sound of Kasumi's voice. Though he had already detected her presence as she approached the dojo, he was still a bit nervous at confronting her. She was now at the front door and was holding a tray of tea things for the guests. Ranma could feel the sadness in her aura as she faced him and could tell that she was feeling regret over the hurt she had unintentionally caused. He didn't want to face this person who had betrayed him, yet he couldn't really bring himself to despise her. She reminded him a lot about his Amazon mother, and he wasn't one to keep holding a grudge. Still, they did need to get some things settled between them. Ranma? Shampoo asked. Keep practicing with the equipment and then we'll spar. I'll only be a few minutes. His cousin and her friends nodded as they went back to their exercises. Ranma gestured for Kasumi to follow him outside. She nodded at the silent message and set the tray down to follow him. In the backyard, near the koi pond, Akan was pounding the living daylights out of a training dummy, which had a distinctive, black ponytail near the head. B.A.K. 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 Akan was more than mad. She was infuriated. How dare Ranma just disregard her like that? She was a martial artist too. Damn it. So she needed some more practice. But that didn't mean that he had to shoot her down like thought. Him and that know-it-all attitude of his. Well, she'd show him. He learned to take her more seriously. She'd show them all that Akantendo was not some joke! At the back of the dojo, Ranma stood with his arms crossed as he and Kasumi began to talk. Akan is really a good person, and I think you shouldn't treat her so harshly. Oh? And how do you think I should treat her? Ranma said with a firm tone. Apparently, She can't take criticism very well, nor consider the consequences of her actions. And speaking of thinking of the consequences of one's actions, I do recall requesting that you do not tell anyone about me conditioned. Kasumi bowed her head in shame as she replied quietly, yes, you had every right to hate me for telling Akan. That was unforgivable on my part. Oh, I don't really hate you, but to say that I'm a bit annoyed would be an understatement. I swear, I meant you no harm. But I thought, Ranma cut her off. That's the problem, Kasumi Tendo. You didn't think! Like your sister. You failed to realize the consequences and only saw the problem on the surface. Oh, I can understand you for your error in judgment. I won't forget about it, nor forgive. I don't expect you to. I never wanted to hurt you, but I will atone for my mistake. I promise you that. Do not make promises that you cannot keep. Ranma said with a hard-edged. Your family has already caused me a great deal of pain and I have no wish to receive more headaches. Please, Kasumi pleaded. Don't judge us all because of a few mistakes. I don't want things to be this way between your family and mine. I want to start over and perhaps get to know you better. At the very least, you cannot give me the chance to make up for what I did to you. I swear to you on me mother's grave that I will make up for it. If you would just give me the chance. Ranma was very silent as he probed her aura and inner being. There was no mistaking the sincerity in her words. She really did want to smooth things over with him. To swear on her mother's grave and really mean it, only strengthened the promise she was offering now. She was telling the truth and Ranma could not deny it. Kasumi Tendo, I bear no malice toward you, though you had broken your promise to me. Apology accepted. Kasumi allowed herself a small smile. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Sometime later from her bedroom window, Nebiki was looking through her camera's telephoto lens at the Amazons as they exercised in the dojo. She had already snapped several shots as the curvaceous females bounced around in their tight-fitting leotards. Kuma would pay top end for photos such as these. She leaned forward a bit more to get a better angle when a very muscular artist suddenly blocked her view. Nebiki looked up in surprise and saw Ranma hanging upside down from Faruth edge. I figured you'd try something like this. Ranma said. Busted. To be continued. Author's note. Well, Kasumi may be on the road back to fixing her relationship with our blind martial artist. As for Nebiki, she's going to have to be very careful not to spoil her chances with him as well, and she just may have to change some of her ways. Stay tuned for part 3 of this chapter as Ranma and Nebiki have a long discussion over the deal they made. Fighting blind disclaimer, hey, don't look at me. I write in, you read in. Asterisk, thoughts less than, greater than, Chinese language chapter 10 part 3 the deal. Hey! Nebiki cried out as Ranma easily snatched up her camera and took out the film. He then entered her room from his upside-down perch and handed her camera back to her while frowning. It seems that you share the same problems with your sisters. Ranma said coldly. What are you talking about? We had a deal. Nabuki couldn't believe that she had just lost a grand opportunity to make major inroads. For those photos, Kuno would have shelled out enough money to put the Tendo household in the black for at least a month. As I recall, the deal was for Emmy to help you in earning some money for your family. I did not include my sister Amazons, and as I said before, you have the same problems as your sisters. What single quote is that supposed to mean? Nabuki asked with suspicions. Not thinking about the consequences of your actions. Ranma stated as he stood with crossed arms. Do you realize what kind of havoc you would cause if perverts like Kuno got a hold of these photos? Ranma held up the film before using his key to cause it to crumble into powder. I especially don't want that Lonabe samurai to get these. As twisted as he is, he might think that these photos were some kind of sign that Shampoo and the others might actually like him. I didn't go through all that trouble of dislocating his shoulders in front of those other idiots, just so you could cause them to have a raging hormone attack and stir up more headaches! Nabuki winced as she remembered back to the time when Kuno had decreed that no one could date the Amazons unless they were defeated in battle. Ranma had made short work of that by causing Kuno's shoulders to wrench from their sockets. Since then, the Amazons were treated with the utmost of respect and any lurid fantasies about them were kept in private. But Nabuki began. Stop it, Nabuki. Ranma growled, cutting her off. I don't want to hear about it. Shampoo, perfume and lilac showing off their bodies of their own accord is one thing, but sneaking pictures of them to sell to perverts without their permission is something else entirely. You're just lucky that I was the one to catch you instead of one of the girls. What do you mean? How can May let you get away with selling pictures of her, because you're her sister? But Shampoo, lilac and perfume wouldn't be as merciful. Take it from me, any profits you would have made from those photos wouldn't have even begun to cover the cost of your hospital stay, provided that you survived at all. They wouldn't. Oh yes they would, and I'm very tempted to tell them about it. You're no martial artist, Nabuki Tendo, and you wouldn't stand a chance against them. Take it from someone who knows. Back in the village, I've had to patch up dozens of peeping Toms. Many of them were martial artists, and those 3 girls alone put them into traction for months! But the deal was that I help out in a few of your ventures to raise money for your family in exchange for the use of your dojo. However, I recall that you said that we are not to be put in any situation that might be harmful to us. Those pictures you took would have caused some serious damage, and I will not allow for it. Nabuki didn't like the tone that Ranma was using on her,